Chapter 10:18. Ti laughed heartily at the sight, making Li Wangyu very gloomy. He could only ask, Dalong, what do you mean by this? As I said before, if you appear in the tribe with these 26 wolf fangs, you will definitely attract the attention of the girls in the tribe. These feather arrows mean that they like you and are willing to spend the night in your tent. Gui's words almost caused Li Wangyu's jaw to drop. Spend the night? Wasn't the customs of the Hurut tribe a little too open? Whichever girl you like, you can hang the feather arrows she gives you at the entrance of your tent. Laughing, Adi pointed at the bundle of arrows in Li Wangyu's hand. He winked at Li Wangyu and smiled, whoever you hang the feather arrows of, that girl will enter your tent at night. With so many feather arrows, you are the most popular man in the tribe. TSK, when I hunted 3 wild wolves, I only received 5 or 6 feather arrows. Adi threw a tacit smile at Li Wangyu and continued, this feather arrow belongs to my sister, Yeruo. She is the most beautiful flower in our Hurut tribe. Li Wangyu, hang my sister's feather arrow tonight. She will definitely satisfy you. For a moment, Li Wangyu even felt that Adi's tone and expression were very similar to those brothels in Chang and City's Ping Kong Square, the way the brothels solicited customers. Pushing his own sister into another man's tent, was this something a human would do? The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch as he murmured, don't you Tila people need to get married? Adi looked at him strangely, get married? Why do we need to get married? We Tiela people don't have this custom. The strongest man would gain the favor of more women and be able to give birth to stronger children. This way, the tribe will become stronger and stronger. A weak man doesn't deserve to be favored by women. Li Wangyu was completely speechless. The custom of the Tiela people was really hard to accept, however, this might be the survival method of the grassland people. Although Li Wangyu felt that it was inconceivable, he did not want to comment on it. The grassland was a harsh environment, so the Tiela people's way of survival and reproduction naturally had its reasons. Although Li Wangyu didn't agree, he wouldn't criticize and make irresponsible remarks. He couldn't help but lower his head to look at the pile of arrows in his hand. Li Wangyu wasn't some kind of loose Xiaohui who could sit still in his bed. If he said that he wasn't moved by this kind of good thing where a girl took the initiative to hook up with him, then he would be lying to himself. However, all he cared about now was his wife in Chang and City and their newborn child. He was not in the mood to sow and fertilize on the grassland. What's more, Li Wangyu wasn't a promiscuous person. Although apart from Su Chongqing, he still had Avro, the blonde girl from Europe, to accompany him. However, it didn't mean that he would only think with his lower body like a stallion. To Li Wangyu, being able to grow old with Su Chongqing and Avro in this life was already the greatest satisfaction in life. Of course, Li Wangyu didn't know that during this period of time when he was captured by the desert bandits, Su Chongqing had actually taken in a wife on behalf of his husband, and had married another wife for him and a new concubine. He would probably have a headache over this when he returned to Chang and City. As for whether this fellow would be secretly delighted, that was unknown. Li Wangyu didn't hang those arrows at the entrance of his tent, which made the ladies of the Hurut tribe very disappointed. When Adi's sister Yeruo delivered food to Li Wangyu, her eyes were full of resentment, as though she felt that Li Wangyu didn't understand her feelings. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only pretend to be an ostrich and pretend that he didn't see anything. The ladies of the Hurut tribe were as passionate as fire, but Li Wangyu could only secretly apologize in his heart. He recuperated in the Hurut tribe in peace, and after a few days, his injuries were mostly healed. At least, he could move around without hindrance. One day, Adi ran over excitedly to find Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu, I've found someone to fix that carriage of yours. Let's go, quickly bring me to try it out. Don't try to trick me. Can that carriage really run without being pulled by animals? Li Wangyu's sand boat had overturned because the wooden axle of the carriage had broken. Adi and the others had dragged the damaged boat back. Although the Tila people were nomads of the grasslands, they also had carriages. Moreover, because the wheels of their carriages were very tall, the Tila people were also called tall carriages by the Han people. Repairing a broken axle was a piece of cake for the Tila people. Adi knew from Li Wangyu that the sand boat could run at high speed without being pulled by animals. Naturally, he didn't believe it. Therefore, when the sand boat was repaired, he couldn't wait to find Li Wangyu. He wanted to see if Li Wangyu was bragging. Li Wangyu had long been bored to the point that his bones were itching. Although his injuries hadn't fully healed, it didn't affect him from operating the sail. Therefore, when he heard Adi's words, he immediately became interested. When the sail on the sand boat was raised and filled with wind, the sand boat started to glide on the grasslands. Including Adi, all the onlookers of the Hurut tribe who came to watch the show were so shocked that their eyeballs dropped to the ground. There were even some elderly herdsmen who were trembling and kneeling on the ground, kowtowing towards the sand boat. In the eyes of the Tila people, this sand boat was simply a divine tool. Li Wangyu must be a god in the heavens to be able to drive the sand boat like this. Even Adi and the Shijia chief felt their knees go soft and had the urge to kowtow. Adi even immediately filled in the blanks in his mind. No wonder Li Wangyu could kill so many wild wolves with his bare hands. Moreover, the fur of the wild wolves was full of burn marks. Only a god could do such an unimaginable thing. Li Wangyu would never have thought that the crowd would be able to fill in so many absurd things just by driving the sand boat around the tribe. He skillfully operated the sand boat and drew a circle on the grassland. He stopped the sand boat in front of Adi and laughed. "Dalong, do you believe my words now? Do you want to try sitting on it?" Adi turned his head and looked at the Shijia chief. He was very nervous and uneasy. He asked Li Wangyu carefully, Can I? Li Wangyu stretched out his arm and pulled Adi onto the sand boat. After Adi boarded the sand boat, he was so nervous that he didn't even know where to put his hands. His whole body was stiff and he couldn't stand still. Including the Shijia chief and Adi's sister Yeroo, all the surrounding Tila people were looking at Adi with envy. What kind of honor was it to be able to board a god's chariot? Li Wangyu didn't know that the people of the Hurut tribe thought of him as a god. After instructing Adi to help him stand steadily, he raised the sail again and drove the sand boat to speed away. In the Hurut tribe, some young herdsmen immediately jumped on their horses and started chasing after the sand boat as if they wanted to race with it. However, the wind on the grassland was quite strong today. The sails of the sand boat were filled with wind, pushing the sand boat faster and faster. It didn't take long for Li Wangyu to drive the sand boat out of the vision of the horsemen and out of their sight. This made the people of the Hurut tribe even more certain that Li Wangyu was a god. He didn't need animal power, but even the fastest horse couldn't catch up with him. Other than a god, who else could do it? A group of unruly Tila people pulled on the reins of their horses and dismounted. They then kowtowed in the direction of the sand boat. "You can say that I'm weak, but you can't say that I'm weak. This is a matter of principle." Chapter 10:19. With Adi on the sand boat, Li Wangyu didn't have to worry about losing his way. Therefore, he drove the sand boat carefreely and dashed across the grassland at lightning speed. In his later life, he had never traveled to the grassland. Now that he was about to return home, he was in a good mood and was intoxicated by the beautiful grassland in front of him. Chile Chuan, under the Yin mountain. The sky was like a dome, covering the wilderness. The sky was vast, the wilderness was boundless. Cattle and sheep could be seen when the wind blew through the grass. A Chile song described the magnificent scenery of the grassland. Li Wangyu suddenly roared, releasing all the depression, longing and sorrow that he had felt in the past 1.5 years. After venting for a while, Li Wangyu felt extremely happy. After the initial hesitation and fear, Adai slowly got used to the unparalleled speed of the sand boat. Now that he saw Li Wangyu roaring, he couldn't help but roar as well. The two looked at each other and smiled. Adai finally recovered and didn't revere Li Wangyu as a god like before. Adai used the Tiela language to sing a song of the Tiela people. Although Li Wangyu couldn't understand the simple and resounding melody, he could feel the content of Adai's song. Grassland, fine horses, cattle and sheep, blue sky, white clouds. Li Wangyu drove the sand boat and ran on the grassland for more than an hour. Only when the sand boat reached the vicinity of a lake did he lower the sail and stop the sand boat by the lake. When he and Adai went out, they didn't bring a water bag. Now that they felt thirsty, they prepared to go to the lake to drink. Today's rivers and lakes were all natural and pollution-free water sources. Even if it was a small stream that could be found everywhere, Li Wangyu believed that the quality of the water source would be far better than the sweet and pure water from the portals of nature in his later life. Therefore, when he saw a lake, he prepared to drink some lake water to quench his thirst. However, Li Wangyu also felt that it was strange that such a large lake didn't have any birds or animals. From what he had seen and heard along the way, whether it was the desert or the grassland, as long as there was a water source, there would always be birds and all kinds of animals. However, he couldn't be bothered to find out what was going on, so he walked towards the lake on his own. When Ajia saw that Li Wangyu actually wanted to drink water by the lake, he couldn't help but reveal a strange smile. However, he didn't say anything. He only looked at Li Wangyu's figure with anticipation. Li Wangyu didn't have eyes on the back of his head, so he naturally couldn't see that mischievous smile on Agui's face. He walked to the lakeside, squatted down, and scooped up a handful of clear lake water with both hands and sent it into his mouth. The next second, Li Wangyu choked. With a pfff, he spat out all the water that he had just drunk. His clothes were also drenched by the lake water, making him look very miserable. Only then did Ague burst out laughing. He held his abdomen and laughed so hard that he couldn't even straighten his back. Ha ha ha, Li Wangyu, you really aren't a god. You don't even know that the water in this bitter salty lake can't be drunk. Ague finally confirmed that Li Wangyu was a living human. He laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. Even the children in the tribe know that this bitter salty lake can't be drunk. Didn't you see that even birds don't come to drink this lake water? Ha, I'm dying of laughter. Li Wangyu wiped his mouth angrily and glared at Ague. Daolong, you actually didn't remind me. That's too much. The lake water that he drank just now was bitter, astringent, and salty. It was just like the seawater that he accidentally choked on when he was swimming by the sea in his previous life. It was completely inedible. No wonder there weren't any birds resting in this lake. It turned out that this lake was actually a saltwater lake. It wasn't strange that there were saltwater lakes in the prairie. Li Wangyu stood up angrily and shook off the water stains on his hands. Just as he was about to complain about Ague, this rascal, his body suddenly stiffened. He then turned his head and looked at the lake in front of him again. Saltwater lake. Salt. He suddenly clapped his hands. Ha, Ague, your tribe is going to be rich. Salt, this is salt. If sea salt could be obtained by drying and boiling seawater, then the same method could also be used to obtain natural lake salt. Salt on the prairie was so expensive. If the Hurut tribe learned how to make salt, would they still be afraid of not being able to make a fortune? Although the people of the prairie originally didn't eat salt, Li Wangyu believed that it was only because salt on the prairie was too expensive. If the price of salt could be cheaper, he didn't believe that the Tiela people wouldn't like food with salt. Li Wangyu originally thought that after returning to Chang'an, he would order people to send some money to the Hurut tribe. However, it was better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. No matter how much money was sent, it wouldn't be as good as the wealth that the Hurut tribe could create themselves. After hearing Li Wangyu's words, Ague frowned. He didn't understand what Li Wangyu meant. Li Wangyu, what are you talking about? What salt? How can the water of this bitter salty lake be salt? Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered to explain to him. Instead of wasting half a day of saliva, he would rather extract salt from the lake and then tell them how to make salt. He quickly walked back to the sand boat and raised the sails. He let Augue lead the way and returned to the Hurut tribe. After returning to the tribe, he instructed Augue to bring a few tribesmen to catch a carriage and make another trip to the salty lake. He would use a large clay pot to bring back a carriage of water from the salty lake. Augue didn't know what was going on, but after hearing Li Wangyu say that he could make salt for the tribe, he didn't waste any more time and led the tribesmen to set off. After seeing the sand boat, Augue and the tribesmen of the Hurut tribe believed Li Wangyu's words without a doubt. This also saved Li Wangyu a lot of trouble. After Augue led the tribesmen to retrieve the water from the salty lake, Li Wangyu immediately began to arrange for him to boil salt. Actually, Li Wangyu didn't know how to boil salt, but he understood the general principle of boiling salt and drying salt. It was to use high temperature or sunlight to evaporate the water in the water, allowing the salt to continuously condense. After the water evaporated, what was left was solid salt. Actually, boiling salt wasn't suitable to be done on the grassland. The yield was low, the cost was high, and it also required a large amount of fuel. As there were few trees on the grassland, what they lacked the most was fuel. To extract salt from the salty lake, the best way was to dry the salt. Luckily, Li Wangyu was only going to demonstrate to Chief Xianxia and Augue. He told them that salt could be collected from the salty lake, so the method of boiling salt was the fastest and most convenient method. Augue and the others didn't know what Li Wangyu was going to do, but they still followed his instructions. They set up the stove, raised the fire, placed the iron pot, poured the salty lake water into it and started to boil it. This cooking took almost 6 hours. The tribesmen who were watching changed batch after batch. Everyone's curiosity turned into whispers. They discussed with each other softly, feeling that Li Wangyu's actions were really baffling. Can salt be produced by boiling the water? Who has heard of this before? Shoo, lower your voice. I heard that the immortals of the Central Plains can turn stone into gold. Boiling water to produce salt might also be a kind of magic. Yes, it might be so. Look at Li Wangyu's carriage. He doesn't even use cows and horses, and it runs so fast. If he isn't a god, then what is he? Then why haven't I seen the salt yet? It has been boiling for almost 6 hours. Maybe we aren't sincere enough. Don't talk anymore. Just as everyone was discussing, Augue, who had been following Li Wangyu's instructions and was standing beside the pot, stirring the salty water with a wooden stick, suddenly said, Li Wangyu, come and take a look. Why is there a white crystal in the pot? Li Wangyu quickly went forward and looked over. He couldn't help but laugh. The salty water in the pot had almost evaporated, and the salt had started to crystallize into salt particles. Those white crystals, without a doubt, were salt. Chapter 10:20. Li Wangyu couldn't care less about the heat as he dipped his finger into some white crystals and put them into his mouth. Immediately, Li Wangyu revealed a joyful expression. It was indeed salt. Chief Xianxia and Aude imitated Li Wangyu impatiently and dipped their fingers into the boiling hot salt and put them into their mouths. Baw, baw. Aude was very greedy as he grabbed too much salt. He was so salty that he kept spitting saliva. However, his face was filled with joy. Salt. It's really salt. Li Wangyu, this is really salt. I can guarantee that this is exactly the same as the salt sold by those damn merchants in the market. Chief Xianxia was also so excited that he danced with joy as he shouted in a language that Li Wangyu couldn't understand. Following Chief Xianxia's words, the Hurut tribe was in an uproar. The crowd of onlookers all crowded towards the stove where the salt was being boiled. Li Wangyu was so scared that he quickly dodged to the side, afraid that he would be pushed into the iron pot by the crowd and be forced to perform a tragic act of stewing himself in the iron pot. Actually, the salt that was boiled from the salty lake water wasn't suitable to be eaten directly. Because the lake water contained various impurities, it still needed to be filtered and precipitated with clean water. After that, the salt would be boiled again to obtain edible table salt. However, Li Wangyu didn't intend to stop the crowd. After all, they were just excited and wanted to taste the taste of the salt. It wasn't a big deal. Although the Tiela people didn't eat salt, they knew how precious it was. If their tribe could produce salt, how much benefit would it bring? Even these simple grassland herdsmen couldn't help but widen their eyes and breathe heavily after tasting the taste of the salt. Their eyes turned red. The entire Hurut tribe was in an uproar. The Tiela people sang again in a language that Li Wangyu couldn't understand. They danced around the stove where the salt was being boiled and were extremely jubilant. Li Wangyu, who was injured, was forcefully pulled down by Yarua to sing and dance with the crowd. Unfortunately, although Yarua was Audi's sister, she couldn't speak Chinese. Li Wangyu couldn't communicate with her and could only respond with a silly smile. Leader Shijia immediately ordered his men to drag a few fat sheep over and prepared to slaughter them for celebration. When Li Wangyu saw this, he hurriedly went to find Audian and asked him to tell Chief Shijia if he could take care of the sheep today. The mutton of the grassland was indeed delicious, but Li Wangyu felt that the way the Tiela people handled the mutton was a waste of natural resources. Now that he had salt, he no longer wanted to eat those bland and tasteless foods that reeked of blood. With regards to Li Wangyu's request, Chief Shijia naturally nodded in agreement. After the few fat lambs were killed, Li Wangyu led Ogui to get busy. There were not many seasonings in the Hurut tribe, but Li Wangyu did not care so much. Under the circumstances of simplicity, he arranged a whole lamb feast. Roasted whole lamb, stewed lamb, mutton soup, stir-fried mutton offal. Li Wangyu, it was a pity that he didn't have cumin. Otherwise, everything would be perfect. But even so, the men, women, and children of the Hut tribe almost stuffed themselves to death after eating the whole lamb feast. Since ancient times in Wuxia, salt was the most important of all tastes. Without salt, any delicacy would be greatly discounted. Li Wangyu remembered that in the future, he had seen a documentary about food. It said that saltiness was a kind of spiritual experience distributed on the tip of one's tongue. Therefore, salt would bring a strong stimulation to the taste buds. Regardless of whether this saying was true or not, when salt was added to the whole lamb feast, the Hut tribe had a new understanding of the taste of mutton. Dian's mouth was full of oil, and his stomach was so bloated that he didn't want to move anymore. He slumped beside Li Wangyu and said excitedly, "Li Wangyu, I finally understand why those damn salt would be sold at such a high price." He regained his talkative nature and continued to ramble, "Li Wangyu, we can still make more salt, right? Our tribe will have an endless supply of salt to sell in the future. Our Hut tribe will be the richest and strongest tribe on the grasslands in the future. Li Wangyu, I really don't know how to thank you, but I swear to the gods that you will always be the most honorable guest of the Hut tribe. No matter what you need in the future, our Hut tribe will not frown even if we have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire." Dian's words warmed Li Wangyu's heart. He knew that these grassland men were the same as the Guangzhou men. They would never go back on their words. During this period of time, he stayed in the Hut tribe to recuperate. Only then did he know that Dian was actually Chief Shijia's son. It was just that the Tiela people didn't have the custom of marriage, so Dian didn't call Shijia his father. However, Dian was the recognized next chief of the Hut tribe. Therefore, matters such as going out to purchase resources and dealing with other tribes were all handled by Dian. It was also because of this that Dian learned the Chinese language from the Tang dynasty's caravans that sold goods on the grasslands. Therefore, what Dian said just now also represented the will of Chief Shijia and the Hut tribe to a certain extent. Li Wangyu patted Dian's shoulder gratefully, although he didn't feel that he needed the Hut tribe to repay him. The great success of cooking salt made the Hut tribe even more convinced of Li Wangyu's words. Li Wangyu also prepared to teach Dian how to dry salt before he left. Dian led the strong young men in the tribe and all followed Li Wangyu to the side of the saltwater lake. In order to dry salt, they still had a lot of work to do. As there was no lime on the grasslands, Li Wangyu also couldn't make volcanic ash to replace cement. Therefore, in order to dry salt on the grasslands, they had to move stones and build evaporation and crystallization ponds to dry salt. This wasn't a small project. During this period of time, Li Wangyu, Dian and the rest directly moved their tents to the side of the saltwater lake. They ate and lived here. Li Wangyu's injuries had basically healed. He was also in a hurry to go home, so he could only urge Dian and the rest to finish the project as soon as possible. After teaching Dian and the rest how to dry salt, Li Wangyu prepared to contact the officials of the Xianxia Khanate and ask them to escort him back to the Tang dynasty. When Li Wangyu led Dian and the rest to the saltwater lake, the Hut tribe also became busy. The women in the tribe were busy tying up sheepskin, cowhide and other things and moving them onto the tribe's horse carriages. The grassland bazaar was about to start. According to the usual practice, the Hut tribe would set off to the bazaar to sell their goods and exchange them for various necessities. Originally, it was Dian who brought people to the bazaar. However, now that Dian was busy beside the saltwater lake, Chief Shijia prepared to personally go to the bazaar to complete the transaction. The last time Li Wangyu cooked salt, he produced a total of 7 to 8 caddies of salt. Chief Shijia also prepared to bring all of it, intending to test if the salt produced by his tribe had a market. After everything was ready, Chief Shijia led people and drove the horse carriages to participate in the bazaar over 200 li away. But no one would have expected that his departure would bring a calamity to the Hu tribe. Chapter 1021. Li Wangyu and 80 led the hundreds of young men of the Hu tribe and busied themselves beside the saltwater lake for nearly a week. Beside the saltwater lake, the evaporation pond and crystallization pond, which were built by piling stones to dry the salt, had begun to take shape. It wasn't easy to build these two small saltwater ponds. Every day, the young men of the Hu tribe had to ride horses to the Gobi Desert, which was dozens of miles away, to find stones of suitable size, and then use horses to transport them back. After a certain amount of polishing and cutting, they were pieced together seamlessly. The work was very hard, but none of the men of the Hu tribe, including 80, the future leader of the tribe, complained. No matter how much they sweated, these Tiela people's faces were always brimming with smiles. Every time they rested, 80, the chatterbox, would pester Li Wangyu and chatter about his beautiful vision for the future. Li Wangyu, how much do you think we should sell our salt? How about a scoop of salt for a sheep? It will definitely anger those damn profiteers to death. Daolong, from now on, your tribe will have as many sheep as the clouds in the sky, Li Wangyu also hoped that the simple and honest Hu tribe would have better days. He laughed heartily and patted 80's shoulder. 80 also laughed heartily. Just as he was about to say something, he saw a fast horse galloping towards them from the grassland. Li Wangyu found the middle-aged Tiela man on the horse's back familiar. He should be from the Hu tribe. However, his current appearance, which was covered in blood, gave Li Wangyu a fright. Before the man, who was covered in blood, could reach 80, his body tilted and he fell from the horse's back. Li Wangyu just noticed that the man's body was covered with bloody wounds. Blood had already dyed the clothes of this middle-aged Tiela man and the horse he was sitting on. 80 and the others rushed forward and held the man, preparing to save him. However, the man only had time to say a few words to Adi and the others before he stopped breathing due to his severe injuries. Li Wangyu couldn't understand the Tai Lo language, so he didn't know what they were talking about. However, the reaction of Dai and the others gave him another shock. Including Adhai, all of the Tiela people showed grief and indignation after hearing the words of the person who came. With a furious roar, Adi pulled out the knife on his waist and roared at Tai Lo. All the Tiela people's eyes turned bloodshot. After calling for their mounts, they immediately leapt onto their horses and charged out. Li Wangyu hurriedly shouted at Adi, "Dalong, what happened? Our tribe was attacked and we suffered heavy casualties." After Adi threw down these words, he didn't have time to care about Li Wangyu anymore. Gnashing his teeth, he led the group of strong youths from the tribe and galloped towards the direction of the tribe. Hearing this, Li Wangyu's expression changed drastically. After being stunned for a few seconds, he hurriedly ran towards his sand boat, raised the sail, and chased after Dian and the others. In order to build the salt drying pond next to the saltwater lake, Adi took away almost all of the strong youths in the tribe. Now that the Hurut tribe was in the camp, almost all of them were women and children. Now that they were attacked, how could they have the ability to protect themselves? Even Li Wangyu couldn't help but tremble at the terrifying consequences. He didn't dare to imagine it. However, according to his understanding during this period of time, although the Hurut tribe was a small tribe, there weren't any threats within a radius of 200 to 300 li. Although the Xianxia Khanate was a loose grassland Khanate, ever since the Eastern Turks were defeated by the Tang dynasty, the Xianxia Khanate had prospered under the rule of their leader, the barbarian Khanate. Although the Tiela tribes weren't rich and even had to pay heavy taxes to the Khanate to let their youths join the Khanate's army, at the very least, the Tiela tribes weren't allowed to kill each other. Now that it was the 6th year of Xingguan, the Xianxia Khanate had 200,000 elite soldiers. It could be said that the Xianxia Khanate was at its peak. Under such circumstances, how could the Hurut tribe still be attacked? Who would have the guts to attack a Tiela tribe on the grassland? Weren't they afraid of the Xianxia Khanate's revenge? Could it be that the desert bandits had followed them all the way here? Li Wangyu shook his head, feeling that this was impossible. No matter how fierce the desert bandits were, they only relied on the desert environment to stir up trouble. Even if they had the guts to leave the desert and enter the grassland to attack a tribe, they wouldn't dare. Li Wangyu couldn't think of a reason, so he couldn't be bothered to think about it. He could only focus on driving the sand boat to catch up with Augue and the others. Actually, he also knew that he didn't have the strength to truss a chicken. Even if he followed Augue and the others back, he probably wouldn't be of much help. He might even be a burden. However, the Hurut tribe had saved his life. How could he turn a blind eye to such a dangerous situation? Li Wangyu touched the clay grenade in his pocket and calmed down slightly. After all, he wasn't completely helpless against the enemy. Unfortunately, this was the last one he had left. When Augue and the group of Tiela tribesmen rushed back to the Hurut tribe anxiously, what appeared in front of them was a miserable scene with smoke rising everywhere and dilapidated walls. The culprits who had attacked the tribe had already disappeared, but the Hurut tribe was dead silent. The tribe that used to be lively and cheerful was now like hell on earth. Countless corpses of the tribesmen were lying everywhere, blood flowing like a river. Augue looked at the scene in front of him, his hair standing on end and his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He looked up to the sky and let out a miserable howl like a wolf. His voice was filled with anger, sorrow, pain and regret. The group of Tiela tribesmen were also heartbroken. They roared and jumped off their horses, looking for traces of their loved ones among the dilapidated walls. Li Wangyu stared blankly at the scene in front of him, his body trembling uncontrollably. The Hurut tribe had a total of 369 people. Excluding the 127 people who followed Augue to build the salt drying pond at the saltwater lake, the remaining 242 people, including the tribe leader, the children, and the women, were all killed. Li Wangyu was like a walking corpse, walking helplessly in hell on earth. He stared blankly at Ague, who was carrying his sister Yero's corpse and walking over. This beautiful Tiela girl's eyes were tightly shut, her face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and there were several bloody wounds on her body. Li Wangyu was finally like Ague and the others. He clenched his fists and let out a roar like an injured beast. His eyes were tightly shut, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. Because of the language barrier, he had never spoken to Yero before. However, ever since he was saved by the Tiela tribesmen, Yero had been taking care of him. Scenes of him interacting with Yero flashed in front of Li Wangyu's eyes. This beautiful Tiela girl, who served him meat soup, cleaned and bandaged his wounds, and gave him ribbons and arrows with a sweet smile, had suddenly died in her most beautiful youth. Li Wangyu's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, he only wanted to pull out his sword and kill. However, the murderers who attacked the tribe had indeed retreated. The group of Tiela men were howling in grief, venting the pain in their hearts. The anger of revenge almost burned them to ashes. Gui's eyes were almost bleeding. He pulled out the sword from his waist and slashed around, venting the anger and sorrow in his heart. Li Wangyu suddenly stood up, looked around, and yelled at Ague, "Dalong, bring your men with you. We're going to chase after the murderers and take revenge." "Chase my ass. The murderers have been gone for at least 2 hours. How are we going to chase after them in this vast grassland?" Looking at the cold and stiff corpses of his family members in the tribe, Ague could roughly guess the time when the tribe was attacked. The tribe was 50 to 60 miles away from the saltwater lake. The tribesman who had luckily escaped and risked his life to deliver the message would need at least an hour on horseback. Added with the time they took to get back, how were they going to find the murderers? Li Wangyu silently picked up a sword from the ground and held it tightly in his hand. He slowly shook his head and stared at Ague. "No, they can't have gone far. Author's note, something happened yesterday, so I stopped updating. I'll try to make up for it in the next 2 days." Chapter 10:22. Li Wangyu's words made Adi stand up abruptly. "Why do you say so?" Many of the Tiela tribesmen who heard the Chinese voice stopped roaring and looked at Li Wangyu with red eyes, waiting for his explanation. Li Wangyu sneered and pointed to the surroundings of the tribe. "Dalong, how many cows and sheep are there in the tribe? Are they still there? Where do you think these cows and sheep have gone?" Dai was stunned for a moment. After looking around, he immediately understood. He immediately pulled out his knife and said with a ferocious face, "Those bastards, they even took away the cows and sheep in the tribe. They couldn't have left quickly." The Tiela tribesmen also realized that thousands of cows and sheep in the tribe had disappeared. The only possibility was that they had been taken away by the attackers. Cows and sheep were different from horses. Their speed was limited. Even if the attackers had left for more than 2 hours, they couldn't have gone too far. The flame of revenge almost made the Tiela tribesmen lose their minds. Now that Li Wangyu reminded them, they all roared and called their horses. They got on their horses and prepared to set off to chase after the killers. Originally, Adi and the others thought that it was almost impossible to track down the killers. However, since the killers were greedy and took away all the livestock in the tribe, it wasn't difficult to track them down. Not to mention the tracks left by the large group of cows and sheep. The feces that the cows and sheep excreted on the road were the best road signs. After being reminded by Li Wangyu, Dian did not say anything else and immediately led a group of clansmen to chase after them. Li Wangyu also gritted his teeth and drove the sand boat to follow them. His mind was full of Yero's cold and pale corpse. At this moment, he was like Adi and the others. Other than revenge, he didn't have any other thoughts. It wasn't until they were far away from the Hurut tribe that was still emitting thick smoke that Li Wangyu's mind became a little clearer. It was too strange for the Hurut tribe to encounter such a tragic case. Who was the killer? In broad daylight, they actually dared to be so heartless and ruthless as to massacre an entire tribe. What exactly was their confidence? Furthermore, all the cattle and sheep of the Hurut tribe had been driven away, which meant that the murderer was not afraid of being discovered at all. He was completely fearless and did not worry about the revenge and pursuit of the surviving members of the Hurut tribe at all. Looking at the direction in which Jia and the others were chasing, they were also heading towards the hinterland of the Xianxia Khanate and not towards the border region. Could it be that the murderer who attacked the Hurut tribe was a noble of the Xianxia Khanate? When Li Wangyu thought of this, he hurriedly drove the sand boat to chase after Audian and told his thoughts loudly to Audian. Daoist ceaselessly waved his whip, urging the horse beneath him to speed up, and his eyes were like a hawk as he stared into the distance. In response to Li Wangyu's words, he didn't even turn his head as he replied coldly, "No matter who the murderer is, the Hurut tribe will not rest until they are dead. Even if the barbarian Khan is in front of me, I will make him pay with his life. Even if all of us die in battle, we will not back down even half a step." After Audian finished speaking, he hesitated for a moment before turning his head to look at Li Wangyu. "Li Wangyu, your injuries have basically healed. This matter has nothing to do with you, so don't follow me anymore. Quickly leave and return to the Tang dynasty. The Hurut tribe will never forget you as a friend." Li Wangyu glared at him. "Scram. Your Ruo is your sister, and she is also my sister. I, Li Wangyu, will definitely avenge her. If you dare to make me leave again, do you believe that I will fall out with you right now?" It was not that Li Wangyu wanted to be brave, he also knew that Audian's words were out of good intentions. However, if he left just like that, he was afraid that he would never be able to forgive himself in this lifetime, let alone feel at ease. No matter how much he missed Su Chongqing and his child, there were things that a man should and should not do. The Hurut tribe was almost wiped out. If he did not care and turned around to leave, even he would despise himself. Dian stared deeply at Li Wangyu, nodded heavily, and did not say anything else. He continued to urge the horse to gallop forward. After 127 horses galloped on the grassland for more than an hour, Dian finally saw a troop in front of him. A troop of 500 to 600 people, driving thousands of cows and sheep, casually galloping on the grassland. Without a doubt, these were the murderers who attacked the Hurut tribe. The eyes of the Tiela people instantly turned red as blood, and they waved their whips even more vigorously, looking like they were about to charge forward and fight their enemies to the death. However, when Li Wangyu saw the murderers who massacred the Hurut tribe, he could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. Those murderers were indeed from the Xianxia Khanate. More importantly, these 500 to 600 people were all armored soldiers. Although the Xianxia Khanate was a grassland tribe, its army was like the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains. They all wore armor, but the style and quality of the armor were different. Li Wangyu secretly clenched his fist, but in his heart, he had already made up his mind to die. 127 Tiela people, plus a weakling like him, against 500 to 600 armored cavalrymen, it was basically a dead end. No matter how tough Audian and the other Tiela people were, at the end of the day, they were just herdsmen. No matter how valiant they were, how could they fight against 500 to 600 armored soldiers by themselves? But even so, Li Wangyu didn't have the thought of running away in his heart. He just silently touched the grenade in his arms, thinking about how many people he could drag down to die with him before his last breath. Chongqing. See you in the next life, take care of our child. Li Wangyu silently said goodbye to his wife again in his heart. He resolutely gripped the hand that was controlling the sail, and followed closely beside Audian. Over 100 horses of the Hurut tribe galloped over, causing a huge commotion. When the Xianxia cavalrymen who had massacred the Hurut tribe realized that someone was chasing after them, they did not panic at all. Instead, they stopped moving forward, jumped off their horses, and formed a battle formation, waiting calmly for Audian and the others to come closer. Li Wangyu, who was on the sand boat, naturally understood this abnormal behavior, but he couldn't help but feel suspicious. The Hu-Root tribe came for revenge. Although these murderers had the advantage in numbers, what was the meaning of dismounting and forming a battle formation? Could it be that these Xianxia cavalrymen were so arrogant that they thought they could defeat Dian and the other herdsmen by dismounting? If that was the case, they might still have a chance to live today. However, Li Wangyu did not expect that when Dian led the cavalrymen to a distance of 1 mile from the cavalrymen, he suddenly pulled the reins and stretched out his right hand, indicating for everyone to stop. Li Wangyu was puzzled, so he asked, "Daolong, why did you stop?" Even though he had never been in a battle formation, he knew the principle of finishing in one go. Since the other party had already dismounted, how could they let go of such a good opportunity? At this moment, shouldn't they charge forward and use the speed and charging force of the cavalrymen to defeat their opponents in one go? Dian did not reply, but jumped off his horse and pulled out his saber. Those Tila people also jumped off their horses, pulled out their weapons, and silently stood behind Dian, forming a battle formation. Li Wangyu, since you don't want to leave, then you are my brother. Today, you and I are going to die together. It's a fortunate thing. Stand by my side and we'll charge together. Li Wangyu was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Chapter 1023. Cavalry getting off their horses and forming a battle formation. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded by the scene in front of him. His brain, which had been filled with blood due to the rush of blood, quickly calmed down. Following which, he thought back to the Battle of Shuayantuo in history. In the 15th year of Xinguan, Pai Lupi ordered Minister of War Li Ji to lead 150,000 troops to attack Maobei. In order not to waste time, Li Ji led 6,000 Tang dynasty cavalry and Tujue cavalry to chase Shuayantuo's army to Nuozhen Water, where the Battle of Nuozhen Water broke out. In the end, the 200,000 Shuayantuo cavalry dismounted on the Mongol grassland like they had gotten the wrong script. They treated themselves as infantry and fought against the 6,000 Tang cavalry. The 200,000 Shuayantuo's dismounted cavalry were brutally beaten by the 6,000 Tang cavalry and were defeated like a landslide. 3,000 of them were beheaded, 50,000 were captured, and the rest fled to Maobei. Along the way, there was heavy snow, and most of the Shuayantuo people died from the cold. Of the 200,000 troops, only 20,000 managed to escape. This battle also gave rise to Li Ji's achievements. When Li Wangyu read history books, he felt that the Shuayantuo people's brains must have been kicked by a donkey. The grassland nomadic cavalry actually dismounted during battle, turning cavalry into infantry. How stupid were they? However, Shuayantuo's dismounted cavalry formation was the traditional battle formation of the Shuayantuo Khanate. At that time, the Eastern Turks were really strong, and they taxed excessively, causing the Tila people to suffer. In the 2nd year of Xinguan, the barbarian man led his troops to fight against the Turks. Shili Khan sent troops to suppress the Tila people, but he did not expect that the Turks would be defeated by them. It was because the barbarian man defeated the Turks that his prestige rose, and the Tila people chose him to be the Khan, establishing the Shuayantuo Khanate. The method that the Tila people used to defeat the Turks was to dismount and form a cavalry formation. They all won with their men, but they did not use their mounts. 5 men in a group, 1 on the horse, 4 in front. The order was, if you win, you ride and chase. If you lose, you die. Shuayantuo's strategy was to form a group of 5. One of them would be in charge of the 5 horses, while the other 4 would fight on foot. If they won, they would pursue on horseback. If they lost, they would retreat on horseback. To Shuayantuo's cavalry, horses were only a means of transportation and not a fighting force. To the people of the grassland, this was a wonder. However, such a dismounted cavalry formation was able to defeat the Turkic cavalry who were at the peak of their power. Whether it was the cavalry of the Eastern Turks or the Western Turks, Xianxia would always use this move. Moreover, he would win every battle. This made Xianxia's people even more superstitious about dismounted cavalry. It was not until the 15th year of Xinguan that Xianxia's dismounted cavalry formation was taught a lesson by the iron cavalry of the Tang dynasty that this strange tactic died out. Li Wangyu recalled the history of the Tang dynasty and immediately understood why those Xianxia cavalry dismounted and formed a formation, and why Audian and the other Tiela people also dismounted. Was there something wrong with his head? One must know that cavalry was the most invincible army in the era of cold weapons. Giving up on being a cavalry with plus 100 combat power and jumping off the back of a horse to become a foot soldier, this was simply crazy. Immediately, he jumped down from the sand boat, grabbed Audian and roared, "Dalong, wait. You can't fight like that. This is just courting death. Quickly get on the horse, I have a way to defeat them." Audian and the others were already prepared to charge. Being burned by the flames of vengeance, how could he listen to Li Wangyu's words? "Li Wangyu, let go." Audian pulled Li Wangyu to the side and explained, "We Tiela people have always fought like this. Horses can't break the formation at all. This is how the Turks were defeated by us Tiela people. Listen to me, Dalong. If you charge over like this, you are just courting death. Today, we don't plan to go back alive. If they don't die, we will die. None of us Hurut men are afraid of death." Audian did not listen to him at all. Li Wangyu was so anxious that his face turned red. He opened his arms and stood in front of Audian. "Bullshit. They are already dead, who will avenge Yeruo? Dalong, do you believe me? Listen to me, I guarantee that we can defeat them. If you don't listen to me, then just step over my body." Audian was startled by his roar. He looked at the group of Tiela people and did not know how to respond. The Tiela people were not afraid of death, but more than 200 people in their tribe were slaughtered. Of course, they wanted to avenge this blood debt. If they did not care about the consequences and fought with their lives, they would die. However, they were not willing to let their enemies leave so easily. Li Wangyu was a Tang man who they picked up from the grassland. Although he was thin and weak, his abilities made everyone gasp in admiration. Whether it was the sand boat that could run without animal power or boiling salt in water, Audian and the others were amazed. Many of them even treated Li Wangyu as a god. Audian hesitated for a moment. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Li Wangyu, tell me, how can we defeat those bastards?" Li Wangyu's eyes flashed as he pointed at the horses behind them and said, "Mounted archery." Mounted archery. Audian did not understand what Li Wangyu meant. "Yes, mounted archery." Li Wangyu nodded his head confidently. In his eyes, dismounting cavalry like Xianxia was putting the cart before the horse. No wonder the Xianxia Khanate was defeated by the Tang army not long after it existed. As for the Turks, they were even weaker. They could not even break the dismounted cavalry formation of the Tiela people, which was a joke. No wonder the Turks were chased to the west by the Tang army. Although Li Wangyu had never been in a war before, as a military fan, he knew that the strongest cavalry in history was the Mongol cavalry during the Genghis Khan era. The tactics of the Mongol cavalry were split into the Mongol light cavalry and the Mongol heavy cavalry. The Mongol light cavalry was famous for their mounted archery, and they were the nightmare of infantry. With 100 men in a group, they would walk outside the infantry formation and shoot out arrows to kill the infantry. Before the two armies clashed, the Mongol light cavalry would be able to kill large amounts of enemy troops from afar, causing them to fall into chaos. Following which, the Mongol heavy cavalry would quickly charge forward and crush the enemy like a mountain pressing down on them. The Mongol cavalry relied on such tactics to conquer 2/3 of the Eurasian continent with a small race of less than 2 million people. In Li Wangyou's eyes, the Tila people of the Hurut tribe were also good at mounted archery. It was just that they did not find the right tactic. While both sides were talking, the 500 to 600 Shui Intuo soldiers seemed to be getting impatient. They started to slowly push their formation towards them. Li Wangyou knew that he couldn't hesitate any longer. Otherwise, the only path left for him was complete annihilation. Dalong, don't say any more. Tell them to listen to me. Everyone get on their horses and follow my sand boat to charge. After Li Wangyou finished, he ran back to the sand boat. Dian hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and shouting at the Tila people beside him. Everyone listened to Li Wangyou's orders and got on their horses again. Chapter 1024. The Hurut tribesmen mounted their horses again, which was out of the expectations of the Shui Intuo cavalry. However, the Shui Intuo cavalry did not panic. Instead, they looked at them with disdain. Like a cat catching a mouse, they stopped advancing and rearranged their infantry formation, waiting for the Hurut tribesmen to come to their deaths. The distance between the two sides was only 1 mile. When Dian led all the Hurut tribesmen to mount their horses, Li Wangyou immediately drove the sand boat and charged towards the Shui Intuo cavalry formation. Although Dian and the rest did not understand what Li Wangyou wanted to do, they could only grit their teeth and follow. Seeing that the Hurut tribesmen dared to charge at their formation, the Shui Intuo cavalry showed a ferocious smile. They listened to the command of the centurion and drew their bows, waiting for the Hurut tribesmen to step into the land of death. The range of the longbow was 200 meters. As long as the Hurut tribesmen continued to charge at the infantry formation, they would be the first to be baptized by the rain of arrows. Then, the Shui Intuo cavalry would advance in a square formation and use the steel blades in their hands to reap the lives of the enemies. This tactic had been proven to be very effective in the many battles the Shui Intuo Khanate had against the Turks. They also relied on the dismounted cavalry formation to beat the Turks into a sorry state. However, the Shui Intuo cavalry did not expect Li Wangyou to lead a group of Hurut tribesmen to charge straight at them. Just as they were about to enter the range of the arrows, he controlled the sand boat to draw an arc in front of the Shui Intuo cavalry formation and went around them. Dian and the rest followed Li Wangyou's sand boat closely and urged their horses to gallop. The advantage of cavalry was speed. Giving up speed and dismounting to fight was simply the stupidest of the stupidest. Li Wangyou was prepared to copy Li Ji's tactic and deal with the horses of the Shui Intuo cavalry first. Behind the Shui Intuo cavalry formation were their war horses. 500 to 600 war horses were guarded by over 100 Shui Intuo cavalry. Separating the horses from the cavalrymen was simply an extremely stupid idea. Since the Shui Intuo people had given him such a big gift, how could Li Wangyou not accept it? Li Ji was able to defeat Shui Intuo's army of 200,000 with 6,000 cavalrymen. No matter how weak he was, it wouldn't be a problem for him to defeat these 500 to 600 cavalrymen. Shui Intuo's cavalrymen never thought that the herdsmen of the Hurut tribe would actually bypass the infantry formation. After circling around the infantry formation, they pounced towards the rear of their army. They immediately panicked. The centurions commanding the infantry formation were shocked when they saw this situation. They hurriedly ordered the infantry formation to turn around, intending to turn back and save their own troops. However, how could a two-legged infantryman outrun a four-legged cavalry? Without waiting for Shui Intuo's dismounted cavalry to return to the rear, Li Wangyou had already led Dian and the others to kill their way into Shui Intuo's rear army. Even though the number of these unmanned warhorses and the unlucky ones who were leading them was equal to Di and his men, how could they possibly stop the attack of Di and his men, who were filled with rage? Di and his men pierced through Shui Intuo's rear army as if they were chopping melons and vegetables, directly chopping down those unlucky ones. As for the horses of the rear army, they were also driven away by the men of the Hurut tribe. In just a moment, these warhorses were either dead or running away. When Shui Intuo's dismounted cavalrymen, under the leadership of the centurions, ran back to the rear army while panting heavily. There were no traces of the warhorses. After the successful attack, Li Wangyu didn't give Shui Yintuo's men a chance at all. He had already led Di and his men far away. Without the warhorses of the rear army, this group of dismounted cavalrymen of Shui Yintuo was just a tortoise in Li Wangyu's eyes. They couldn't run away, they couldn't fight. Now, they only needed to use the speed of the horses to slowly exhaust them to death. Li Wangyu's face finally revealed a smile. He originally thought that they would die, but because of the stupidity of Shui Yintuo's men, he actually saw the dawn of victory. After losing their warhorses, Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen finally realized that things were not going well. Just as Li Wangyu thought, these Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen suddenly realized that they were in a rather awkward situation. They wanted to escape, but they didn't have horses. They wanted to fight, but those damn herdsmen didn't give them a chance at all. The few centurions leading the troops couldn't help but look at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Di and the others also reacted. Each of them revealed a smile on their faces. They couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression when they looked at Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen. In their eyes, without horses, they could exhaust these Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen. Without horses on the grassland, no matter how powerful the cavalrymen were, they were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. At this moment, Li Wangyu was also in high spirits. He pointed at the terrified Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen who were huddled together and laughed. "Daolong, how is it? Do you have the confidence to kill them now?" Di's face revealed a cruel smile. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. "They are dead meat. I definitely won't let them walk out of this grassland. Li Wangyu, leave the rest to us." Li Wangyu didn't try to show off. He nodded and prepared to watch this small-scale battle from the side. Just now, he had already explained to Di how they should use the mounted archery tactic to exhaust these armored Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen. Di let the tribesmen rest for a moment to recover their horses. He then led the troops and charged towards Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen again. The herdsmen of the Hurut tribe didn't give Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen any chance to attack them. Under Di's lead, they followed Li Wangyu's instructions and constantly urged their horses to circle around the Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen who were like tortoises. The bows in their hands constantly shot out arrows, slowly reaping the lives of the Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen. The well-equipped Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen were passively beaten. After Di and the others killed close to 100 of them, they finally collapsed. The centurions and the cavalrymen couldn't restrain the troops anymore. Some of the Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen who were scared out of their wits directly knelt down and surrendered. Some of them fled in all directions, hoping to escape with their lives. Those Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen who fled in all directions became a meal for Di and the others who were already in a killing frenzy. They urged their horses to chase after them and slash them down. No matter how fast a human could run, in this vast grassland, how could they possibly outrun a horse? Without much effort, those cavalrymen who tried to escape were slashed to the ground by the Hurut herdsmen who were filled with anger. They lost all signs of life, while the other cavalrymen directly chose to surrender. A small-scale battle came to an end just like that. Out of the 500 to 600 well-equipped Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen, 200 to 300 of them were killed. The rest were all taken captive. Di led his men and gathered all the captives together, preparing to interrogate them. Di and the others still didn't understand why the Hurut tribe was brutally slaughtered by the Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen. Di held a steel blade in his hand and jumped down from his horse. He directly dragged out a person from the captives and slashed down without saying a word. A rain of blood splattered out and sprayed all over Di's body, making him look even more ferocious. Li Wangyu sighed silently, but he didn't stop Di from killing the captives. All the women and children in the Hurut tribe were slaughtered. With such a blood feud, no matter what Di and the others did, Li Wangyu could understand. After Adi chopped off the head of that Xianxia cavalryman, the remaining 200 to 300 cavalrymen were scared out of their wits. They all knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. These Xianxia's cavalrymen who were originally swaggering and arrogant were now like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, each of them trembling in fear. As if venting his anger, Adi continuously slashed several captives to death. Only then did he begin to interrogate these Xianxia's cavalrymen about the reason for slaughtering the Hurut tribe. The Xianxia's cavalrymen who had long been scared out of their wits and were begging for mercy, including the centurions, immediately spilled the beans like a bamboo tube as they honestly revealed the truth. After hearing the results of the interrogation of the captives, Wang Yu couldn't help but be stunned. He never would have thought that this calamity of the Hurut tribe was actually caused by him. Chapter 1025. After interrogating the captured Xianxia cavalry, Adi finally understood that the root cause of the Hurut tribe's disaster was actually salt. The 7 to 8 kilograms of salt that Wang Yu and his tribesmen boiled not only didn't make the Hurut tribe rich, but also almost made the tribe extinct. He originally thought that the high price of salt on the grassland was only because of the merchants' greed. However, Wang Yu never expected that although the Xianxia Khanate didn't have a salt and iron monopoly policy like the Tang dynasty, all the salt sold on the grassland was actually controlled by the nobles of the Xianxia Khanate. While Wang Yu, Adi, and the others were busy building a salt drying pond beside the saltwater lake, Chief Xianxia led his people to the largest market 300 miles away. He planned to use the 7 to 8 kilograms of salt to test the market and see how the sales would be. The salt came easily, so Chief Xianxia naturally sold it at a cheap price. The market price of a sheep on the grassland was less than a liter of small bag of salt, but Chief Xianxia exchanged 1 sheep for 2 bags of salt. With the price reduced by half, it was naturally easy to sell. In less than half a day, all the salt they brought was sold. This made Chief Xianxia and his tribesmen of the Hurut tribe smile brightly. They felt that the Hurut tribe's good days were coming. However, they never thought that the Hurut tribe selling salt in the market would attract the anger of the Xianxia Khanate. Baozhua, the son of the Xianxia Khanate, was the real master behind the scenes who controlled the salt trade on the grassland. The fact that the Hurut tribe was selling salt in the market naturally couldn't be hidden from others. This matter was immediately reported to Baozhua. Baozhua naturally wouldn't allow any tribe to snatch food from his mouth. Therefore, Chief Xianxia and his tribesmen, who were full of joy with a large amount of goods, didn't even have time to enjoy the joy of success before they welcomed the group of death gods who were sent by Baozhua to chase after Xianxia. Baozhua wasn't the least bit interested in how the Hurut tribe got their salt. He only gave one order to this group of Xianxia cavalry, and that was to kill them all. This was Baozhua's warning to all the tribes on the grassland who dared to touch his interests. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. The Hurut tribe was the chicken in Baozhua's eyes. This group of Xianxia cavalry followed Chief Xianxia's group in secret according to Baozhua's orders. When they found the Hurut tribe, they didn't say anything and rushed into the tribe. In the tribe, they were no match for the Xianxia cavalry. Other than a clansman who risked his life to run out and report the news to Audian, the entire clan was killed. Xianxia's cavalry did not care why there were no young men in the tribe. After killing and setting fire to the tribe, they looted everything in the Hut tribe and drove the cattle and sheep away, preparing to return to report on their mission. The Hua cavalry didn't draw people. Chiu cavalry was the cavalry's, Shua Chiu cavalry, S people's as cavalry was cavalry. Tu's chief and Khanates, Hua, and this, S and Khanate. The centurions of the Xianxia cavalry would never have thought that the well-equipped Xianxia cavalry, who had defeated the Turks so easily, would be defeated by a few hundred herdsmen. Even centurions like them had become captives. Are you really sent by Prince Daoist? After listening to the confession of the centurions, Adil's face turned dark. The few centurions looked at each other and thought that Ague was frightened by Bajua's identity. They couldn't help but raise their voices. That's right. Are you from the Hurut tribe? Since you know that we are Prince Daoist's subordinates, why don't you let us go and tie your hands and follow us to beg for forgiveness? I will plead for you later. I think Prince Daoist will spare your lives for the sake of your bravery. He might even entrust you with important tasks. Are you trying to rebel? We are Prince Daoist's subordinates. Ague nodded. Good, good, you are all Prince Daoist's subordinates. Before he could finish his sentence, he swung the steel saber in his hand and chopped off the head of a centurion. Then go to hell and repent to my clansmen. As Ague made his move, the hundreds of Hurut tribe members all stabbed their steel sabers into the bodies of the Xianxia cavalrymen with bloodshot eyes. Miserable howls resounded through the sky, and blood mist filled the grassland. Li Wangyou's face couldn't help but twitch a few times. However, he just turned his head and didn't look at Ague's actions of killing the captives. The 242 people of the Hurut tribe, including the women and children, were all slaughtered by these beasts. No matter how Ague and the others took revenge, in Li Wangyou's eyes, it was reasonable. This group of Xianxia cavalrymen had already been disarmed. They didn't have sabers or swords in their hands, armor to defend themselves, and horses to help them. Under such circumstances, even if they found out that the Hurut tribe was killing the captives and wanted to resist or escape, it would be of no use. After a few minutes, the grassland regained its tranquility. However, the strong smell of blood almost made Li Wangyou vomit. He resisted the urge to look at the corpses of the Xianxia cavalrymen and found Ague, who was covered in blood. Delang, what are you going to do next? Why don't you go back to the Tang dynasty with me? Don't worry, the Tang dynasty also belongs to the Tila people. I will order people to allocate a grassland for you, which is enough for the Hurut tribe to thrive. In Li Wangyou's view, Ague and the others definitely couldn't stay in the Xianxia Khanate after such a thing happened. In this way, it was a good choice to go back to the Tang dynasty with him. As for the murderer behind the massacre of the Hurut tribe, the legitimate son of the Ishan Khan, Li Wangyou couldn't do anything to him even though he was the prefectural duke of the Tang dynasty. He couldn't ask Pai Lupi to send the cavalry to attack the Xianxia cavalrymen just because the Hurut tribe was slaughtered, right? It was the 6th year of Zhenguan, and the Tang dynasty and the Xianxia Khanate were still in the honeymoon period. The relationship between the two countries was harmonious, and the Tang dynasty couldn't force the Ishan Khan to hand over his legitimate son just because of a small tribe in the Xianxia Khanate. Those who had this idea were crazy. However, Ague didn't accept Li Wangyou's suggestion at all. He directly shook his head and rejected Li Wangyou's kindness. No, I want to stay with my people on the grassland. I want to avenge my dead people. As long as Bajua is alive, we won't leave. You're crazy. Li Wangyou didn't expect Ague to still want to kill Bajua. He couldn't help but yell at Ague. He is the prince of the Xianxia Khanate, and he has countless guards around him. How can you kill him? Do you want to kill everyone in the Hurut tribe before you stop? Dalong, stop. Yero's spirit in heaven doesn't want you and your people to die in vain. Ague, whose face was covered in blood, suddenly smiled and showed his white teeth to Li Wangyou. Those bastards just told me that Bajua is in the bazaar now, waiting for them to report back. I'm going to take my people to raid the bazaar and find that bastard Bajua. He has thousands of Xianxia cavalrymen around him. You're going to die. We, the men of the Hurut tribe, are not afraid of death. You bastard! Li Wangyou was so angry that he couldn't help swearing. Yero and her people's lives are important, but these people's lives are not. Dalong, listen to me. We Tangs have a saying, where there is life, there is hope. There will be a chance to avenge Yero in the future. I, Li Wangyou, swear to God that if I can't kill Bajua, I will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Gue still shook his head. No, we will avenge ourselves. Facing the stubborn Gue, Li Wangyu was so angry that he snatched the steel knife from Gue's hand and slashed at the air as if he was venting his anger. After a long while, Li Wangyu threw away the steel blade that was covered in bloodstains while panting. He turned his head and said to Gue, "All right, since that's the case, I'll accompany you." Sigh, I've been criticized by everyone every day for my lousy writing. After a day of reflection, I still don't know how to write without being lousy. Maybe my writing is not good enough. Chapter 10:26. Although the disaster that the Hurut tribe encountered was not directly related to Li Wangyu, it was still caused by the salt that he had boiled for the tribe. To Li Wangyu, doing something bad out of kindness was naturally very uncomfortable. He regretted underestimating the greed and shamelessness of those who had vested interests. Although the nobles of the Tang dynasty were equally greedy, at least they still maintained a semblance of benevolence and morality. On the other hand, the rules of the grassland were completely the survival of the fittest. As the legitimate son of the barbarian Khan, Bajwa actually sent out his subordinates without any scruples and slaughtered the Hurut tribe. This was something that Li Wangyu could not accept at all. Since Dian and the others were determined to take revenge, Li Wangyu could only risk his life to accompany them and create havoc in the grassland. Seeing that Li Wangyu was actually willing to accompany them to seek revenge on Bajwa, Dian and the others were naturally overjoyed and could not help but cheer. After today's battle, all the people of the Hurut tribe had already worshipped Li Wangyu like a god. Although Li Wangyu had already made the people of the Hurut tribe gasp in amazement by boiling salt in salt water and driving without a horse and so on. However, today was different. They were determined to die and tragically prepared to be like moths to a flame. Even if they could not shake the Shui into O's cavalry, they planned to risk their lives and drag a few of them down with them to perish together. That was all. However, under such circumstances, Li Wangyu was able to lead 127 of them and miraculously annihilate 500 to 600 fully armed Shui into O cavalrymen. Moreover, the casualties they suffered were minimal. Apart from a few people who suffered some minor injuries when charging at the rear of the Shui into O's cavalry, it could be said that they were unharmed and killed 500 to 600 cavalrymen. The feeling of escaping death and being able to kill the murderer of their loved ones with their own hands made Dian and the group of Hurut men so excited that they almost forgot themselves. However, they also understood that all of this was due to Li Wangyu's magical command. It would be best if Li Wangyu was willing to help the Hurut tribe take revenge. However, after Atai's excitement, he shook his head and said, "Li Wangyu, you should return to the Tang dynasty as soon as possible. We will take revenge for the Hurut tribe ourselves." In Adi's view, even though Li Wangyu, this Tang, was miraculous, it was impossible for more than 100 people to deal with thousands of Shui into O's cavalry. If it wasn't for the blood feud between the tribes that they couldn't let go of, Dian wouldn't have sent himself to his death. He could not retreat, nor was he willing to retreat. But Li Wangyu was different. He was a Tang, and there was no need for him to throw his life away with them. Gue treated Li Wangyu as a brother and naturally had to think for him. Bullshit. Unless you are going back to the Tang dynasty with me, you don't have to say such things. Li Wangyu glared at Abdi and scolded him with a smile. Having said that, Dian had nothing else to say. He could only nod his head gratefully. He knew very well what Li Wangyu's decision to stay behind meant. "Li Wangyu, what should we do now? Tell us, we'll listen to you." The Tiela people were straightforward. Since Li Wangyu insisted on staying, Dian didn't waste any more words. He directly asked Li Wangyu if there was a way for them to take revenge. As long as they could kill Bajwa, Dian would have no regrets even if he had to die immediately. Li Wangyu couldn't help but lower his head and ponder. He was willing to help Dian take revenge. However, if Dian's original plan was to go to the market and fight Bajwa to the death, that wasn't bravery, but recklessness. In Chang and Su Changqing and his children were waiting for him to return. Li Wangyu didn't want to die in vain. Facing thousands of Shui Yintuo's cavalry, the previous move wouldn't work. Even if Shui Yintuo's people were stupid and were willing to dismount and fight with them, the rear army formed by thousands of horses and hundreds of cavalry wasn't something that Audian and his people could deal with. Once Shui Yintuo's cavalry reacted, they would definitely die. Since they couldn't fight head-on, they could only think of a way to kill bourgeois. Li Wangyu touched the last grenade in his pocket and finally made up his mind. He reached out his hand and called Audian over. He whispered a few words in his ear. However, Audian frowned and looked puzzled. Li Wangyu, what do you mean? Why do you want our tribesmen to compete in throwing stones? Don't worry about that. Just listen to me. Audian could only nod his head helplessly. He gathered his tribesmen and asked them to find fist-sized stones. Then, they would compete to see who had the greatest strength and could throw it the furthest. The men of the Hurut tribe were also puzzled. However, out of their trust in Li Wangyu, all the men of the Hurut tribe, including Audian, dismounted from their horses and began to look for stones in the grassland. Of course, this wasn't Li Wangyu deliberately teasing Audian and the others. He planned to use the last grenade to kill that bastard bourgeois. However, there would be many guards around bourgeois. It wouldn't be easy to use bows and arrows or other assassination methods. However, if he used the grenade, he could throw it far away. As long as he threw it accurately, he could kill with one shot. The Tiela tribesmen had never seen a bomb before. Naturally, they wouldn't be prepared for the grenade. The probability of success was the highest when the enemy was caught off guard. However, there was only one grenade. It wasn't easy to find saltpeter and sulfur in the grassland. Even if he wanted to remake gunpowder, it wouldn't be easy. Therefore, he asked Audian to organize all the tribesmen to throw stones. He wanted to choose the person who could throw the stones the furthest and most accurately. The men of the Hurut tribe started to throw stones on the grassland like naughty children. After a round of competition, Li Wangyu didn't expect that the person who could throw stones the furthest and most accurately in the Hurut tribe would be Audian. After choosing the person to throw the grenade, Li Wangyu asked Audian to lead his tribesmen to take off the armor and clothes of the dead Shui Yintuo cavalrymen and let them change into them to disguise themselves as the Shui Yintuo cavalrymen. Fortunately, the Shui Yintuo's recruitment system was similar to the Tang dynasty's military system. Every tribe needed to send their strong tribesmen to serve in the army regularly. Therefore, Audian and the others were very familiar with the military system and various rules of the Shui Yintuo cavalrymen. It wasn't a problem for them to pretend to be the Shui Yintuo cavalrymen. Of course, this was to sneak into the market and find a chance to kill that bastard bourgeois. Li Wangyu also pinched his nose and changed into a set of relatively clean Shui Yintuo armor. Although the bloodstains on the armor had been wiped clean, he still felt uncomfortable wearing the clothes of the dead. Li Wangyu resisted the little bit of misophobia in his heart and mounted a healthy horse. As for the sand boat, it was too eye-catching. Li Wangyu could only reluctantly give it up. After everything was ready, Li Wangyu waved his hand and led the 100 cavalrymen to set off again, galloping towards the market. Chapter 10:27. Overseer Mountain, where the royal court of the Xianxia Khanate was located. Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights, Tang Songling, led his subordinates in a mad dash. In a little over a month, they had rushed from Chang'an to Overseer Mountain. The first thing he did was request an audience with the barbarian Khan. Tang Songling could not be blamed for being anxious. This matter was truly too important and could not be delayed. Unexpectedly, His Highness the Duke of Qin had not perished in the desert. Instead, he had escaped alone from the hands of the desert bandits. It was very likely that he had fled into the Xianxia Khanate. Duke Lu had rushed the news back to Chang'an, immediately triggering a huge earthquake. There was no need to mention the turmoil in the imperial court. When Su Chongqing learned of this good news, she was both surprised, happy, and worried. Despite her strong character, she could not help but hold her children in her arms and weep uncontrollably. In the past 1.5 years, Su Chongqing had been missing her husband all the time. If it weren't for her children to worry about and entrust her to, perhaps Su Chongqing wouldn't have been able to hold on. Needless to say, Chang'e was also in tears. When Tang Songling set out, Su Chongqing led Princess Chang'e to the outskirts of Chang and to see him off. She presented an expensive itinerary and requested that Tang Songling find Li Wangyu no matter what. When the two Qin Wangfei gracefully bowed towards Tang Songling, he was so frightened that he hurriedly knelt and bowed in return. He repeatedly promised that he would do his utmost to bring His Highness back. In reality, Tang Songling was inwardly complaining. Li Wangyu's escape into the northern desert grasslands was actually only a guess. If he successfully found Li Wangyu from the northern desert grasslands, everyone would naturally be happy. However, if there was an accident, or if he could not find Li Wangyu at all, then he would be in a predicament. How would he return to Chang'an and report to Pai Lupi? How would he explain this to the two Qin Wangfei? Tang Songling was also under a great deal of pressure. As a result, he did not dare to stop and rest. Exhausted, he rushed to Overseer Mountain. In order to find Li Wangyu in the northern desert grasslands, Shui Yintuo's assistance was essential. Shui Yintuo naturally attached great importance to an envoy from the Tang dynasty. As for Tang Songling, the envoys of the Xianxia Khanate took good care of him, providing him with fine wine, fine food, and beautiful women. But Tang Songling wasn't in the mood to enjoy these things. He only wanted to see the barbarian Khan as soon as possible, but he didn't expect to be rejected. Although envoy Shui Yintuo, who was in charge of receiving Tang Songling, was extremely courteous, he tried to evade Tang Songling's request to meet the barbarian Khan. However, the pretext was that the Khan's health had not been well recently, so he asked Tang Songling to stay at Overseer Mountain for a few days. When the barbarian Khan's health improved, he would pay him a visit. Tang Songling was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't just ignore everything and barge into the barbarian Khan's golden tent, could he? Tang Songling also noticed that the atmosphere on Overseer Mountain was very tense. He couldn't help but wonder what had happened in the Xianxia Khanate. Tang Songling sent out men to make inquiries and spent a large sum of gold and silver to bribe Shui Yintuo's envoy. Only then did Tang Songling finally find out why the barbarian Khan wasn't in the mood to meet him and why the atmosphere on Overseer Mountain was so tense. Prince Bashuo of the Xianxia Khanate had been assassinated a few days ago, and the murderer was still being pursued. His son had been killed, so one could imagine how bad the barbarian Khan's mood was. He had even sent out tens of thousands of cavalry to chase after the murderer, but there was still no good news. After finding out the whole story, Tang Songling was also helpless. The assassination of the barbarian Khan's son was obviously the most important thing for the Xianxia Khanate. Compared to that, the Xianxia Khanate naturally didn't care as much about finding the Prince of Qin of the Tang dynasty. However, the barbarian Khan knew why Tang Songling was here. Although he didn't summon Tang Songling, he sent someone to pass on a message, assuring him that the Xianxia Khanate would do their best to find the Prince of Qin. Regarding this, Tang Songling could only suppress the anxiety in his heart and stay at Overseer Mountain for the time being. How could Tang Songling know that the murderer, who had assassinated Prince Bashuo and was being chased by the Xianxia Khanate's cavalry, was the person he was looking for, Li Wangyu? In a small valley 1,000 miles away from Overseer Mountain, Li Wangyu, 80, and the rest were all lying on the grass, exhausted and in a sorry state. Out of the 127 surviving tribesmen of the Hurut tribe, less than half of them were still with 80. There were only 40 to 50 of them, and almost all of them were injured. 80 took out some dry rations and ate 2 mouthfuls, then said gloomily, "Li Wangyu, it's a pity that you only have one heavenly thunder." Otherwise, those damn Xianxia Khanate's cavalry wouldn't dare to chase after us so recklessly. Li Wangyu weakly rolled his eyes at him and said, "You bastard, if it weren't for you, would we have been chased by the Xianxia Khanate's cavalry?" 80 laughed foolishly, then scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "Well, hee, I just couldn't hold myself back for a moment." Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered to say anything more to this bastard, so he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, thinking about how to escape from the pursuit of the Xianxia Khanate's cavalry. The heavenly thunder mentioned by 80 was naturally Li Wangyu's homemade hand grenade. That day, after they had wiped out 500 to 600 cavalrymen of the Hurut tribe, they took off their clothes and disguised themselves as the Xianxia Khanate's cavalry. They went to the market and prepared to assassinate Bajwa. Originally, everything was going smoothly. Li Wangyu, 80, and the rest of the people had successfully sneaked into the market without attracting anyone's attention. As for the tent of Xianxia Khanate's prince, it took them a little effort to find it. Although the outside of Bajwa's tent was heavily guarded, and no one could get within 100 steps of it. However, Li Wangyu wasn't worried about this at all. In the future, when the troops threw hand grenades, their accuracy was around 70 to 80 meters. However, there were also soldiers with super strong arms who could throw hand grenades 100 meters away. And Ague was able to do this. Previously, when they were throwing stones on the grassland, 80 could throw them 100 steps away, and his accuracy was quite good. According to Li Wangyu's plan, he and 80 led a few people to guard outside Bajwa's tent, waiting for an opportunity. Once Bajwa appeared, 80 would immediately throw the hand grenade and kill that bastard. As for whether they could recognize Bajwa, there was no need to worry. Although the Xianxia Khanate had only been established for a few years, as the Xianxia Khanate's prince, Bajwa's clothes and accessories were naturally different from the rest, so it was easy to recognize him. Li Wangyu's plan was also successful. He, 80, and the rest of the people waited in the market for 2 days before they finally found the plan. Surrounded by a group of guards, when Bajwa went out, a clay pot with green smoke fell from the sky and landed at Bajwa's feet. No one realized that death was coming. Bajwa looked at the clay pot with some confusion and reached out to pick it up to see what was inside. In the next second, with a loud bang, flames burst out, and a cloud of blood rose into the sky. The grenade exploded in the crowd, and a large number of people, including the guards who were surrounding Bajwa, were blown to the ground. As for Bajwa, he was killed on the spot and died. Bajwa was the Xianxia Khanate's prince, the son of the barbarian Khan. In the original history, in the 19th year of Xingguan, after the death of the barbarian Khan, he took over the throne and established himself as Duomi Khan. Because he was the enemy of the Tang dynasty, Xingguan was killed by the Huihe people in the 20th year of Xingguan. Although his life was short, he had satisfied his craving. But now, Bajwa no longer had the chance to ascend the throne. If Bajwa knew that he died because he ordered people to destroy a small tribe, who didn't know how to open their eyes, who knew if he would regret it? Originally, this assassination was perfect, but after Bajwa was killed, the scene was in chaos. In addition, the Tiela people had never seen the power of firearms, so they only thought that it was the wrath of the god of thunder that struck Bajwa to death. But the bad thing was 80. This Tiela man listened to Li Wangyu's order and threw the so-called divine thunder, but he didn't expect that it would really kill Bajwa. He was so excited that he forgot everything. Chapter 1028. According to the normal plot, Audai had killed Bajwa with the explosion. He had completely avenged his tribe, Chief Shijia, and his sister Yeruo. As long as he took advantage of the chaos to sneak away, no one would know. No one would know how Bajwa died. However, Li Wangyu didn't expect that the silly Audai would actually shout excitedly after throwing the grenade to kill Bajwa. Wahaha, Bajwa is dead. Bajwa is dead. Li Wangyu, did you see that? That bastard is really dead. I killed Bajwa. God above, I killed Bourgeois. Li Wangyu's face darkened. He rushed forward, covered the silly Audai's mouth, and was about to drag him away. Damn, this guy was simply a moron. If it weren't for the fact that Audai had saved him, Li Wangyu really wanted to kick him twice to vent his anger. He hadn't gotten out of danger yet, but he was shouting so loudly. Was he afraid that others couldn't hear him? Of course, Audai wasn't a fool. He was just suppressing too much grief and indignation because of the tragic death of his family and tribesmen. Now that he had suddenly gotten his revenge, he was stimulated to the point that he lost control. When he realized that he had made a mistake and was about to run away with Li Wangyu, it was already too late. Although the explosion of the grenades and Bourgeois' death had thrown the bazaar into chaos, Audai's roar was still heard by some people. Thus, a 1,000-mile chase began. Thousands of Shui Yintuo's cavalry began to pursue Li Wangyu and Diane's group with all their might as if they had gone mad. If it wasn't for the fact that the Hurut tribe was also incomparably familiar with the grassland, and that Li Wangyu was able to react according to the situation and come up with a lot of camouflage, they would only be able to escape with over 100 light cavalry. But even so, the cavalry of the Shui Yintuo Khanate didn't give up on chasing them. They were like gangrene attached to the bone, threatening Li Wangyu and his group all the time. After more than 10 days of escape, more than half of the remaining 100 tribesmen of the Hurut tribe had died. The remaining troops were all injured and exhausted. They were almost forced into a desperate situation. If Li Wangyu wanted to escape from the Xianxia Khanate, there were not many routes he could take. Going south was naturally the best way. As long as they could cross the Great Wall, they could return to the Tang dynasty. But for some unknown reason, they tried to escape to the south several times, but they were forced back by Shui Yintuo's cavalry who were searching for them. According to Qi and his clansmen's secret investigation, they discovered that the Xianxia Khanate had already deployed a considerable number of military forces in the south, forming a net to search for them everywhere. This feeling was quite strange, as if Shui Yintuo had predicted that he would escape to the Tang dynasty. There was no need to consider going north. Li Wangyu did not want to go to Siberia. If he did, his chances of going home would be even slimmer. To the east was Goguryeo, and Li Wangyu didn't wish to flee to Goguryeo either. Although the relationship between Goguryeo and the Tang dynasty was still harmonious, he still felt uneasy after killing Yun Gaesaman. How could he be willing to run to Goguryeo alone? To the west was the territory of the Turks. As for the relationship between the Turks and the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu naturally couldn't choose this path. After thinking about it, Li Wangyu felt that the only way to escape from Shui Yintuo was to enter the desert again. As long as they escaped into the desert, Shui Yintuo's cavalry would no longer be a threat to them. Although Li Wangyu didn't want to enter the desert again, this was the only way now. Just as Li Wangyu was thinking about how to escape from the Xianxia Khanate, in the Xianxia Palace of Overseer Mountain, the barbarian Khan was staring at the several Xianxia generals kneeling below with a gloomy face. You are all trash. After so many days, you still haven't caught the murderer of Kishuo. What's the use of me keeping you? Someone come. Drag these trash down and trample them to death. The generals immediately trembled and kowtowed and begged for mercy. Great Khan, please forgive us, please spare our lives, please give us another chance, we will definitely capture and kill the murderer to avenge Prince Dajua. Khan, please spare us. An old man beside the barbarian Khan persuaded, Khan, why don't you give them another chance? I'm sure they will do their best. Humph. Since Galadogan is pleading for you, I'll give you another 15 days. If you still can't catch the murderer, you don't have to come back. The barbarian Khan said sinisterly and waved his hand, indicating for the terrified generals to leave. The Galadogan he mentioned was not a person's name, but Shui Yintuo's official position. Shui Yintuo inherited the Tujue and had the same official system as the Tujue. Goli meant old, while Dogon was the official name. Galadogan had a prominent position, equivalent to the prime minister of the Tang dynasty. After the generals left the tent in fear, the barbarian Khan asked coldly, "Do the Tangs know that we are chasing the king of Qin?" The old man twisted his beard and shook his head. Of course they don't know. Tang Songling only knows that Prince Kishua was assassinated, but they don't know that it was their king of Qin who did it. That's good. Barbarian Khan stood up and paced a few steps inside the tent. My son died a tragic death. I wish I could pull out that surnamed Li's tendons and flay his skin, grind his bones and scatter his ashes to vent the anger in my heart. However, the Tang dynasty is powerful. Although I have 200,000 armored soldiers, I can't defeat the Tang dynasty. Therefore, this matter must not be spread. After we kill the king of Qin of the Tang dynasty, let the Tangs come to see me. Heh, don't worry, Great Khan. As long as we kill that Li Wangyu and destroy the evidence, we can slowly help the Tangs search for His Highness King of Qin. The old man nodded and smiled sinisterly. If Li Wangyu heard their conversation, he would immediately understand why his route to the south was blocked. It turned out that Xianxia's people had already known his identity, so they deliberately set up a heavy guard on his route to the south to prevent him from escaping back to the Tang dynasty. The barbarian Khan didn't want to see Tang Songling for the same reason. Pai Lupi sent Tang Songling to Xianxia to find Li Wangyu with the help of Xianxia. However, who would have thought that Xianxia was secretly searching for Li Wangyu and trying to kill him? Speaking of which, Li Wangyu's identity was exposed because of Dai. If he hadn't shouted out Li Wangyu's name in the market that day, Xianxia wouldn't have known the truth. Li Wangyu was now famous in the Tang dynasty. Even Xianxia, who was far away in Imo Bay, had heard of his name. Tang Songling went to Xianxia to ask for Xianxia's help to find Li Wangyu. One of the Tangs who assassinated Prince Bashua was also named Li Wangyu. With the combination of the two, how could the barbarian Khan and the others not know Li Wangyu's true identity? That was why the barbarian Khan refused to see Tang Songling. He didn't want Tang Songling to know about this. Xianxia couldn't afford to offend the Tang dynasty. However, the barbarian Khan was even more unwilling to let go of his son's murderer. Therefore, killing Li Wangyu secretly as soon as possible could hide it from the Tang dynasty. No one would know that the Tang dynasty's king of Qin had died in Mo Bay. However, no matter how much Yinan Khan and his trusted subordinates calculated, they never expected that Li Wangyu would escape to the desert. This gave Li Wangyu, Yen, and the others a chance to escape. I have to drive to another place to do something tomorrow. I may not be able to come back on the same day. Therefore, I have to take a day off. Chapter 1029. In the barbarian king's tent on Overseer Mountain, the barbarian Khan was still discussing the matter of capturing Li Wangyu with a few of his trusted officials when the tent's door was suddenly opened by someone. A young man ignored the guard's obstruction and directly barged in. "Father, please allow me to personally capture the murderer who killed my brother. I want to personally take revenge for my brother." The one who barged into the tent was the other son of the barbarian king, Shili. The barbarian king only had these two sons. How could he bear to let him go capture Li Wangyu? "Shili, don't mess around, I have my own plans for this matter." "No, father, I want to personally take revenge for my brother. I already know that the one who killed my brother is the Qin king of the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu. Father, please allow me to lead the troops to take revenge for my brother." The barbarian king was about to shake his head and refuse when the old man beside him persuaded, "Great Khan, Prince Shili has already grown up. An eagle needs to spread its wings and fly to hunt. Why don't you let Prince Shili go? That Qin Wang is now a stray dog. Could it be that Great Khan is still worried that he will bite back?" Hearing the old man say this, the barbarian king hesitated for a moment before nodding his head in agreement. "Good, since that's the case, then go. Bring 5,000 wolf cavalry and go capture your prey." I will be at Overseer Mountain waiting for news of your triumphant return. Xieli was overjoyed and immediately knelt down on one knee and bowed to his father. Father, don't worry, I will definitely bring Li Wangyou's head back to see you. He did not expect that his father would actually give him 5,000 wolf cavalry. This made Xieli very excited. In the legends of the Tila people, their ancestors were the descendants of the Xiongnu Chanyu's daughter and a god. Therefore, many of the customs of the Tila people were passed down from the same line as the Xiongnu people. The strongest thing about the Xiongnu people, the most terrifying thing, was the cavalry that held the wolf totem flag. They were as efficient and mobile as a pack of wolves, fearless of death, fierce and cruel. Therefore, those who could be called wolf cavalry were the most terrifying and feared cavalry on the grassland. Be it the Xiongnu, the Turks, or the Tila people, they were all like this. Shui Yintua, who had 200,000 troops, only had 10,000 of them who could be called wolf cavalry. In order to capture Li Wangyu, the barbarian male Khan allocated 5,000 wolf riders to Xieli Mo in one go. It can be seen that he was determined to kill Li Wangyu, he was determined to succeed. Xieli Feng did not delay for even a moment. After receiving the golden arrow for transferring troops from the hands of the barbarian male Khan, he prepared to set out immediately to pursue Li Wangyu and the others. The old man chased him out of the main tent and whispered a few words into his ear. Xieli Ku's eyes lit up as he listened, nodding repeatedly. After thanking the elder, Xieli led the 5,000 wolf cavalry and set out on the same day. With regards to this, Li Wangyu, Gue and the others were naturally unaware. After Li Wangyu confirmed that the desert would be their escape route, Dian immediately led the group to turn around and head towards the direction of their tribe. Not long after Li Wangyu left the desert, he met a wolf pack. Then, he met Dian and the others who went out to hunt. Hence, the Hurut tribe was not far from the desert. They carefully avoided the Shui Yintua cavalry that was searching for them, hiding in the day and going out at night. After 10 days on the grasslands, they finally returned to the Hurut tribe that was in ruins. Dian and the others were naturally really familiar with the surroundings of the Hurut tribe. This place was like their safety zone. To be able to return to their familiar hometown, it made the tense nerves of the surviving tribesmen relax by a lot. When the Hurut tribe was attacked, the women and children were all killed by the Shui Yintua cavalry. To take revenge, Dian and the others could only collect the corpses of their loved ones and hurriedly set out to chase those cavalry. Now that they returned to their tribe, Dian and the others naturally had to pay their respects to their loved ones. Based on the Tiela people's funeral customs, after one's loved ones died, their corpses would be placed in tents for 7 days before being burned and buried. The loved ones would also cut their faces with knives to show their condolences. Cutting one's face was using a small knife to cut one's face. Cutting one's face, cutting one's ears, cutting one's hair and tearing one's clothes. This was the funeral customs of the Turks and Tiela people. Due to time constraints, Dian and the others did not pay their respects to their loved ones and tribesmen. Now that they had returned to their tribe, Dian discussed with Li Wangyu that they wanted to stay for a few more days to pay their respects to their tribesmen. Dian, let's quickly leave this place and enter the desert. Staying here makes me feel uneasy. Recently, Li Wangyou's left eyelid had been twitching. His heart was on tenterhooks, and he couldn't help but advise. From the Hurut tribe to the desert, it would take half a day on a fast horse. Li Wangyu would rather run into the desert and eat sand than face the pursuit of the Shui Yintua cavalry. As long as they could enter the desert, they would be temporarily safe. Dian grinned. Li Wangyu, you Tang people have a saying, it's dark under the light. Those Shui Yintua cavalry would definitely not expect us to return to the tribe. Furthermore, we are tired and need to rest for a few days before entering the desert. The most dangerous place was the safest. This saying was not without reason. Although Li Wangyu was still uneasy, out of respect for Dian and the others, he nodded in agreement. Dian was right. In the past month, they had been chased by the Xianxia cavalry on the grassland. Almost everyone was injured, and they needed to rest. Now that they had finally gotten out of danger and had shaken off their pursuers, they naturally needed time to recuperate. Even if the people could persevere, the horses under them had already lost a layer of fat and needed time to recuperate and recover their energy. After discussing with Audien, they decided to stay in the ruins of the Huru tribe. They prepared to pay their respects to their tribesmen before leaving the desert and following Li Wangyu to the Tang dynasty, leaving this grassland. After staying in the Huru tribe for a few days, they did not see any Xianxia cavalry on the grassland. Li Wangyu slowly relaxed and felt that he was too worried. After all, the grassland was vast and sparsely populated. It was normal to not see a single person after riding for a day or two on the grassland. Even if the Xianxia Khanate sent out tens of thousands of cavalry to chase them, it was not easy to find them in the vast grassland. After all, the Xinguan of the Tang dynasty was not the modern era. They did not have advanced technology like reconnaissance planes and reconnaissance satellites. Just relying on manpower to find dozens of people on the grassland was like looking for a needle in a haystack. After staying in the ruins of the Huru tribe for a few days, Li Wangyu, Audien and the others finally recovered enough energy. They mounted their horses and prepared to leave the desert. Audien was the last to leave the ruins of the Huru tribe. He turned his head and looked at the tribe again. Just as he was about to mount his horse, his body suddenly froze. Li Wangyu did not know what was going on. Just as he was about to ask, Audien gestured for him to keep quiet. Then, Audien crouched on the ground and listened to something. Immediately, Audien's expression changed drastically. He jumped up on the horse and shouted to everyone, "Let's go quickly. A large group of cavalry is coming. There are no less than 1,000 of them." His words caused Li Wangyu to be greatly alarmed. They were discovered so quickly. Without much time to think, Li Wangyu and the others immediately urged their horses and rushed out of the ruins of the Huru tribe. They galloped toward the desert. Chapter 10:30. Li Wangyu and the rest fled quickly, but the pursuers came even faster. They did not run for more than an hour before a black cavalry line appeared on the horizon of the grassland behind them. With the momentum of Mount Tai, they chased after them rapidly. Adai's horsemanship was exceptional. He did not care about the galloping horse under him and stood on the horse's back, shading his eyes with his hand as he looked back. Previously, when they were fleeing on the grassland, they relied on Adai's superb horsemanship to predict the position of the pursuers in advance and lead everyone to escape from the encirclement. When Adai saw the pursuers behind them clearly, his expression changed drastically. "Not good. It's the wolf cavalry. Quick! Increase the speed." After Adai finished speaking, he did not care about the horse anymore and raised the horsewhip in his hand and lashed down fiercely. Under the pain, the horse under him suddenly exerted its strength and its speed increased by a few notches. When the men of the Huru tribe heard Adai's words, they also showed a frightened expression and silently raised their whips to urge their horses. Although Li Wangyu did not know what the wolf cavalry meant, but seeing Adai and the rest so nervous, he knew that the pursuers this time must be very powerful to make Adai and the rest so fearful. He could only wave his horsewhip and increase the speed. Fortunately, they did not lack horses. Li Wangyu and the rest all rode 3 horses each, so they did not have to worry about running for too long and the horses being tired out. However, although they fled quickly, the pursuers behind them were even faster. Adai did not see wrongly. The pursuers that suddenly appeared and chased after them were Xianxua's elite cavalry, the 5,000 wolf cavalry led by Shili Meng. As the most elite cavalry under the barbarian Khan, the horses they rode were 1 in 100, so they were naturally much stronger than the horses of Adai and the rest. Therefore, even though Adai and the rest were running very fast, the wolf cavalry behind them was getting closer and closer. Shili Meng was surrounded by a group of guards and similarly urged his horse to gallop wildly in the midst of the wolf cavalry. Looking at Li Wangyu and the rest who were running for their lives a few miles ahead, the corners of his mouth could not help but reveal a smile. Golodakan was right. These lowly herdsmen have really returned to their tribe. That day, when Xili Ruo was about to lead his troops and set out, he was stopped by that old man, who told him to pay attention to Jia and the others, and to escape back to his own tribe. Xili Xiu led the 5,000 wolf cavalry to search the grasslands for a few days, but did not find any traces of Dian and the others, so he simply followed the old man's words and went to the Hurut tribe to try his luck. He did not expect that Golodakan had guessed correctly. As for capturing Li Wangyu and the others, Xili was not worried in the slightest. The speed of the wolf cavalry's horse was obviously much faster than the opponent's. At this rate, they would be able to capture him in 2 to 4 hours at most. Elder brother, I will definitely personally deliver that dog fart Qin Wang to you for forgiveness. Xili secretly made up his mind. Holding the mentality of a cat catching a mouse, Xili Ruo did not urge the wolf cavalry to increase their speed. Just like this, he followed behind Li Wangyu and the others, purposely toying with Li Wangyu, Dian and the others. Just like this, one chasing and one fleeing, the two sides ran for close to 100 miles. Midway, both sides had already changed horses several times, and the distance between the wolf cavalry and Li Wangyu and the others was getting closer and closer. Apart from the horse, Li Wangyu's horsemanship was also Dian and the others' greatest weakness. When the Tila people and the wolf cavalry changed horses, they did not need to slow down at all, and could directly jump onto the back of the horse beside them. But how could Li Wangyu do that? Even if his horsemanship was already not bad, but compared to these grassland people who grew up on horseback since young, he was just like a child who had just learned how to walk. Changing horses twice, Li Wangyu had dragged down Dian and the others for quite a bit of time. Towards this, Li Wangyu also felt very guilty. There were several times when he wanted to open his mouth and tell Dian and the others to not worry about him, but when the words reached his mouth, he could not say it at all. It was not that Li Wangyu was afraid of death, but that he knew that no matter how he tried to persuade them, Dian and the others, these Tila men, would not abandon him and run for their lives alone. Li Wangyu could only secretly clench his teeth, lowering his head and silently brandishing his horsewhip, doing his best to make the horse he was sitting on run a bit faster, but no matter how desperately Li Wangyu fought, many things could not be changed by human will. When the grassland under the horse's hooves gradually turned into a desert, when a line of yellow sand already appeared in front of Li Wangyu's eyes, the pursuers behind him were already very close. Li Wangyu did not even need to turn his head, his ears could already clearly hear the rumbling sounds of horse hooves behind him. Every sound was like a war drum, pounding on his chest. Silently letting out a long sigh in his heart, Li Wangyu could not help but turn his head and look at the wolf cavalry behind him. In the center of the wolf cavalry, an iron-red wolf totem war flag was fluttering in the wind, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws to announce to the world the terror and brutality of the wolf cavalry. Li Wangyu knew clearly that this time, it was truly difficult to escape from this calamity. Just when Li Wangyu was already dejected and was about to give up and accept his fate, the horse under him suddenly let out a neigh, and then suddenly sped up a bit, charging forward abruptly. Li Wangyu turned his head in shock, only to discover that the Hurut man who had been guarding him had pulled out the steel knife at his waist and chopped down on the horse's buttocks. The horse was injured and in pain, only then did it erupt again. Li Wangyu did not understand what this Hurut man meant, but he saw the man grin at Li Wangyu, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Then, he suddenly pulled on the reins in his hand, turned the horse around, waved the steel knife in his hand, and charged towards the wolf cavalry without any hesitation. "No! Come back! You come back!" Li Wangyu roared in horror, even subconsciously wanting to pull on the reins. He did not even know the name of that Hurut man, but he knew what he wanted to do. He was planning to sacrifice himself to buy that insignificant bit of time for everyone to escape, before Li Wangyu could pull on the reins in his hand were snatched away by someone. Gui's face was bleak as he said coldly, "His name is Bursting, don't let his sacrifice be in vain." After he finished speaking, he pulled on the reins of Li Wangyu's horse and charged forward with his head down. Li Wangyu sat on the saddle in a daze. Looking back, he saw Bursting charging towards the wolf cavalry was like a stone thrown into a pond. Other than causing a slight ripple in the wolf cavalry army, he was instantly drowned out by the army. 2 streams of hot tears rolled down from Li Wangyu's eyes. Ah! He could not help but let out a roar like an injured beast. Before Li Wangyu could vent the anger and sorrow in his heart, he saw another Hurut man roar and pull on the reins, turning the horse around and charging towards the wolf cavalry at the back. Beside Gui, there were a total of 40 to 50 Hurut men following him. They looked at each other, and resolutely turned their horses around. One after another, like moths to a flame, they charged towards the wolf cavalry army at the back. Li Wangyu's eyes were about to bleed. His teeth bit through his lips, and blood oozed out. Chapter 1031. Even if the men of the Hurut tribe were willing to sacrifice themselves, they would still cover Di and Li Wangyu's escape. However, in front of absolute strength, the sacrifice of 40 to 50 Tiela riders was practically worthless. Apart from creating a trace of chaos in the wolf riders and slowing them down for a while, it was completely useless. Even if Di and Li Wangyu had already urged their horses to run into the desert, the 5,000 wolf riders still had no intention of letting them go and followed them into the desert. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, Di and Li Wangyu's mounts both let out a miserable neigh before falling down in front of a sand dune. Li Wangyu and Di both rolled down from the back of their horses. If not for the fine and soft sand, perhaps the two of them would have already been badly battered. Looking up, their mounts had been hit by many arrows and were killed by the wolf riders. This was because Shili Xiu wanted to torture Li Wangyu and Di and did not order his subordinates to shoot arrows at the two. Otherwise, the ones that were hit by the arrows would not be the horses. Without waiting for Li Wangyu and Di to help each other up, the 5,000 wolf riders had already surrounded the two of them. Under such circumstances, unless Li Wangyu could fly, there was already no chance of escaping. Li Wangyu already had a clear understanding of this outcome. Smiling bitterly, he only regretted that he did not have a grenade in his hand. Otherwise, he could have dragged a few shui into all cavalry down with him. Di spat out the sand in his mouth with a pave sound. His eyes were like that of an injured wild wolf as he stared fiercely at the wolf riders around him. The steel blade in his hand was tightly clenched and the veins on the back of his hand were bulging. He was ready to fight to the death. The 5,000 wolf riders surrounded the two of them but did not make a move. This made Li Wangyu somewhat surprised. Not long after, the wolf riders opened up a path. Shili Xiu rode on a fine horse with a complacent smile on his face and appeared in front of Li Wangyu. "Ha, Your Highness Prince of Qin of the Tang Dynasty, Poetry Immortal Li Zio, it's an honor to meet you at last. To be able to see Your Highness Prince of Qin like a stray dog in the desert, it's really delightful." Shili raised his head and laughed, looking down at Li Wangyu with eyes full of mockery. "Prince of Qin." Li Wangyu was slightly stunned, not understanding what this shui into a man in front of him meant. Shili Xiu. Shili. Since you know this one's identity, you still dare to pursue this one in such an unbridled manner. Could it be that my great Tang cavalry cannot flatten the Mabe? Li Wangyu held his hands behind his back, his body ramrod straight as he raised his eyes to look at Shili. Since the other party had seen through his identity, Li Wangyu could not bring shame to the Tang dynasty. Tai gripped the steel blade in his hand even tighter. His face was filled with arrogance, as if he had the intention of pouncing forward and killing Shili. His actions instead made the guards at Shili's side a bit uneasy. They all raised the bows in their hands, aiming at Ogue. As long as he dared to move, he would definitely be pierced by thousands of arrows. Shili Feng did not pay any attention to Ogue at all. He only stared at Li Wangyu with a mocking tone and said, "Shili Feng. Prince Bajua is my brother. Your Highness Duke of Qin, remember me well. When you go to hell and ask about me, don't forget to mention my name." As for the Tang dynasty, His Highness Duke of Qin must be joking. It's true that I, Shui Intuo, am not a match for the Tang dynasty for the time being, but who knows that His Highness Duke of Qin died in this desert? Could it be that Emperor Tang can predict the future? Elixir. Li Wangyu understood a little. He was the other son of the barbarian Khan. Shili Feng waved the horsewhip in his hand ferociously and said, "Your Highness Duke of Qin dared to kill my brother. Even if I chase you to the ends of the earth, I, Shui Intuo, will not let you go. But no matter what, your Highness Duke of Qin is still a prince of the Tang dynasty. Your status is honorable. So, how do you want to die, your Highness Duke of Qin? I can still satisfy you." Li Wangyu treated his words as farts. He patted the sand off his body calmly and said with a smile, "Oh, you want me to choose how to die? All right, I choose to die of old age in bed 100 years later." Shili Feng was stunned for a moment. Then he realized that he had been played by Li Wangyu. He could not help but fly into a rage. On the other hand, Tai laughed until tears came out of his eyes. He patted Li Wangyu with his hand and said with a smile, "Li Wangyu, this is a good way to die, ha ha ha. Humph, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. In that case, let your Highness Duke of Qin have a taste of the punishment of being trampled by horses on the grassland. Men, capture these two, dig a hole, and bury them." Hearing this, Tai's expression changed. He roared and raised his saber, wanting to fight with his life. But immediately, an arrow pierced through the air, bringing with it a rain of blood. It pierced through Tai's saber-wielding shoulder. Tai screamed miserably. The steel saber in his hand fell to the ground. Then, several wolf riders rushed forward and grabbed his hands, making him unable to move. As for Li Wangyu, he did not even bother to resist. He did not even have the strength to truss a chicken. Facing 5,000 wolf riders, there was no need for him to struggle. As a man who had died once, Li Wangyu was not that afraid of death. He only regretted that he could not see his child one last time. He did not have time to say goodbye to Su Chongqing before he was about to leave this world. The so-called punishment of being trampled by horses was to dig a hole and bury the person, leaving only the head above the ground. Then, the horse would trample on the person, stomping the person into the ground. At this moment, they had already escaped into the desert. There was sand all around them. Shili Xiu did not mind and ordered people to start digging holes in the sand. In his opinion, it would be better to kill Li Wangyu in the desert. In this desert where even birds and beasts could not be seen, no one would find Li Wangyu's body. Shui Yintuo's pursuit of Li Wangyu could not be exposed. Otherwise, the anger of the Tang dynasty was not something that Shui Yintuo, a country that had only been established for a few years, could bear. Whether it was the barbarian Khan or Shili Xiu, although they were ambitious, they knew what was important. Even the Turks were defeated by the Tang dynasty. Although Shui Yintuo had 200,000 elite soldiers, they were not a match for the Tang dynasty. Moreover, Shui Yintuo was not a monolithic bloc. Although Huehe, Biegu, Tongluo, Pugu, Xia, and other ethnic groups had submitted, there was still friction. If the Tang dynasty attacked Shui Yintuo, Shili Xiu was sure that Huehe, Biegu, and other tribes would immediately turn their weapons against the Tang dynasty. Therefore, Shili Xiu only planned to secretly take revenge and kill Li Wangyu as a sacrifice to his elder brother. Not long after, a huge sand hole was dug. Li Wangyu and 80 were directly pushed into the sand hole and then buried in the sand. Soon, the sand hole disappeared, leaving only Li Wangyu and 80's two heads on the sand. The 5,000 wolf cavalry slowly retreated and formed a square formation, preparing to charge over and trample the two to death. Li Wangyu raised his eyes and looked at the slightly dazzling sun, murmuring, "Damn it, this time we will die more miserably than last time." 80 next to him did not understand his words. He grinned and was about to say something, but his expression froze, and he closed his mouth to listen. "Li Wangyu, there seems to be a large group of cavalry approaching. I'm afraid the number is no less than 10,000. Li Wangyu smiled and said, "What's the difference between being trampled to death by thousands of horses and being trampled to death by tens of thousands of horses? Daolong, let me tell you a secret, actually." Before he finished speaking, he also paused. There seemed to be a faint sound of a bugle horn in his ears, but this bugle horn sound was exceptionally familiar. Chapter 1032. Bugle horns were made from beast horns and were introduced into the Central Plains by the ethnic minorities during the Eastern Han Dynasty. Because the sound was loud and sharp, it was usually used to give orders or boost morale on the battlefield, and also used as a ceremonial guard when the emperor went out. The bugle horns of the Tang dynasty were mostly made from rhinoceros horns and the sound was loud and deep. Because the Tang army was invincible, the sound of the bugle horn of the Tang army also became the nightmare sound of their enemies, causing people's complexion to change. When the sound of the bugle horn came from the desert, not only did Li Wangyu hear it, the 5,000 wolf cavalry and Xie Ming also heard it. Xie Ming's complexion immediately changed dramatically, revealing a frightened expression. Even the 5,000 wolf riders couldn't help but become restless. "Quick! Trample them to death." Xie Ming did not have time to investigate why they would encounter the Tang army in the northern desert. At this moment, he only wanted to immediately kill Li Wangyu and then turn around and run away. But previously, in order to play and torture Li Wangyu, wanting him to experience the helplessness and despair before death, Xie Ming led the 5,000 wolf cavalry and retreated far away after burying Li Wangyu and Tai in the sand pit. Originally, Xie Ming planned to let the wolf cavalry retreat and regroup, then speed up and then crush Li Wangyu and Tai in a thunderous manner to vent the anger in his heart. In the end, when the sound of the bugle horn of the Tang army sounded, the wolf cavalry was already 100 steps away from Li Wangyu and Tai. When the wolf cavalry heard Xie Ming's order, they immediately began to urge their horses to gallop toward Li Wangyu, preparing to trample him to death. But a group of wolf cavalry had only galloped 40 or 50 steps when they heard the sound of breaking through the air. Countless feathered arrows pierced through the air and pounced straight toward them. Miserable howls immediately sounded as dozens of Xianxia's most elite wolf cavalry were directly nailed to death on the backs of their horses by the feathered arrows. Even though this group of several hundred wolf cavalry charged toward Li Wangyu and Tai with all their might, they were hit by the arrows and fell to the ground one after another. The closest wolf cavalry fell in front of Li Wangyu, the bloody mist that burst out from his body even drenched his face. But Li Wangyu did not have the slightest fear in his heart, instead he shouted excitedly, "Come! Come! Come and kill me!" With the arrival of the iron cavalry of the Tang dynasty, who in the world could contend against them? So what if they were the wolf cavalry? Xieli's face was completely blank. Only when he raised his eyes to look over did he notice that unknowingly, on the sand dune behind Li Wangyu and Idui, silhouettes after silhouettes had silently appeared one after another. They were currently looking down at them from a high vantage point. At the same time, the arrows in their hands were continuously shooting out, taking away the lives of Xianxia's wolf cavalry one after another. From Xili Xiu's point of view, the army on the sand dune was currently standing against the light, facing the dazzling sunlight, making it impossible for him to clearly see the appearance of the people on the sand dune. Only a flag fluttering in the wind allowed him to see it clearly. It was a huge Tang character. The cavalry of the Tang dynasty. Xianxia's face couldn't help but twitch a few times. He raised his eyes to look at the wolf riders that had been shot to death by arrows. He really wanted to disregard everything and directly order the wolf cavalry to charge and fight to the death with these Tang soldiers who had suddenly appeared. But in the end, Xianxia still didn't dare to give this order. His fear of the Tang dynasty made even if he was unwilling in his heart, he could only squeeze out a word from between his teeth, retreat. The several thousand wolf riders were indeed Shui Intuo's elites. With one order, they immediately turned around on the spot to protect Xianxia and then turned around to retreat towards the grassland. The Tang soldiers who had suddenly appeared on the sand dune did not pursue and attack. Instead, they quickly urged their horses to charge down the sand dune and surrounded Li Wangyu and Adui in the middle to protect them. Then several silhouettes rolled down from the horseback and threw themselves at Li Wangyu's side. With tears in their eyes, they began to desperately dig at the sand with their hands. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was amused. He didn't care how embarrassed he was right now. Grinning, he said, "Niu Wu, why are you crying? I'm still alive and well. Why are you crying? Ha, Brother Chumo, Brother Yui, you guys still haven't returned to Chang'an. Me too, why are you also in this desert?" The ones who threw themselves at him and kneeled on the ground to dig at the sand were Niu Wu and a group of foppish sons, as well as Mituo and the others. After running around for more than a year and a half and being forced into desperate situations several times, Li Wangyu was also very excited when he saw these people at this moment. Even though he was laughing and scolding them, his voice was choked with sobs. Niu Wu, a 30-something Guangzhou man, was even more sobbing. "Lang Jun, I finally found you. I thought I would never see you again. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. That day I should have followed you to walk Sasha Luzi." While digging at the sand, Qing Chumo's eyes were also red. He glared at Li Wangyu fiercely. "Zio, you bastard. You made me wait for so long to find you. That's right. Quickly dig this bastard out. I'll teach him a lesson today. In order to find this bastard, I've been eating sand in this desert for almost a year." Fong Yai also laughed and scolded. At this moment, Mi Tuo was also crying. He was not like Niu Wu and the foppish sons who had deep feelings for Li Wangyu. Instead, he was so excited that he cried when he thought that he could finally return to Chang'an and report to Pai Lupi. This provincial supervisor of the Ministry of Internal Affairs had suffered enough in the desert of the western regions this year. Now that the clouds had parted and the moon had seen the moon, he was naturally so excited that he could not control himself. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, old slave has finally found you." Li Wangyu was dug out of the sand pit by the crowd. He reached out and hugged Niu Wu, who was kneeling and crying. "Niu Wu, this has nothing to do with you. Don't blame yourself. It's been hard on you, sigh." In just a year, Niu Wu's skin had become dark and rough, as if he had aged more than 10 years. Even his bun had strands of white hair. Li Wangyu knew that because of his disappearance, this loyal and devoted member of the Li family had suffered a lot. After comforting Niu Wu with great difficulty, Li Wangyu stood up again and hugged Qing Chumo and the other foppish sons. The crowd laughed and scolded at the same time. It was very lively. At the side, Audian was also rescued by the Tang soldiers. Li Wangyu introduced Audian to the crowd. When the foppish sons found out that Audian had saved Li Wangyu in the grassland, they all praised him greatly. Seeing that Audian's shoulder was injured by an arrow, they quickly called for the paramedics and medical officers to bandage his wound. After a while of hustle and bustle, the foppish sons ordered people to bring wine and food. They sat on the ground in the desert and talked with each other about what had happened in the past year. With regards to Li Wangyu's encounter, the crowd was also very curious. Li Wangyu also did not expect that after more than a year, the foppish sons were still in the desert and had not returned to Chang'an city. Brother Chumo, Brother Yai, why are you guys here? After the crowd calmed down a little, Li Wangyu thought of this and quickly asked. The foppish sons were like divine soldiers descending from the sky to save him, but this made Li Wangyu very surprised. This place was not far from the grassland, why would the foppish sons lead an army here? Ching Chumo waved his hand, let's not talk about this first. Ziyu, tell us, what happened after you encountered the sandstorm that day? After you escaped from the desert bandits, where did you go? Li Wangyu was stunned when he heard this and said, Brother Chumo, how did you know that I fell into the hands of the desert bandits? And how did you know that I escaped from the desert bandits? Ching Chumo, Fang Yai, and the rest looked at each other and laughed loudly. Chapter 1033. When Li Wangyu learned from Ching Chumo and the others that if he had not escaped from the desert bandit camp, he would have only needed to wait a few more days to be rescued safely, his mouth could not help but open wide, speechless. Did this count as thinking that he was smart? He had spent so much effort to make the sand boat, but the result was simply a waste of effort. Li Wangyu even thought that if he had not escaped to the grasslands and had not met Adi and the Huru tribe, then would the tragedy that happened to the Huru tribe not have happened? Thinking of this, he could not help but raise his hand and slap himself. Li Wangyu's action startled everyone, not understanding what was wrong with him. On the other hand, Ague immediately understood and shook his head at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu, wolves eat sheep, is it because of the sheep's fault? Those nobles of Shui Yintua are hungry wolves that eat meat without spitting out the bones, it has nothing to do with you. Ching Chumo and the others did not understand and quickly asked Li Wangyu what happened after he escaped from the desert bandit camp. When they heard that it was the Huru tribe who saved Li Wangyu, but because Li Wangyu helped them to make salt, they were all angry and cursed. That bullshit Prince Dajua, he really deserves to die. Ziyu, you did a good job, you should have killed that bastard. Yes. Not only that Dajua deserves to die, Shili Xiao and Yi Nan who chased you before also deserve to die. If I knew they were such bastards, would not have let those Shui Yintua people go. Li Wangyu suddenly stood up and stared in the direction of the grasslands, let them go. It's not that easy. Brother Chumo, how many men do you have now? Ching Chumo did not understand Li Wangyu's meaning, there are 10,000 cavalry. After Ching Yaojin led the troops to destroy the desert bandit camp next to Swan Lake, he led the troops back to the western region. As the general manager of the Western Expedition Army, he was busy cleaning up Li Wangyu's mess. Naturally, he could not stay in the desert and wait for news. But those playboys were not willing to give up. Besides, Mi Tuo did not find Li Wangyu and did not dare to return to Chang'an. So, he simply asked Qing Yaojin for permission and led 10,000 Tang dynasty cavalry to stay at Swan Lake for the time being. Over the past few days, they had been sending out military scouts to search the desert. Of course, the result was nothing. Therefore, after Ching Chumo and the other debauches had a discussion, they decided to lead their troops to the grasslands to see if they could find any trace of Li Wangyu. After all, according to the explanation of the desert robbers, when Li Wangyu escaped, he went in the direction of Shui Yintua. Mi Tuo had a headache over this. He wanted to stop this group of silk pants from messing around. No matter what, the Shui Yintua Khanate was a grassland country. Ching Chumo and the others did not say anything and led 10,000 Tang cavalry to the grasslands. No matter how one looked at it, it was a diplomatic matter. If the barbarian Khan complained to Pai Lupi because of this, he, as the commander of the 100 Cavalry Department, would be punished. But how could Ching Chumo and his group of silk pants listen to Mi Tuo's advice? Without saying anything, they led 10,000 troops and horses and headed towards the grasslands. By a freak combination of factors, he happened to save Li Wangyu. When Li Wangyu heard that Ching Chumo led 10,000 Tang cavalry, he punched his own palm and said, "That's good. Brothers, there is no time to lose. While Xieli has not escaped far away, let's chase after him together. Damn it, this time I almost suffered a big loss. I must make that son of a bitch pay the price. Qing Chimo, Fang Yai, and the others were not people who minded big things. When they heard that Li Wangyu wanted to lead troops to chase after Xieli, they naturally rubbed their fists and were very excited. Only Mi Tuo's head hurt more. Your Highness, you have just escaped danger. Why don't you return to Chang'an first? His Majesty is still waiting for your news in Chang'an. What's more, our Tang dynasty and Shui Yintuo have always been harmonious. Without His Majesty's edict, I'm afraid it's inappropriate for your Highness to lead troops privately. Before Mi Tuo could finish, Li Wangyu glared at him and said, nonsense. Shui Yintuo knew my identity and still dared to send troops to chase after me. Where is the harmony to speak of? If we let it go like this, where is the face of our Tang dynasty? Mi Tuo, I am still the general manager of the Western Expedition Army, right? As the saying goes, when a general is outside, he will not obey the orders of His Majesty. After I get my revenge, I will explain to His Majesty. Mi Tuo really could not refute Li Wangyu's words. Although the general manager of the Western Expedition Army was now Qin Yaojin, Pai Lupi did not remove Li Wangyu from his position. After all, at that time in the imperial court, everyone thought that Li Wangyu had died and even conferred him the title of Prince of Qin. Now Li Wangyu had returned safely, he and Qin Yaojin had become the general managers of the Western Expedition Army. Of course, Li Wangyu would not compete with Qin Yaojin for the position of general manager. He just wanted to use this title to lead the troops. Mi Tuo was choked by Li Wangyu's words and could not speak for a long time. However, this guy was also a shrewd person. He rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. Your Highness, Shui Yintuo dared to chase after you. His Majesty naturally will not forgive them. It's natural for your Highness to vent your anger. The old slave naturally does not dare to stop you. But the Wang Fei is still waiting for your Highness in Chang'an. Also, your Highness may not know yet, right? The Wang Fei gave birth to a boy and a girl for your Highness. Shouldn't your Highness go back to visit them first? Mi Tuo's words made Li Wangyu's eyes almost pop out. He grabbed Mi Tuo and said, Mi Tuo, what did you say? Chongqing gave birth to a boy and a girl. I have a son and a daughter. Hee, how could the old slave dare to deceive your Highness? Everyone knows this. His Majesty even conferred them the titles of Prince and Princess of Fufeng. TSK. The noble families of Chang'an are in awe of them. Mi Tuo hurriedly replied with a smile. I have a son. And a daughter. Li Wangyu still could not believe it. He turned to look at Niu Wu and the other rich playboys. Niu Wu nodded and laughed. That's right. Congratulations, Lang Jun. Your wife really gave birth to a boy and a girl. Qing Chumo and the others also laughed. Zio is so lucky to have a boy and a girl. This is indeed a joyous occasion. This news made Li Wangyu so excited that he almost wanted to leave and rush back to Chang'an to see his son and daughter. However, when his gaze landed on Audian, his expression of excitement instead slowly faded. Then, he slowly shook his head. When this matter is over, I will naturally hurry back to Chang'an. However, right now, I want that Shili Shui to pay with his blood. Thinking of the women and children who died tragically in the Hu tribe, thinking of Yeruo's pale body, thinking of the men of the Hu tribe who sacrificed themselves along the way, thinking of those men who rushed to the fire like moths. Li Wangyu temporarily put away the thought of rushing back to Chang'an and to reunite with Su Chongqing and his children. If he did not take revenge, he would not be a gentleman. He would be ashamed to return to Chang'an. Mi Tuo could not help but be dumbfounded. He did not know how to persuade him anymore. Only now did Audian know Li Wangyou's true identity. He was so shocked that he did not know what to say. How could he have known that the person he picked up from the grassland was actually a prince of the Tang dynasty? Seeing that Li Wangyou was going to lead 10,000 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty back to the grassland to avenge him and the Huru tribe, Audian was a little scared. Chapter 1034. Qin, Your Highness, Adi didn't know what to say and stuttered for a while. After all, he was just an ordinary herdsman on the grassland. He had never seen such a big shot as Li Wangyou. Li Wangyou saw Adi's uneasiness. He pulled him to his side and put his arm around Adi's shoulder intimately. He laughed and scolded, Your Highness, my ass. Dalong, don't you recognize me? Don't talk so much nonsense. Get on the horse. Let's go and find that bastard Shili to settle accounts. We must avenge the Huru tribe. Adi couldn't say anything other than nodding his head desperately. His head was still buzzing. He felt that everything was too unimaginable. Under Li Wangyou's insistence, 10,000 Tang cavalrymen set off immediately and followed the wolf riders to the grassland. Mi Tuo had no choice but to order his subordinates, the cavalry department, to send people back to Chang and immediately to report this to Pai Lupi. He gritted his teeth and followed the army. In fact, Mi Tuo was very happy. No matter what, he had found Li Wangyou. He had worked hard. At least Pai Lupi wouldn't punish him for this. As for what trouble Li Wangyou would cause by leading 10,000 Tang cavalrymen into the grassland, it had nothing to do with him. As far as Mi Tuo was concerned, he supported Li Wangyou in his heart. Shui Yintuo dared to chase and kill the prince of the Tang dynasty. If he didn't take revenge for this, where would the face of the Tang dynasty go? No matter what, he should teach Shui Yintuo a lesson. But whether it was Mi Tuo or Qing Chumo, Li Wangyou just wanted to vent his anger. Whether or not they could catch up to the 5,000 wolf cavalry was another matter for the time being. In any case, if they chased for a few days, Li Wangyou would be able to vent the anger in his heart and forget about it. As for how Pai Lupi wanted to vent Li Wangyou's anger, that was the business of the officials in the court. Li Wangyou led the 10,000 cavalry across the desert, following the direction of the wolf cavalry's escape and giving chase. How could Shili have guessed that Li Wangyou's vengeful heart would be so strong? He failed to kill Li Wangyou and could only lead the wolf riders to retreat. After the 5,000 wolf riders entered the grassland, they slowed down and walked into the depths of the grassland in frustration. Along the way, Shili. Now that the matter of Shui Yintuo chasing after Li was exposed, he didn't know how his father would explain it to Emperor Tang. Shili was upset. Just as he was vexed, he heard a scout report that the 10,000 Tang cavalry had actually charged out of the desert and were chasing after them. Shili to Shili. This is the territory of our Xianxia Khanate. How dare they chase us into the prairie? However, he didn't think that since Shui Yintuo dared to chase Li Wangyou for thousands of miles even though he knew Li Wangyou's identity, what was so strange about Li Wangyou's counterattack? Although Shili Ku was leading Shui Yintuo's most elite wolf cavalry, they did not have the courage to fight against the Tang cavalry. This was not surprising. Having defeated the Eastern Turks, the overlord of the grassland, the Tang dynasty's cavalry was in high spirits. Not to mention Shui Yintuo, who had only been established a few years ago, even the Western Turks and Goguryeo were not taken seriously by the Tang dynasty's cavalry. With such a great reputation, how could Shili Shui dare to use only 5,000 wolf cavalry to fight against many with few? Therefore, after learning that Li Wangyou was leading 10,000 Tang cavalry to chase after him, Shili Ku did not even dare to resist and directly ordered a retreat. In Shili's view, the Tang cavalry should not dare to enter the grassland, so why should he take the risk to fight the Tang army? As long as he retreated a few hundred li, Shili Ku could meet up with the tens of thousands of Shui Yintuo cavalry. At that time, if the Tang army still chased after him, he did not mind defeating the Tang army in one fell swoop and teach Li Wangyu a deep lesson. The 5,000 wolf cavalry followed Xie Li Ku in a very sorry state as they ran toward the direction of Military Governor Mountain. Behind them, the 10,000 Tang dynasty cavalry under the leadership of Li Wangyu were in hot pursuit. One chased while the other fled. In a few days, a few hundred li passed in the blink of an eye. Under the leadership of Li Wangyu, the Tang army had already entered deep into the heart of the Xianxia Khanate. Mi Tuo could not take it anymore. One day after the army set up camp, he went to find Li Wangyu and said, "Your Highness, we have already chased for 5 or 6 days. Now that the army is alone deep in the grassland, we have no reinforcements and no supplies. We cannot continue to chase like this." At this moment, Qing Chumo and the other playboys also felt nervous. Originally, they thought that Li Wangyu just wanted to vent his anger. However, the current situation was just as Mi Tuo had said. The 10,000 cavalry were alone deep in the grassland. If they were not careful, they might really be surrounded by the Xianxia people. If they were to fall to such a state, they would really have nowhere to cry. Fang Yai hesitated for a moment and also said, "Zio, why not let that Xie Li Ku go for now? We will return to Chang'an first and settle the score with them in the future." "That's right, Zio. The army has no reinforcements and no supplies. It is too risky." Yesterday, the scouts reported that there are already tens of thousands of troops gathered around Xie Li Ku. If we continue to chase like this, things will not be good. "Zio, let's retreat." The other playboys all advised. Currently, there were not only 5,000 wolf cavalry beside Xie Li Ku. He ran all the way north. At the same time, he did not forget to gather up the Xianxia cavalry that were scattered on the grassland to search for Li Wangyu and Audi. In a few days, Xie Li Ku had gathered 50,000 cavalry around him. 10,000 Tang cavalry needed to deal with 50,000 or even more Xianxia cavalry. No wonder Qing Chumo and the others did not have confidence. Li Wangyu was not nervous. He also knew that Mi Tuo and the others were right. However, in his eyes, this was not a problem. There were many herding tribes on the grassland. Even if the Tang army did not rob them, they would be able to buy enough food with money. Thinking about it, those tribes would not dare to not sell their livestock to the Tang army. Hence, food was not a problem. As for going deep alone, in Li Wangyu's eyes, Shui Yintuo's army was stronger than theirs. Mi Tuo and the other playboys naturally did not know that 10 years later, in the 20th year of Zhengguan, Li Ji used just 6,000 cavalry to force Xianxuo's 200,000 army to flee. If Li Ji could do it with 6,000 cavalry, why couldn't he, Li Wangyu, with his 10,000 elite cavalry? The Xianxia cavalry's stupid dismounted cavalry formation, in his eyes, could not withstand a single blow. Back then, 100 herdsmen had been able to defeat 500 to 600 Shui Yintuo cavalrymen under his command, not to mention that Li Wangyu now had the Tang Empire's cavalry, which had been invincible on the grassland. Even Li Wangyu was pondering in his heart, if he defeated Xie Li, should he go all the way to the Overseer Mountain, to the place where Shui Yintuo's palace was, and capture the barbarian Khan alive, and bring him back to Chang and to accompany Xie Li Khan of the Eastern to Jue? If Mi Tuo or Qing Chumo knew about his thoughts, they would be so scared that they would fall off their horses. 10,000 elite cavalry to fight against Xianxuo who had 200,000 soldiers. If this was not crazy, what was? Li Wangyu, facing the persuasion of the others, laughed, "Hee, brothers, we have been chasing for so many days. I think that Xie Li Ku can't hold it in anymore. Even if we want to retreat, we have to fight with Xie Li Ku first. If we retreat from the grassland like this, where will the face of the Tang dynasty be?" Hearing him say this, Qing Chumo and the others looked at each other and could only nod helplessly. At this moment, Xie Li Ku, who had troops in his hands and was running away, finally had enough courage. He had enough of being chased by Li Wangyu and finally ordered the whole army to stop and prepare to meet the Tang army. A great battle that would shock the grassland was about to begin. Chapter 1035. In Shui Yintuo's overseer mountain royal court, Tang Songling waited bitterly for more than 10 days before he finally received a notice that the barbarian Khan wanted to see him. Tang Songling did not dare to delay and quickly went to the king's tent to meet the barbarian Khan. He had received an order to go to the Mabe dynasty to find the Qin Wang, Li Wangyu. Tang Songling could not help but feel anxious about this matter. But he did not expect that as soon as he entered the king's tent, before he could greet the barbarian Khan shouted angrily at him, "Assistant Minister Tang, although Shui Yintuo is a small country, it will not be humiliated by the Tang dynasty. Tell me, why did the Qin Wang lead 10,000 troops to attack Shui Yintuo? Is the Tang dynasty ready to start a war with Shui Yintuo?" Tang Songling was stunned, not understanding what the barbarian Khan was talking about. Immediately, his face was full of shock. "Barbarian Khan, may I ask what you mean by that? Is the Qin Wang referring to His Highness Qin Wang of the Tang dynasty?" "That's right. Your Tang dynasty asked this Khan to help find the whereabouts of the Qin Wang in the grasslands. This Khan kindly helped and sent a large number of soldiers to search for the whereabouts of the Qin Wang. But this Khan did not expect that my kindness would be treated as ill intent. A few days ago, your Qin Wang led 10,000 cavalry to invade Shui Yintuo. Assistant Minister Tang, if you don't give this Khan an explanation, don't blame this Khan for turning hostile." The barbarian Khan was actually cursing in his heart. He did not expect that his son Xieli led 5,000 wolf cavalry to chase Li Wangyu. Not only did they not succeed, but they also allowed Li Wangyu to gather 10,000 Tang cavalry and kill their way into the grasslands. When Xieli Luo fled, naturally he sent someone to deliver a message to Overseer Mountain at top speed. When the barbarian Khan heard about this, he was also shocked. Chasing Li Wangyu was not only failed, but also exposed. This was no small matter. The barbarian Khan did not care about the 10,000 Tang cavalry led by Li Wangyu. What he was afraid of was that after Pai Lupi found out about this, he would use this as an excuse to raise his troops to attack Shui Yintuo. Therefore, in order to stabilize the Tang dynasty, he immediately summoned Tang Songling and directly put all the blame on Li Wangyu. Tang Songling was overjoyed. He did not care whether Li Wangyu crossed the line or whether he had a conflict with Shui Yintuo. As long as he could find the whereabouts of Li Wangyu, his trip to Mabe would not be in vain. Tang Songling straightened his back even more in the face of the foreign Khan's interrogation. Originally, he was asking for a favor, so he lowered his attitude. Otherwise, how could he, a fourth-rank imperial court official and the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, be afraid of the Khan of the Steppe Khanate? Bah! Not to mention that Shui Yintuo had only been established for a few years, the Tang dynasty did not even take it seriously. So what if it was the Eastern Turks? When Xieli Khan was offered as a captive in the imperial ancestral temple, countless people came to watch. Although Pai Lupi appointed him as the right general and gave him good land and beautiful houses, in Chang'an, including the people, who would take him as a proper right general. Although the barbarian Khan was given the title of real Zurija Khan by Pai Lupi, in the eyes of the Tang dynasty, he was just a barbarian. Tang Songling chuckled and replied with an indifferent tone, "Khan of the barbarian tribe, you can't say that. Who in the world doesn't know that His Highness King of Qin is the personal disciple of Daozu in the mortal world? He has his reasons for doing things. As for His Highness King of Qin leading the troops into Shui Yintuo, I think he has his reasons." "You? What do you mean?" "Assistant Minister Tang, does the Tang dynasty really want to be enemies with Shui Yintuo?" Hearing this, the barbarian Khan was furious and the golden cup in his hand fell to the ground with a loud clang. In the tent, a few of Shui Yintuo's guards pulled out their steel sabers and glared at Tang Songling fiercely. Tang Songling did not even bat an eyelid, ignoring Shui Yintuo's threat. Ever since they defeated the Eastern Turks, the Tang people were the proudest people in the world. Tang Songling treated a mere Shui Yintuo as nothing. As long as this barbarian Khan was not crazy, Tang Songling did not believe that he would dare to touch him. As an envoy of the Tang dynasty, he still had this bit of pride and confidence. Barbarian Khan, don't forget that you are the real Zurija Khan appointed by His Majesty. Could it be that you've forgotten your identity? As an official of His Majesty, how dare you say such disgraceful words? Tang Songling's words were not wrong. Although the barbarian Khan established the Shui Yintuo Khanate, he was appointed by Pai Lupi. Thus, Shui Yintuo was a vassal state of the Tang dynasty, and the barbarian Khan was an official of Pai Lupi. In a sense, Li Wangyu's status as a prince was on par with the barbarian Khan, or even higher. If Li Wangyu led his troops to attack Shui Yintuo, it would at most be an internal conflict between two nobles. It was far from a war between two countries, and the barbarian Khan did not have the right to threaten the Tang dynasty. The barbarian Khan naturally understood Tang Songling's words, and so did the guards in the tent. Many of the Shui Yintuo guards gritted their teeth in anger. If looks could kill, Tang Songling would have been riddled with holes. How could the barbarian Khan not hate him? Although he was an official of the Tang dynasty, he was an ambitious person. After the Eastern Turks fell, he saw himself as the king of the grassland. At this moment, Tang Songling's words were like knives, stripping away the barbarian Khan's pride layer by layer. How could he not be angry? He really wanted to immediately order his men to hack Tang Songling to death and chop him into minced meat to vent his anger. However, in the end, the barbarian Khan did not dare to do so. Killing Tang Songling was easy, but Shui Yintuo would have to be buried with him. Facing the giant of the Tang dynasty, Shui Yintuo could not afford to offend them. This was different from killing Li Wangyu in the dark. Even if Pai Lupi questioned him afterwards, he could push the blame to Li Wangyu for assassinating his son. However, killing an official of the Tang dynasty meant that he would not rest until one of them was dead. The barbarian Khan's eyes were bloodshot. Breathing heavily, he stared at Tang Songling for a long time before finally sitting back down on his seat. Good, good. Since the Qin king has led his troops to attack me and the Tang dynasty did not care about this, then don't blame me for being impolite. This Khan wants to see if Qin Wang really has the ability to reach the heavens, to be able to resist my, Shui Yintuo's, army of 50,000 with just 10,000 troops. Hee, swords and sabers on the battlefield do not have eyes. If anything happens to the Qin king, don't blame me. The barbarian Khan was also counting on his son, Shili, to lead the 50,000-strong army to defeat the Tang army in one fell swoop. Tang Songling sighed in his heart. He did not know why Li Wangyu would charge into the grassland after meeting up with the Tang army. Moreover, as the barbarian Khan said, the odds of winning against 50,000-strong army were not high. However, Tang Songling had confidence in the steel cavalry of the Tang dynasty. In his opinion, even if Li Wangyu could not defeat Shui Yintuo's 50,000-strong army, it should not be a problem for him to retreat safely. Therefore, he was not worried about Li Wangyu's safety. As for how to solve these problems, he would let the big shots in the imperial court have a headache. Therefore, Tang Songling did not take the barbarian Khan's threat to heart. The two of them did not see eye to eye. Tang Songling casually greeted the barbarian Khan and left the tent. However, he was not in a hurry to return to Chang'an. Instead, he stayed at Overseer Mountain, planning to see the result of the battle between the Tang army and Shui Yintuo before making any plans. While the barbarian Khan and Tang Songling were confronting each other, on the grassland hundreds of miles away from Overseer Mountain, the Tang army and Shui Yintuo's army were also several miles apart. They had set up camp and were confronting each other. In the Tang army's tent, Li Wangyu was very excited and was fiddling with a steel crossbow in his hand. Chapter 1036. The steel crossbow in Li Wangyou's hands was not unfamiliar to him at all. Other than the lack of a scope, it was basically a replica of the composite steel crossbow that he had Yan Liben make for him when he made a bet with those rich kids. Li Wangyou did not expect that in the past year, Pai Lupi would actually order the construction supervisor to make this composite steel crossbow and personally name it the Sky-Raising Crossbow. It was also thanks to Li Wangyou's hydraulic press, otherwise the Tang dynasty would not have been able to make so much steel to make this composite steel crossbow. In history, the Tang dynasty did not pay much attention to crossbows. In the art of war of the Tang dynasty's Duke Wei, the ratio of crossbowmen was the lowest, only about 14%. In each army, the ratio of crossbowmen was even lower, usually only 10%. Other than Jianghuai crossbowmen, the status of crossbowmen in the Tang dynasty was far lower than archers. The reason was naturally because crossbows had a short shooting range, slow reloading speed, and were good at defense and not good at offense. The generals of the Great Tang didn't have much hope in using a weapon like the crossbow to restrain the charging cavalry from afar. In the Tang army, the Mo sword and cavalry were the most important soldiers. However, Li Wangyou's composite steel crossbow not only had a long shooting range, but it also had a booster, which was not only fast but also labor-saving. Pai Lupi, as the emperor of the horse and the big shot who took down half of the Tang dynasty, how could he not see the use of this steel crossbow? Therefore, even though it was very expensive to make a composite steel crossbow, he gritted his teeth and ordered the construction supervisor to make it in large quantities and start to equip it to the army. Today, of the 10,000 Tang cavalry led by Li Wangyou, 2,000 crossbowmen were equipped with the Sky-Raising Crossbow. In fact, it was not correct to call these 10,000 Tang cavalry. Although they were all marching on horseback, only 2,000 of them were true cavalry. The remaining 8,000 should be called mounted infantry. Different from Shuayantuo's dismounted infantry formation, the mounted infantry of the Tang army were all professional infantry. Horses were just a means of transportation for them. When they fought, they would dismount from their horses and fight on foot. According to Li Weigong's Art of War, 70% of the Tang army's field forces were soldiers, while the rest were medical, logistical, and auxiliary personnel. In other words, Li Wangyou's army of 10,000 had 7,000 combat soldiers. Among them, there were 2,000 cavalrymen, 2,000 archers, and 2,000 jumpers, who were also sword and shield wielders. As well as the Tang army's most elite sharp blade soldiers, 1,000 Mo blade soldiers. Originally, according to Li Wangyou's previous thoughts, the battle with Shili Fu was very simple. He only needed to copy Li Ji's tactics. Using 5,000 infantrymen to deal with Shuayantuo's dismounted cavalry formation, then 2,000 cavalrymen would circle around the rear and launch a surprise attack on Shuayantuo's cavalry. As long as Shuayantuo's horse was killed, it was equivalent to cutting off the foot of 50,000 soldiers. By then, Shuayantuo's dismounted cavalry would become meat on the chopping board, and the Tang army could do whatever they wanted with them. But Li Wangyou pondered for a while, and then shook his head and rejected this tactic. It was not that it was not suitable, but he did not plan to expose this tactic so early. Shuayantuo's dismounted cavalry formation, to put it bluntly, was not worth mentioning, and was rather idiotic. But Li Wangyou's ambition was very big. He really had the idea of fighting all the way to Overseer Mountain and capturing the barbarian Khan alive. In this way, if he used this tactic to defeat Shili Fu, it would not be too appropriate. After all, Shuayantuo's people were not idiots. After he used this method to defeat Shili Fu, it would not be so easy to deal with Shuayantuo's remaining 150,000 soldiers. As long as Shuayantuo left behind enough cavalry to protect the horses of the rear army, then it would be impossible for him to rely on his 10,000 men to defeat Shuayantuo's 100,000 soldiers. Therefore, Li Wangyou needed to think of another method. He had to defeat Shili Fu's 50,000 soldiers, but he also could not expose the weakness of Shuayantuo's dismounted cavalry formation. To use 10,000 men to face Xie Lifu's 50,000 soldiers head-on was indeed not easy. If it was not handled well, it would be self-defeating. But ever since Li Wangyu discovered that Pai Lupi had actually given the army a large number of composite steel crossbows, he had enough confidence. Just these 2,000 composite steel crossbows could shoot the enemy to the point that they could not fight back. Adding on the Mo saber wielders of the Tang dynasty, who were invincible in every battle, even if Xie Lifu's forces were 5 times his, there was nothing to worry about. A normal crossbow's projectile range was no more than 200 steps, and its direct range was 70 to 80 steps. And the Tang army's current, heaven-raising crossbow was equivalent to a 4-stone crossbow. Its projectile range was about 400 steps, and its direct range was also more than 200 steps. Li Wangyu was able to use this crossbow to kill a wild boar 300 meters away. Then, when dealing with Xianxia soldiers, the effect would be the same. In other words, just relying on the super long range of the composite steel crossbow to Xianxia's people was no less than a dimensional reduction attack. Although Li Wangyu was not a soldier, as a military fan, he knew what it meant to have the advantage of a long range and to be able to continuously attack and kill the enemy outside the enemy's attack range. The replacement of the bow by the gun was the best example. In this era, the power of the composite steel crossbow was almost no different from the gun. It could even be said that it was stronger than the guns of the early era. At the very least, the guns of the Manchurian Qing were unable to accurately kill the enemy at a distance of 300 meters. And presumably, because of Li Wangyu's design of the winding device for the composite steel crossbow, not only was the winding speed faster, but it was also able to fire faster. And because steel cables were used as the bowstring, it was not even affected by the weather. Compared to the guns of the early era, the composite steel crossbow only had one flaw, and that was that it was expensive. Whether it was the cost of making the steel crossbow or the consumption of the crossbow bolts, compared to gunpowder and lead balls, it was too expensive. Fortunately, the Tang dynasty was flourishing, or else Pai Lupi might not be able to afford so many Atlas crossbows. However, the Tang dynasty had a misconception about the use of the composite steel crossbow. For example, when the tanks were first invented, the Western countries used them by distributing them to various divisions to coordinate with the infantry. It was not until the Second World War that the tanks began to be used together and became the king of land battles. The Tang army used the composite steel crossbow, but they were no different from ordinary crossbowmen. But in Li Wangyu's opinion, the best tactic to use the composite steel crossbow was the matchlock gun tactic of the 16th century, the 3-stage shooting. Although the composite steel crossbow was equipped with a winding device, its firing speed was still not very fast. In this way, in order to maximize the power of the steel crossbow and avoid the shortcoming of not being able to fire continuously, the 3-stage shooting was necessary. By dividing the crossbowmen into 3 teams and taking turns to wind and fire, the efficiency of the composite steel crossbow could be increased by 3 times. In this regard, Li Wangyu was very confident. However, Li Wangyu's confidence did not mean that Mituo and Qingchumo were also confident. Even if they were very confident in the combat power of the Tang army, but facing an enemy 5 times their own, whether it was the playboys, Mituo, or the captains and generals in the army, their hearts were beating like drums. Even Mituo and many others tried to persuade Li Wangyu to retreat, but they were all rejected by Li Wangyu. In this regard, Mituo was also very helpless. He could only secretly order his subordinates of the 100 Cavalry Department to prepare. If the Tang army was defeated, then even if he had to be tied up, he would still rescue Li Wangyu, the Qin king. After Xie Luo finally decided to fight to the death with Li Wangyu, both sides set up camp on the grassland and faced each other with a distance of 10 li. On this day, the wind was light and the clouds were light. It was a good day to kill and set fire. Both sides chose to start the war today. The Tang army blew the first bugle, and the Tang army gathered their men and cavalry into teams. The second bugle sounded, and the army's flags and spears were raised like a forest. The third bugle sounded, and the Tang army lined up to meet the enemy. The wind blew the flags. The war drums sounded, and the Tang army and Xianxia stepped out to attack at the same time. Chapter 1037. With the beating of the war drums, Li Wangyu's heart began to beat violently, and his palms were full of sweat. In fact, it was nonsense to say that he had absolute confidence in defeating Xianxia. Not to mention other things, just the dense phalanx of Xianxia's army on the opposite side made Li Wangyu's scalp tingle. As the saying went, 1,000 men could connect the earth to the sky, 10,000 men could be boundless. At this moment, the battlefield in front of Li Wangyu was such a boundless scene, and he could not help but feel nervous. After all, it was his first time facing such a big battle. Last time in Zhejiang County of Shu Commandery, there were only a few thousand people causing trouble. Compared with the tens of thousands of people now, it was simply child's play and was not worth mentioning. Standing on the observation tower carriage, Li Wangyu was nervous and excited, plus a little bit of expectation and uneasiness, which was contradictory to the extreme. It was understandable that he was nervous and excited, but he was uneasy because he was worried that the Tang army would suffer heavy casualties. After all, this war was purely initiated by him. If it were not for his insistence, according to Mituo's persuasion, the 10,000 Tang soldiers under his command would not appear on the battlefield at this moment. In other words, because of his own selfish interests, these Tang soldiers were facing death, which made Li Wangyu somewhat unable to bear and blame them. After all, Li Wangyu was not a person of this era. Even though he had been in a high position in recent years, he could not treat human lives as nothing. Whether this war was won or lost, the casualties of the Tang dynasty's soldiers were all due to his obsession. Because of Jun Mo's conferment of Marquis, a general became famous and tens of thousands of bones withered. Sighing silently in his heart, Li Wangyu put away the messy thoughts in his mind and raised his eyes to continue to look at the battlefield. The most important thing now was to win this war. As for other things, they could be dealt with later. If there were casualties in the Tang army, Li Wangyu planned to take out copper coins from his residents to compensate their families, which could be regarded as his goodwill to buy peace of mind. After collecting his thoughts, Li Wangyu raised the binoculars in his hand and carefully observed the disposition of Xianxia's army on the opposite side with Qing Chimo and the others. Currently, there were still several miles between the two sides. Both sides were slowly advancing amidst the sound of their war drums and horns. Fighting a war was naturally not like the TV dramas of later generations, where people would shout and charge forward with their heads lowered. Otherwise, if the soldiers were fully equipped with armor and sabers, by the time they had charged a few miles, they would have already collapsed from exhaustion. At that time, how could they fight a battle? Normally speaking, the two armies would advance until they were about 1 li apart, which was about 500 meters away from each other. They would enter the range of the other party's long-range weapons and stop in their tracks. After resting and reorganizing, the battle would officially begin. The 10,000 Tang army was split into the middle and two wings. In the middle of the army, there were 2,000 archers, 1,000 Imo swordsmen, and 2,000 jumping soldiers. On the two wings, there were 1,000 cavalry. Of course, the 5,000 soldiers in the middle of the army were not squeezed together. Instead, they were arranged into multiple square formations. Actually, there was no need for Li Wangyu and the debauches to worry about these matters. Only the military officers in the army could handle these matters. The only arrangement that Li Wangyu made was that 2 days ago, he summoned the officer in charge of the 2,000 archers. He ordered him to follow his instructions and train those archers to practice the 3-section shooting method. As for Li Wangyu's orders, that Tang army officer did not understand. He even secretly felt that Li Wangyu was messing around. That officer was also an old soldier, so when had he ever seen someone use archers in such a manner? In the past, archers would gather their forces and shoot in a large area to injure the enemy. Archers would rarely shoot directly at the enemy. The main reason was because of the range. They could shoot up to 200 steps, and shoot straight up to 100 steps. On the other hand, Li Wangyu's instruction for the archers to practice was to divide all the archers into 3 teams. They had to load their crossbows and fire according to the order, and they had to shoot straight. This went against common sense. As for Li Wangyu's messing around, the officer cursed in his heart. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only follow Li Wangyu's orders and arrange for his soldiers to practice. However, just a day later, that officer was convinced. How could an old soldier like him not see the benefits of the 3-section shooting method? Facing the 50,000 Xianxia cavalry today, everyone was nervous. Only this officer in charge of the archers was filled with confidence. He rubbed his palms and was ready to start a massacre. The war drums continued to beat. The carriage that Li Wangyu and the other rich kids were in was pulled by horses and oxen. They followed the footsteps of the soldiers and slowly moved forward in the middle of the army. The distance between the 2 sides was getting closer and closer. Only when they were 500 steps away from Xianxua's army did Li Wangyu order the army to stop. Immediately, the various officers, captains, and colonels started to order the soldiers under them to get into formation. This caused the formation that was a little messy due to the march to be in order once again. At the front of the Tang army formation were the jumping soldiers who held swords and shields. The jumping soldiers were equipped with round shields and short swords. They wore light armor and were in charge of close combat to make up for the lack of agility of their comrades who used long weapons. The round shields in their hands were mainly used to defend against the arrow rain. Behind the jumping soldiers were the Mo swordsmen. The Mo swordsmen of the Tang dynasty could be said to be the strongest infantry in the cold weapon era. In history, during the Tianbao era, the Tang army used 20,000 men to fight against the 200,000 Arab army. Even when they were attacked by the rebel army, the Tang army still managed to wipe out 70,000 Arab army and had 10,000 people successfully retreat. Although the Tang army lost the battle in the end, it made the Arab army feel the terror of the Tang dynasty's Mo swordsmen. Like a wall, men and horses were crushed. This was how the Arabs were shocked by the Mo swordsmen. Behind the 1,000 Mo swordsmen were the 2,000 archers. They were the key to Li Wangyu winning this battle. As for the cavalry on the 2 wings, Li Wangyu did not give them any important tasks this time. They just needed to hold the line. When Xianxua's army collapsed, they would chase and clean up the mess. After all, with Xianxua's brainless tactics, Li Wangyu was not worried that his 2 wings would be attacked by cavalry. Just as he had expected, Xianxua's 50,000 cavalry did not ride horses. Like the Tang army, they lined up in a grandiose formation and pressed down like a dark cloud. The Tang army did not have many soldiers, so they naturally would not take the initiative to attack. Xiali was also clear on this point. He did not expect the Tang army to be so brainless as to take the initiative to attack. After stabilizing their footing, Xianxua's army made some adjustments. Xiali waved his hand, and the bugle horn sounded. The 20,000 troops at the front began to march in an orderly manner, pressing down on the Tang army. The 20,000 soldiers moved in unison and gave off a shocking aura. Even from the watchtower at the back, Li Wangyu could feel the ground trembling. At this moment, 80 was following behind Li Wangyu. He was just a herdsman of a small tribe and had never seen such a scene. He could not help but clench his fists nervously as he stared at Xianxua's army. With the battle about to break out, Li Wangyu was not nervous. He turned his head and smiled at 80, Daolong, let's see how I take revenge for the Hurut tribe. Believe me, the blood of the Hurut tribe will not be shed in vain. 80 nodded his head and squinted his eyes as he looked at the rear of Xianxua's army. That was where Xiali was. The 20,000 Xianxua's vanguard continued to move forward. The distance between the 2 sides shortened bit by bit. 500 steps, 400 steps. Chapter 1038. At this moment, they had already entered the shooting range of the Tang archers. After changing to the mighty sky crossbow, the shooting range was 400 steps away. The lieutenant commanding the archers could not help but turn to look at the observation tower, but he saw that Li Wangyu did not say anything at all. He just looked at the approaching Shui Yintuo's army expressionlessly. 300 steps. 200 steps. The archers of Shui Yintuo's vanguard were the first to attack. They raised the bows in their hands and began to shoot arrows at the Tang army. The Tang army's jumping soldiers immediately raised the round shields in their hands to block the arrow rain. Shui Yintuo's vanguard had a total of 20,000 people. Among them, there were more than 5,000 archers. For a moment, the black mass of arrows poured down like raindrops. It was a terrifying sight. 200 steps, or 300 meters, was actually the maximum shooting distance of a bow and arrow. Although the arrow rain of Shui Yintuo's vanguard was very dense, the damage to the Tang army was pitifully small. Not to mention that the round shields in the hands of the jumping soldiers could block the arrows. Even if the Mo swordsmen did not have shields, the Mo swordsmen of the Tang dynasty were all wearing thick and heavy Mingguang armor with amazing defensive power. These arrows that were shot from the maximum shooting range did not have much kinetic energy. How could they penetrate their armor? However, when the arrows fell from the sky and hit the armor, the tinkling sounds were terrifying. But the Tang army could be said to be experienced in battle. Even in such a passive situation, the army did not have the slightest commotion. Except for the occasional unlucky person who was hit by the falling arrows and whose body was not protected by the shield and armor, the Tang army was like a reef in a torrent, motionless. Qing Chumo and the others were anxious. Zio, why don't you fight back? The shooting range of the mighty sky crossbow is much higher than the arrows of Shui Yintuo's men. Why are you taking the hits so passively? Li Wangyu laughed. Brother Chumo, don't worry. Let them come closer so that it will not be too tiring to chase them later. Chasing is too tiring. Qing Chumo, Fang Yai, and the others looked at each other and did not know what to say. Everyone was worried. Even Mi Tuo had secretly gestured to his subordinates to protect Li Wangyu. If something went wrong, they should pull him away immediately. In the end, he was thinking about how to chase after the enemy. Wasn't he looking down on his opponent too much? They were facing 50,000 Shui Yintuo's army, not 50,000 pigs. Although Qing Chumo and the other debauches had never been on the battlefield before, they were still considered to be the sons of a military family. They were very clear about the battlefield. Just as they were about to speak again, they saw Li Wangyu suddenly wave his hand and the messenger beside him immediately blew the bugle horn in his hand. With the sound of the bugle horn, the leapers and Mo swordsmen who were originally at the vanguard of the Tang army suddenly moved. They all squatted down at the sound of the bugle horn, revealing the 2,000 archers behind them. The lieutenant commanding the archers shouted, "Fire!" A buzzing sound that made one's scalp go numb resounded through the sky. It was the sound of the composite steel crossbow's bowstring piercing through the air. 500 to 600 armor-piercing arrows, gleaming with cold light, broke through the air from the Tang army formation and shot toward Shui Yintuo's vanguard, who was 200 paces away. The reason why Li Wangyu dared to place Shui Yintuo's vanguard at such a close distance was because the composite crossbow had a big enough advantage compared to Shui Yintuo's bow and arrow. A distance of 200 paces, 300 meters, Shui Yintuo's bow and arrow could barely shoot to its maximum range. At this distance, it was not so easy to pierce through the armor. But at the same distance, the composite steel crossbow in the hands of the Tang army could shoot straight and had enough power to pierce through the armor on Shui Yintuo's men. The bowstring rang. The arrow was released. In the next second, the armor-piercing arrows flew across the distance of 300 meters, ignoring the obstruction of the armor and directly piercing into the bodies of the men, bringing out a cloud of blood. The 2,000 archers of the Tang army, according to Li Wangyou's order, were divided into 3 rows, with 500 to 600 men in each row. After a round of shooting, the archers in the first row immediately turned around and began to load the crossbow and arrow. The second row of archers stepped forward, raised their crossbows and aimed. Following the lieutenant's command, they pulled the trigger and shot out another arrow. Then, without hesitation, they turned around and retreated. In the blink of an eye, the 2,000 archers of the Tang army had completed a 3-stage shooting. 2,000 armor-piercing arrows were shot out. And Shui Yintuo's vanguard army was instantly stunned by this wave of arrows. 2,000 armor-piercing arrows directly shot down 700 to 800 of Shui Yintuo's soldiers. Even if they were wearing armor and holding round shields, they still could not block the arrows that were like meteors and lightning. The army that was originally marching in unison and following the sound of the war drums instantly melted. Countless miserable cries resounded throughout the grassland. The captain who was in charge of commanding Shui Yintuo's vanguard army could not help but feel his heart beating wildly. How could he have imagined that the Tang army's crossbows would have such great power? Before Shui Yintuo's men could react, the next wave of arrows from the Tang army had already taken away another 200 to 300 lives. The 2,000 archers of the Tang army, under the command of the lieutenant, were like a precise machine, continuously shooting out the fatal arrows in their hands. In just 2 rounds of shooting, Shui Yintuo's vanguard army had already lost close to 2,000 bodies, and the number of injured was uncountable. In just a moment, Shui Yintuo's 20,000 vanguard army was on the verge of collapsing. Many people in the future thought that wars in the era of cold weapons had heavy casualties, but in reality, this was not the case. In the era of cold weapons, an army that could withstand 30% of the casualties was already considered an iron army that could shake the world. Normally speaking, 5% of the casualties was enough to cause an army to collapse. After all, in the era of cold weapons, it was not an easy thing to use a knife to kill people. The best way to show the advancement of human technology was to increase the efficiency of killing people with weapons. It was also because of this that the 2 world wars brought about tens of millions of casualties, causing the world to tremble. The composite crossbow that Li Wangyou made, compared to the other crossbows of this era, was an out-and-out killing weapon. A crossbow that was equivalent to 4 stones was originally a large ballista that was difficult to move and used to defend cities. How could Shui Yintuo's men know that 2,000 archers were equivalent to 2,000 large ballistas? Compared to the slow speed of the ballista, the firing speed of 2,000 archers could not be compared. In this way, it was not surprising that Shui Yintuo's vanguard army was stunned. Looking at the wailing and screaming soldiers of Shui Yintuo's army being shot to death, Qing Chumo, Mi Tuo, and the others in the watchtower carriage were so shocked that their jaws were about to dislocate. Everyone's mouth was wide open as they looked at this cruel and bloody but extremely efficient killing. Damn it, even killing pigs would not be so fast, right? This was the only thought in Qing Chumo's mind at this moment. Shui Yintuo's vanguard army did not even have time to charge and break through the enemy lines before they were defeated. When the Tang army's 3-stage shooting method began for the 3rd round, some of Shui Yintuo's vanguard army began to turn around and run uncontrollably. These fleeing soldiers were like an avalanche, causing the originally orderly army formation to collapse in an instant. All of Shui Yintuo's men turned around and ran in terror. Squeezing, trampling, fleeing for their lives, the 20,000 vanguard army was defeated in one blow. These 2 days, my waist has been acting up, and I can't sit still. It's really uncomfortable and I don't want to write, so I stopped updating yesterday. Today, Shuchi popped up to recommend a small outburst. There should be another update later tonight. Chapter 1039. From the moment both sides entered the battlefield to the moment Shui Yintuo's men launched their attack to the moment they collapsed, it was only the time for an incense stick to burn. Such a fast battle process, not to mention Mi Tuo and the group of debauches, even Shili Xiu's jaw was about to be dislocated. He never thought that his 20,000 vanguard troops would be shot into hedgehogs by the Tang army in just one exchange. He also never thought that the 20,000 troops would collapse so quickly. What was worse was that when the 20,000 soldiers who were scared out of their wits threw away their armor and ran for their lives, Xiao's 30,000 troops were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Even though Xiao shouted himself hoarse and ordered his subordinates to stop the defeated vanguard troops, how could these soldiers who were scared out of their wits care about orders or not? All of them ran for their lives without thinking. The so-called defeat of an army like a landslide was the scene in front of Xiao's eyes. In fact, even Li Wangyu himself did not think that victory would come so quickly. Even if he was sure that the three-stage shooting method of the composite steel crossbow could defeat the enemy, he did not expect that with just 3 rounds of shooting, it would defeat the 20,000 vanguard troops and cause the enemy to collapse. Li Wangyu, Qing Chumo, and the others looked at each other. Their eyes could not hide the excitement. Without any hesitation, he immediately ordered the whole army to attack. The cavalry on the 2 wings drove away the defeated troops, the 7,000 infantrymen pressed on and continued to expand the battle results. The Tang army's jumping soldiers and Modeo soldiers also did not think that before they even had the chance to attack, the enemy would be defeated. After hearing the battle drums, how could these jumping soldiers and Modeo soldiers let the archers have the advantage? All of them roared and rushed out, starting to chase the crazily fleeing enemies. And the arrows in the hands of the 2,000 archers did not stop for even a moment, they just changed from straight shooting to projectile shooting. The range of 400 steps, the distance of 600 meters, completely became the path of death for Xianxia's army. No matter how fast Xianxia's men ran, they could not outrun the speed of the crossbows. The world record of the future Olympic Games was 9:58 seconds for the 100 meters race. Even Usain Bolt, the Jamaican sprinter, would need more than 30 seconds to run 300 meters. However, these tens of thousands of people turned around and fled. They were wearing heavy armor. No matter how fast they ran, how fast could they be? By the time Xianxia and his men ran out of the shooting range of the Tang dynasty's crossbows, the archers of the Tang army had already fired at least 5 or 6 times, throwing out nearly 10,000 arrows. Even if the projectile shots didn't have any accuracy to speak of, such a concentrated barrage of shots still caused Xianxia's vanguard to leave behind close to 1,000 corpses. People kept falling to the ground after being hit by arrows, wailing in pain. As for those who were trampled and crushed to death by their companions, there were countless of them. Therefore, Xianxia's vanguard army fled even faster. It wasn't until the swing soldiers and Imo swordsmen rushed into the crossbowmen's range that the lieutenant commanding the crossbowmen cursed and ordered his subordinates to cease fire. He put down the crossbows in his hands and quickly ran forward, preparing to support the swing soldiers and Imo swordsmen. However, it was clear that the current situation on the battlefield did not allow the crossbowmen to show their power again. Even the leapers and Imo sabers of the Tang army could not get any results. Xianxia's 50,000 troops were defeated. Xianxia's men hated the fact that they were born with 2 more legs when the 2,000 cavalrymen from the 2 flanks pressed forward. Although the 30,000 middle army led by Xylixer was not attacked by the Tang army at all, under the influence of the defeated vanguard, he did not even have the chance to reorganize the attack before he was defeated. Seeing that the situation on the battlefield was worsening, Xiao's guards did not dare to be negligent. They hurriedly carried Xiao and began to retreat. With this push, the morale of Xianxia's army became even more dispirited. They didn't even have the thought of resisting. More than 40,000 soldiers spread their legs and ran madly towards the rear camp. No matter what, their war horses were in the camp. As long as they could snatch the horses, they would be able to escape. Tens of thousands of soldiers rushed back to the campsite, crying and yelling, and began to fight for the horses. Many of Xianxia's cavalrymen even pulled out their sabers and slashed at their comrades in order to snatch a horse, just to be one step ahead of the Tang army's pursuit. Xianxia's army was in complete chaos. A quarter of an hour ago, Xiao, who was still complacent and felt that he could annihilate the Tang army with 50,000 soldiers, could not even cry at this moment. He rode on the back of the horse in a daze. He turned his head to look at the smoke rising from Shui Yintuo's camp. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. Other than the 5,000 wolf cavalrymen who had been guarding beside Shili Ku, he had lost 1/4 of Shui Yintuo's forces in this battle. The more Shili Ku thought about it, the more sullen he felt. Under the stimulation of his blood, his vision turned black and he fainted. If not for the quick reaction of the guards beside him, Shili Ku would have fallen off the horse. The 5,000 wolf cavalrymen did not dare to delay. They surrounded Shili Ku and began to run madly in the direction of Overseer Mountain. When the Tang army flattened Shui Yintuo's camp, other than the 2,000 cavalrymen who chased for 20 li, the rest of the Tang army did not bother to chase after the fleeing Shui Yintuo's men. Although the battle ended quickly, Li Wangyu still ordered people to clean up the battlefield and treat the wounded. When the sun had set, the military clerk had already sent him the statistics. In today's battle, the Tang army killed more than 3,000 of Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen. Most of them died under the heaven-raising crossbows. They captured more than 6,000 people, seized close to 10,000 horses, and more than 10,000 cows and sheep. The Tang army only had a few dozen injured and a few dead. When Mi Tuo, Qing Chumo, and the others saw the battle report, their eyes lit up. This battle could be said to be a great victory. Ha! Congratulations, Your Highness, congratulations, Your Highness. The old slave has never seen such a smooth victory. After today's battle, Your Highness's name will definitely resound throughout the grassland. Mi Tuo did not hesitate and immediately gave a series of flattery. Qing Chumo and the others were also very excited. They came to the western region to gild themselves. Before, because of their brotherhood, they all stayed in the desert and ate sand for more than a year. They did not contribute anything and suffered. But they did not expect that after finding Li Wangyu, in just a dozen days, they would get such a great achievement. Although the battle was led by Li Wangyu, the credit naturally went to these debauches. There was no need to doubt this. The Tang dynasty valued military achievements the most. Killing 3,000 and capturing 6,000 was a great victory. Although it was not appropriate to rashly start a war with Shui Yintuo, it was a matter between Li Wangyu and the imperial court. It had nothing to do with whether they got military achievements or not. In short, they won the battle, so of course, everyone would get benefits. Even Yo Wu and Lai Hot's troops would also get military achievements. After this battle, if they were willing and Li Wangyu was willing to let them go, with their military achievements, there would be no problem at all to be a captain in the army. As for the Tang soldiers, of course, they would also be rewarded. Whether Li Wangyu was good at starting the battle or not, in short, they won the battle. With so many prisoners and captured horses, it was a great achievement. As for how Shui Yintuo would argue with the imperial court of the Tang dynasty, the foppish lords did not care so much. Therefore, the whole camp of the Tang army was full of a happy atmosphere. Qing Chumo could not help but raise his head and laugh. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that I could get such a military achievement. Zio, it's all thanks to you. When we return to Chang'an, whether it's Peace Square or a Hu wine shop, I'll treat you to a drink. Fong Yai also laughed. Yes, when we return to the Tang dynasty, I'm afraid those people's eyes will pop out. Zio, when do we set off to return to Chang'an? For the foppish lords, today's battle was the best thing to show off and talk about when they returned to Chang'an. They could not wait to return to Chang'an and show off today's battle to their friends and relatives. As the saying goes, not returning to one's hometown after riches and honor is like traveling at night in brocade clothes. The foppish lords were eager to return home. Li Wangyu glanced at them and shook his head in confusion. Return to Chang'an. Why do we have to return to Chang'an? Order the army to rest for a day and set off tomorrow to continue chasing that bastard Xieli. If he runs back to Overseer Mountain, I'll kill my way to Overseer Mountain. If I don't catch that bastard, How can I relieve the anger in my heart? Li Wangyu's words immediately made the foppish lords and Mi Tuo dumbfounded. Chapter 1040. Originally, Mi Tuo and the other playboys thought that Li Wangyu was very persistent in leading the troops to chase after Xieli Ruo because he wanted to vent his anger and take revenge for Xieli Ruo's previous pursuit. However, in today's battle, the Tang army easily defeated Shui Yintuo's army of 50,000. It could be said that it was a complete victory and there were many spoils. Why was Li Wangyu still not satisfied? If he continued to chase, wouldn't he chase all the way to the military governor mountain? Could it be that Li Wangyu really wanted to use these 10,000 men to fight against Shui Yintuo's army of 200,000? Mi Tuo felt a headache coming on. Your Highness, why don't we retreat and rest for a while before making any plans? Moreover, there are so many spoils that need to be dealt with. We can't possibly bring these spoils to chase after Shui Yintuo's men, right? Mi Tuo hesitated but could only continue to persuade Li Wangyu to retreat. The playboys quickly nodded in agreement. That's right, Zio. There are thousands of prisoners and so many horses, cows, and sheep. We can't not deal with them properly. Whether it was the 6,000 prisoners of war or the captured cows, sheep, and horses, they were all money. According to the tradition of the Tang dynasty, whether it was prisoners of war or spoils of war, they were all displayed outside the south gate of the imperial ancestral temple. After the emperor worshipped the ancestors, these spoils of war would be distributed by the imperial court. There was a record in the ceremony of the Tang dynasty. On the day of the triumphant return, the prisoners of war were outside the south gate, north to the west. However, this was the way to deal with the situation when the army was leading the troops into battle. Li Wangyu attacked Shui Yintuo without the consent of Pai Lupi and the imperial court. He was completely acting on his own. Therefore, the spoils of war could not be sent to the imperial ancestral temple to worship the ancestors. Li Wangyu, as the commander, could be said to be good at starting a war or provoking for no reason. However, how to deal with him was a matter for Pai Lupi and the imperial court officials. It had nothing to do with the playboys. It wasn't that they were heartless, but they knew that Pai Lupi wouldn't blame Li Wangyu. Just by looking at how sad Pai Lupi had been during Li Wangyu's disappearance for more than a year, one could tell how important Li Wangyu was to him. Even Mido, the head steward of the imperial palace and the commander of the 100 Cavalry Department, was driven to the desert by Pai Lupi because of Li Wangyu's disappearance. Before finding out the exact whereabouts of Li Wangyu, Mi Tuo could not return to Chang'an. From this, it could be seen how much Pai Lupi cared about his nephew. As long as Li Wangyu was safe and sound, he could beat Shui Yintuo. Could it be that Pai Lupi would pay attention to the weeping complaints of the barbarian Khan? Moreover, it was Shui Yintuo's men who chased after Li Wangyu first. Therefore, no matter how Li Wangyu retaliated, in the eyes of the playboys, it was reasonable. Shui Yintuo's men were beaten in vain. As for the prisoners and spoils of war, the Tang dynasty would never return them. Since the spoils of war couldn't be returned to Shui Yintuo and couldn't be sent to the imperial ancestral temple to worship the ancestors, the right to dispose of them was naturally up to the Western Punitive Expedition Army. These prisoners of war and the spoils of war were all extremely valuable. Needless to say, the spoils of war could be sold directly, whether it was war horses or cattle. As for the prisoners of war, they would be listed as slaves and sold. These prisoners of Shui Yintuo were all strong young men who could be sold at a high price. As for the spoils of war, everyone in the Western Punitive Expedition Army would get a share of it. It was just that the amount was different. This was one of the reasons why the camp was full of singing and laughter. Li Wangyu laughed at the persuasion of Mi Tuo and the playboys. Brothers, is your appetite so small? It wasn't easy for us to come to the grasslands, so how can we just let it go like that? Furthermore, I haven't taken revenge for Jie's tribe, so how can I let them off so easily? His words made it hard for the playboys to reply. They exchanged glances and kept silent. Li Wangyu continued, "As for the prisoners and cattle, I'll arrange 1,000 sword-shield soldiers to escort them back. We'll rest for a day and continue tomorrow to chase Shili Khan. Brothers, don't worry. Isn't the strength of the heaven-raising crossbows enough to prove it? So what if Shui Yintua has 200,000 troops? They're just chickens and dogs, unable to take a single hit. Hee, brothers, think about it. If we can fight our way up to Military Governor Yu Mountain, how many prisoners can we get? If we can capture that bullshit barbarian Khan back to Chang'an and let him accompany Shili Khan, wouldn't that be even better? That is something that can leave one's name in history, no less than General Fei and Marquis Champion. Brothers, don't you want to try?" The General Fei and Marquis Champion that Li Wangyu was referring to were naturally Li Guang and Hu Tsubing. When Qing Chumo and the others heard those words, their eyes turned red from the stimulation. If they could stand shoulder to shoulder with Li Guang and Hu Tsubing, how glorious would that be? Fong Yai directly punched his own palm. "Bastard, let's do it. Ziyu is right. So what if Shui Yintua has 200,000 troops? They're just chickens and dogs." Today, Shui Yintua's 50,000 troops were shot down by the crossbows in an incense stick's time. I think that even if they had a few times more men, it wouldn't be a big deal. Haha, that's right, that's the theory. Ziyu's three-part shooting technique is simply too exquisite. I don't believe that those Shui Yintua people can block such a dense barrage. Chai Lingwu also laughed out loud. The future that Li Wangyu described to the playboys was simply too tempting. If they could really conquer Mo Bay with just 10,000 Tang cavalry, then when they returned to Chang'an, wouldn't they be too arrogant? Not mentioning Qing Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and the other country lords, be it the aristocratic families or the second or third generation, who could compete with them. Furthermore, these bunch of playboys had been eyeing the title of nobility for a long time. If they could make such a huge contribution, would they still need to be afraid of not being given a title? In the worst-case scenario, Pai Lupi might even give them the title of County Marquis. Taking a step back, even if they could not defeat the 200,000 Shui Yintua army, as long as they had the heaven-raising crossbows, retreating safely would not be a problem. With that, the risk of continuing to conquer Mo Bay would not be too high. If one was not willing to do such a profitable business, then one would be a fool. Even the group of playboys were hoodwinked by Li Wangyu. Mi Tua naturally had nothing to say and could only agree with Li Wangyu's decision. After the discussion, they arranged for the lieutenant to lead 1,000 men to escort the war prisoners, cattle, sheep, and other spoils of war to retreat to the south and return to the Tang dynasty. Mi Tua also sent out a few men from the 100 Cavalry Department to quickly return to Chang'an to inform Pai Lupi of the news of Mo Bay. After resting for a day on the grassland, the army set off for the second time, using the momentum of their victory to chase after Shili's remaining troops. After Xialixer's defeat, he ran north for nearly 100 li in one breath, and only then did he stop and begin to gather the defeated army. After the battle, only 30 to 40,000 of the 50,000 Shui Yintua cavalry were left, and many of their horses were lost. The army on the grassland, whether it was Tujua or Shui Yintua, had always had 1 man and 3 horses. But Shili was defeated too quickly this time. Tens of thousands of people were running all over the place. How could they care about those horses? The 30 to 40,000 troops were now short of men and horses, and they were in an even more difficult situation. Shili originally wanted to rest and reorganize his troops, but before he could gather all the defeated troops, the scouts came to report that the Tang army had caught up again. Shili had now lost all his confidence after being killed by the Tang army. How could he dare to stop and fight with the Tang army again? Without hesitation, he immediately led Shui Yintua's remaining troops to run north, and at the same time sent out fast horses to ask for help from his father, putting aside how Li Wangyu was chasing after Shili. At this time, outside Chang'an City, several exhausted horses, covered in dust, were currently galloping over from the northwest. Chapter 1041. Dingzhou Village, Hu County, the Prince of Qin's residence. Qin Wangfei Su Chongqing sat behind a wide desk made of Phoebe Jinan wood, listening to the reports of a group of female soldiers across from her. The quill in her hand was incessantly scribbling on paper, simultaneously issuing all sorts of instructions. In the eastern and western markets, as well as in the various workshops, we must demand a uniform price for those who sell our wine. If anyone refuses to comply, we will immediately stop selling. The quality of the glassware produced in the workshops is still too low. Pass down the order that any craftsman who can resolve this problem will be rewarded with 100 taels of gold. I have already discussed the fluctuations in Chang'an's grain prices with Her Imperial Highness the Empress. The enemy will transport grain from Shu County as soon as possible. No matter what, Chang'an's grain prices must be stabilized. The lingerie workshop also needs to recruit another batch of seamstresses. Were it not for the Confucian robes Su Chongqing was currently wearing, coupled with her towering hairstyle, she would have looked remarkably like a domineering female CEO in the modern world. After taking care of all matters, Su Chongqing dismissed the female soldiers. Only then did she slightly knit her brows, reaching out to rub her temples. The door to the room was once again pushed open. Princess Chang'e, Aphrodite, and Perrin walked in, carrying Su Chongqing's 2 children. Upon seeing her children, Su Chongqing immediately revealed a smile. Reaching out to receive the 2 little fellows, she began to play with them. Perrin and Aphrodite obediently walked behind Su Chongqing, massaging her shoulders. Elder sister, don't overwork yourself. If Lang Jun returns safely and sees elder sister like this, his heart will definitely ache. Perrin said with heartache as she massaged Su Chongqing. Compared to when Li Wangyu had left, Su Chongqing was much more haggard, her body much thinner. Chang'e, who was currently playing with the 2 children, nodded her head in response. Elder sister, Perrin is right. You must take good care of your body. Don't overwork yourself. The estate is not lacking in copper coins. Why must elder sister work so hard? Su Chongqing smiled and shook her head. Lowering her head to look at the 2 children in her arms, her face filled with a motherly smile. Yes, the Prince of Qin's estate was not lacking in money. However, how could she work so hard for money? Chang'e, Perrin, and Aphrodite naturally did not understand Su Chongqing's thoughts. In Su Chongqing's heart, she had always felt that she was no more than a passerby of the Tang dynasty. Ever since that incident, she had, and of course, of course Su. If not for the fact that she had just become a mother and was worried about her children, she probably would have run off to the desert to look for Li Wangyu. It would be best if she could find it, but if she couldn't, she didn't mind sleeping in the desert with Li Wangyu. Of Qin's, of no matter what, she had to build a future for her children that was enough to provide them with food and clothing. In Su Chongqing's opinion, although her 2 children had just been born and already had titles of nobility, and the estate was not lacking in copper coins, these were not enough for her children to live a carefree life in this world. Although she did not know much about history, she knew that the Tang dynasty was different from the later generations. In an era where imperial power reigned supreme, even the officials and nobles might not be able to guarantee that they would live a carefree life. Even someone as powerful as Zhangsun Wuji was forced to hang himself after Pai Lupi's death and Li Ji's ascension to the throne. His relatives were all exiled to Lingnan as servants. Su Chongqing was absolutely unwilling to see such a scene happen to her children. In the eyes of outsiders, Li Wangyu had risen too quickly and swept across the Tang dynasty like a shooting star. Now, the mansion of Qin was heavily favored by the emperor, but Su Chongqing did not dare to entrust her children's future to Pai Lupi. As the saying went, being in the emperor's company was like being in the tiger's company. Who could be sure that after Li Wangyu was gone, how long would the imperial family's imperial favor last? Therefore, for the sake of her children, Su Chongqing began to think of every possible way to increase the influence of the mansion of Qin. She wanted to deepen the foundation of the family, hoping to protect her children. For example, the future Empress Mei Nyang. Su Chongqing directly took her to live in the mansion. He cared about her and taught her carefully, completely treating her as his own child. Although this care was partly due to Su Chongqing's selfishness and utilitarianism, it still made the relationship between the little lowly and Wu Meinyang even stronger. As for Li Qingqian, Li Tai, and even the little brat Li Ji, Su Chongqing simply took over the job of Li Wangyou's imperial tutor. After all, compared to Su Chongqing, Li Wangyou, who graduated from a second-tier university, was not enough to be compared to Su Chongqing, who was a top student from the University of Pennsylvania. What Li Wangyou could teach, Su Chongqing could teach as well. After comparing with Empress Xiangsun, Pai Lupi found that Su Chongqing was indeed as good as she said. She knew everything about astronomy and geography. For a moment, she was also shocked. Regarding this, Su Chongqing only said that when the Tao father imparted knowledge to Li Wangyou, she was also listening at the side. Therefore, she could also be considered half a disciple of the Tao father. Pai Lupi did not doubt Su Chongqing's words. It was just that a woman imparting knowledge to a prince was not a pleasant thing to say. Therefore, Pai Lupi did not publicize this matter. She only tacitly allowed Li Qingqian and the others to often go to the Duke of Qin's mansion to listen to lectures. Whether it was teaching Li Qingqian, Li Ji, or Wu Meinyang, it was all a long-term investment that Su Chongqing carried out for her and Li Wangyou's child. In the future, no matter who ascended the throne, they would at least have a relationship with the Duke of Qin's mansion. However, Su Chongqing did not place all her hopes on others. Originally, Su Chongqing did business and took care of the properties in the mansion. It was just to pass the time. The business methods that she had learned in the future were just a small part of her skills. However, after Li Wangyou was gone, although Su Chongqing did not take a step out of the mansion, she relied on her female army and began to show off her skills. Not only did she expand the properties in her mansion, but Su Chongqing also wanted the Duke of Qin's mansion to have a more stable foundation. She did not choose to use her power in the imperial court. Instead, she chose to use the merchants that even the landowning clans looked down on. The merchants of the Tang dynasty were all miscellaneous, low-class, and lowly. However, Su Chongqing knew how much power merchants could have, and she did not look down on their value. Over the past year, Su Chongqing had borrowed the power of various factions to fight against others. With her business mind and management strategies that surpassed the times, she had established a huge business network in the east and west of Chang'an. Her name as the goddess of wealth was known by everyone in Chang'an and the surrounding provinces. In this regard, Pai Lupi and Empress Xiangsun had no objections. They were even happy to see it happen. After all, the imperial family also had a large share of the Duke of Qin's business. Speaking of which, the imperial family had a big advantage. Over the past year, Su Chongqing naturally had a hard time. She not only had to take care of her two children who were crying piteously for food, but she also had to teach Wu Meinyang and the others. She also had to remotely command a group of female army and plan her business empire. However, no matter how hard it was, Su Chongqing felt that it was worth it as long as she could see her two children. This might be a common problem for parents. Naturally, she could not tell Chang'e and the others about these thoughts. Even though Chang'e and the others were Li Wangyou's wives and concubines in name, these things could not be announced. A few months ago, Duke Liu, Qingyao Jin, ordered someone to send back a shocking piece of news. The Duke of Qin, Li Wangyou, actually did not die in the desert. Instead, he was captured by a group of desert bandits. However, just before Qingyao Jin sent troops to eliminate the desert bandits, Li Wangyou actually escaped from the desert bandits' camp alone. Once again, his whereabouts were unknown. This news immediately made everyone in the Duke of Qin's mansion cry tears of joy. The haze that had been suppressing the Duke of Qin's mansion for more than a year finally dissipated by more than half. As long as Li Wangyu did not die in the desert, then there was hope. Chapter 1042. Ever since the news that Li Wangyu didn't die in the desert and escaped alive spread, Su Changqing couldn't help but hold her children and cry bitterly. Even though they hadn't found Li Wangyu's exact whereabouts, Su Changqing firmly believed that her husband, Li Wangyu, would definitely return home. As this news spread back to Chang'an, it also brought some trouble to Pai Lupi. First of all, there was the issue of Chang'el's identity. Since ancient times, Wuxia had a system of one husband and one wife and many concubines. It was the same for the emperor and the commoners. So even Li Wangyu was no exception. Back then, Pai Lupi nodded and agreed that Li Wangyu could imitate a Huang Nuing and have 2 wives. However, Pai Lupi didn't have the final say on this matter. Even if he was the emperor, this kind of thing that violated Wuxia's ethics and morals would definitely be criticized to death by those old masters. Not to mention other things, Wei Jing alone would definitely be fiercely opposed to this kind of thing. In addition to the issue of one husband and one wife, Chang'el had to marry Li Wangyu. What was more troublesome was that Wuxia didn't allow people with the same surname to marry. Not only did Chang'el and Li Wangyu have the same surname, but they were also relatives. They were also master and disciple. If any of these rules were violated, those old masters would go crazy. Moreover, these were 3 red lines that couldn't be touched. Therefore, if nothing happened to Li Wangyu, it was actually impossible for Pai Lupi to marry Chang'el even if he wanted to. If Pai Lupi insisted on doing things his own way and used his authority as the emperor to force an edict, there would be a lot of trouble in the imperial court. At least, it wouldn't be as easy as the plague of locusts in Jingguan's 2nd year. The aristocratic families led by the 5 surnames and 7 hopes would definitely not let go of this opportunity to criticize Pai Lupi from the height of morality. However, coincidentally, when Li Wangyu led the army to the west to conquer the western region, he was accidentally buried in the desert. It could be said that with Li Wangyu's death, his identity became very sensitive. To go to war for the country and die in an accident, that was a martyr, a hero of the country. Under these circumstances, Princess Chang'el's choice to marry of a lower status became a beautiful story. Even the stubborn Wei Jing had to pinch his nose and accept it. After all, although Li Wangyu had sacrificed his life for the country, Princess Chang'el's insistence on marrying him, although it was unreasonable, it was the friendship of the imperial family. And no one could say a single word. In any case, Li Wangyu was no longer in this world. Although this marriage was unreliable, no one jumped out to seek trouble for themselves. But who could have thought Li Zest? When the news reached Chang'an, everyone was surprised and looked at each other. They did not know how to deal with the fact that Li Wangyu had 2 concubines. To impeach Li Wangyu, there didn't seem to be any reason. After all, when Chang'el married into the Prince of Qin's household, Li Wangyu was still trapped in the desert. He didn't know about this matter, so how could he be blamed? Should Chang'el and Li Wangyu divorce? These words were not pleasant to hear. Since ancient times, there had been a saying in China, it's better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. Ruining a marriage was a grave sin. Regardless of whether it was the aristocratic families or the scholarly old masters, no one dared to write such a memorial to Pai Lupi. They would be spurned by the common people. For a moment, everyone was in a difficult position. Another problem for Pai Lupi was Li Wangyu's title. At that time, in his grief, Pai Lupi had given the order to posthumously confer Li Wangyu the title of imperial prince, giving his former title to Li Wangyu. But now that Li Wangyu was still alive, this matter was somewhat inappropriate. After all, Li Wangyu and his father, Li Zhou, had already been ordered by Pai Lupi to reinstate them into the imperial family by the Zongjing Temple. What was more troublesome was the title of Prince of Qin. Prince of Qin was Pai Lupi's title before he ascended the throne after the Xuanwu Gate incident. To a certain extent, Prince of Qin represented Pai Lupi. This was also the reason why in the Tang dynasty, no one had been conferred the title of Prince of Qin except for Pai Lupi. But now that Li Wangyu was still alive, this title was rather inappropriate. Pai Lupi had also figured it out at this time. He was somewhat regretful and felt that he had been too hasty at that time. He wanted to confer the title of Li Wangyu again, but this matter had already been issued and the imperial envoy had heard of it. Li Er also wanted to save face. He was a little embarrassed to do this kind of thing that changed orders all the time. In short, the news that Li Wangyu was still alive made Pai Lupi very happy, but it also brought him a lot of trouble. However, although there was news of Li Wangyu at that time, the Tang army had not yet found Li Wangyu. Therefore, although this matter was rather troublesome, it was not urgent. The most important thing was to find Li Wangyu's exact whereabouts. That was the most important thing. In the 5th month of the 7th year of Zhenguan, several secret agents of the 100 Cavalry Department rushed back from the western regions and finally brought good news to Pai Lupi. Mi Tuo, Qing Chimo, and the others led 10,000 Tang cavalry and rescued Prince of Qin Li Wangyu in the desert. What the secret agents of the 100 Cavalry Department brought back, other than Mi Tuo's memorial, there was also Li Wangyu's handwritten memorial for Pai Lupi and a letter for Su Chongqing. This was what Li Wangyu hurriedly wrote down before he led the Tang army into the grassland to pursue Xieli and let Mi Tuo order people to bring it back to Chang'an. In the memorial presented to Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu explained his whereabouts in the past year and the reason why he led the troops to pursue Shui Yintuo's wolf cavalry. Pai Lupi carefully read this short memorial several times. He was both happy and angry. He was happy because he found Li Wangyu, but angry because he targeted Shui Yintuo and the barbarian Khan. He sent Tang Songling to Shui Yintuo, wanting to borrow Shui Yintuo's power to search for Li Wangyu. Who would have thought that Shui Yintuo's people actually ate the bear's heart and leopard's guts and actually dared to pursue Li Wangyu? If it were not for the coincidence that Mi Tuo and Qing Chimo led the army and appeared, Li Wangyu would probably have lost his life in the desert. How could this not make Pai Lupi angry? If it were not for Qing Yaojin leading 150,000 troops and still opening up territory in the western regions, Pai Lupi almost wanted to order people to kill their way into the grassland and capture that bastard Khan back to Chang and to interrogate him in front of him. Although Pai Lupi could not send out the army to pursue Shui Yintuo, he immediately ordered the Tang army guarding the Great Wall passes from Ping to Luku to immediately leave the pass and head to the grassland north of the desert to meet up with Prince of Qin Li Wangyu. After dealing with official business, Pai Lupi looked at the letter on the table that Li Wangyu asked the 100 Horsemen Department to bring back. He could not help but laugh and scold. This bastard boy. He only knows how to be sentimental. Pai Lupi could not help but think so. Li Wangyu's memorial to Pai Lupi was only 2 short pieces of paper. As for the letter he wrote to Su Chongqing, although Pai Lupi did not open it, he knew how much it was just by looking at the bulging stack of letters sealed in the fire seal. Empress Xianxia also received the news and hurried to the legislative hall. Erlang, I heard that there is news from the western regions. Zio, he has been found. Pai Lupi smiled and nodded. Yes, Mi Tuo and Qing Chimo found that bastard in the desert. Dao Zhu bless. Empress Xianxia also heaved a sigh of relief and then asked, Erlang, when will he return to Chang'an? Has he already set out? Ever since Chang'e married into the Duke of Qin's residence, the relationship between Li Wangyu and Empress Xianxia changed from uncle and nephew to mother-in-law and son-in-law. Li Wangyu was originally liked by Empress Xianxia. Moreover, the more a mother-in-law looks at a son-in-law, the more she likes him. Set out my ass. This scoundrel brat, after sending a letter back, he himself brought 10,000 soldiers and horses, charging into Mabe to find Shili to settle the score. Li Er replied exasperatedly, then handed Li Wangyu's memorial to Empress Xianxia. Empress Xianxia hurriedly finished reading the memorial but also frowned. This child is really mischievous. Shui Yintuo has 200,000 armored soldiers, how can he be so reckless? Erlang, quickly send troops to Mabe to meet up with Zio. don't let anything happen again. Empress Xianxia didn't care about her habit of never getting involved in politics. After reading the memorial, she immediately spoke and had Pai Lupi send troops to meet up with Shui and Tua. Pai Lupi didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his wife's behavior. He even felt a bit of jealousy in his heart. Guanyin maid, don't worry about that bastard. I have my own arrangements for these matters. Alright, since there's nothing going on today, how about we make a trip to Hu County? We will personally deliver the letter to that bastard, Pai Lupi said and waved the letter that Li Wangyu had written to Su Chongqing. Empress Xianxia smiled and nodded, naturally not objecting. Ever since Chang'e married into the Duke of Qin's residence, as a mother, she couldn't often see Chang'e, so she naturally missed her. Adding on the great news that came today, she had long wanted to make a trip to Dingzhou village in Hu County. Chapter 1043. Pai Lupi's imperial entourage and Empress Xiangxuan's phoenix carriage, escorted by numerous bodyguards, suddenly arrived at Dingzhou village. Naturally, this caused the entire Duke of Qin's household to fall into chaos. Su Chongqing did not dare to be negligent. Leading Princess Chang'e, Aphrodite, and Perrin, he hurriedly went to the gates to receive them. Without waiting for Su Chongqing and company to greet them, Pai Lupi smiled and waved his hand. Dispense with the formalities, dispense with the formalities. Today, we and Guanyin have come to visit. This is an extremely joyous occasion. Su Chongqing's beautiful eyes could not help but brighten. Raising his eyes, he looked at Pai Lupi. Filled with anticipation, he was also worried that he had guessed incorrectly. Very conflicted, he asked, Your Imperial Majesty, is there news of Wang Yu? Worthy of being the goddess of wealth of my Tang dynasty. Truly intelligent, you guessed correctly. Pai Lupi laughed heartily and nodded his head. Hearing these words, Su Chongqing's body could not help but sway. Empress Xianxia walked forward with a smile, extending an arm to support Su Chongqing. Chongqing, Mi Tuo, Qing Chimo, and the others have already found Zio in the desert. He is currently safe and sound. You can be at ease. Over this past year, it has been hard on you. Today, the clouds have finally parted and the moon has seen the light of day. It can be considered that the faithful are not disappointed. Her words caused Su Chongqing to be unable to restrain his tears from streaming down his cheeks. Everyone from the Duke of Qin's household, including Princess Chang'e, also began to shed tears. The old housekeeper, Li Heng, once again began to bawl, causing those who saw him to feel sad. Pai Lupi glared at them. Enough, this is a joyous occasion. What are you all crying for? Chang'e, come to father's side. Don't cry anymore. In a few days, your husband will return. If you cry until your body is damaged, father will find that boy Zio to settle accounts. Chang'e promptly used her sleeve to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. With reddened eyes, she acted spoiled towards Pai Lupi. Father, how can you blame husband? What does this matter have to do with husband? It's really the case of a girl speaking for an outsider. Are you speaking for your husband? All right. Father has brought you good news today. Hurry up and prepare some good food and wine for father and mother to express your gratitude. Pai Lupi doted on his eldest daughter, Chang'e, the most. What he said just now was just to tease her. Su Chongqing hurriedly ordered Li Heng to prepare a banquet. He then respectfully welcomed Pai Lupi and Empress Xianxia into the mansion and sat down. Not to mention how excited Su Chongqing was when he saw Li Wangyu's handwritten letter, and how jubilant the Qin mansion was. At this time, in Shui Yintuo's court on Mount Yu military governor, there was a tense atmosphere of mutual hostility. Shili Dao's army of 50,000 was defeated by the Tang army's 10,000 armored cavalry in one strike. They fled toward the north with the wind in their eyes. Naturally, with the fastest speed, this matter was sent back to the imperial court of Overseer Mountain by fast horse. After the barbarian Khan and Tang Songling parted on bad terms last time, they both hoped that their son would bring him good news. As long as Shui Yintuo's army could defeat the Tang army, he could vent his anger in front of Tang Songling. However, no matter how much the barbarian Khan calculated, he did not expect that his army of 50,000 would not be able to defeat the Tang army's 10,000 cavalry. After knowing this matter, the barbarian Khan directly smashed his most beloved jade cup in the king's tent and took out the scimitar at his waist, cutting the furnishings in the king's tent into a mess. Even the guards beside him were dragged out by the barbarian Khan because of some small matter and were directly trampled to death by the galloping horses. For a time, everyone in the king's tent was as silent as cicadas in winter. They did not dare to breathe loudly, fearing that they would cause the Khan to die in vain. After venting for a while, the barbarian Khan once again ordered people to summon Tang Songling. Assistant Minister Tang, that Tang dynasty's king of Qin has gone too far. Does the Tang dynasty really want to make me, Shui Yintuo, an enemy? I, Shui Yintuo, respect the Tang dynasty, but that does not mean that I, Shui Yintuo, am weak. Tang Songling was at Overseer Mountain and had lost contact with the outside world. He did not know what had happened in the grassland. The last time he met with the barbarian Khan, he found out that Shui Yintuo had sent 50,000 troops to deal with King of Qin Li Wangyu. Although he did not admit defeat, he was still worried. These days, he had sent out people to gather information in Shui Yintuo's palace but to no avail. It would be a lie to say that Tang Songling was not worried about this. He could only pray in his heart that King of Qin Li Wangyu would retreat and lead 10,000 Tang troops out of Mo Bay safely. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to complete his task. Who would have thought that the barbarian Khan would suddenly summon him and spit at him furiously the moment they met? Tang Songling was surprised, but he was also overjoyed. Without a doubt, Shui Yintuo and his men must have suffered a great loss for the barbarian Khan to lose his composure. He did not know what the King of Qin had done with the 10,000 troops, but there was no doubt that they must have taught Shui Yintuo a lesson. That was why the barbarian Khan was so angry. Tang Songling could not help but laugh. Barbarian Khan, I have already said this. Have you forgotten your identity? As a subject of His Majesty, how dare you say such disgraceful words? Making an enemy of the Tang dynasty. Is Shui Yintuo worthy? You! How dare you! The barbarian Khan was like an enraged bull. His eyes were red as he pulled out a machete from his waist and placed it on Tang Songling's neck. If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Barbarian Khan, if you are willing to bury Shui Yintuo with me, just cut off the machete in your hand. If I blink, I will give my head to Barbarian Khan to kick like a ball. Tang Songling was not afraid. Instead, he stretched his neck forward. It had to be said that the officials of the early Tang dynasty were all martial artists and had a sense of pride in their bones. It was even more so when they faced the barbarians of the grassland. The Tang dynasty was their strongest backing. Those who offend the emissary of the Tang dynasty will be killed. If you are disrespectful, I will destroy your country. Tang Songling's father, Tang Jian, used himself as bait to lure the Turks. He made great contributions to the Tang dynasty by defeating the Turks and capturing Shili Khan alive. In history, Wang Xianxia, who single-handedly destroyed a country, single-handedly destroyed central India and wrote the legend of the Tang dynasty. The barbarian Khan wanted to threaten the emissary of the Tang dynasty, but he had made a mistake. Tang Songling's words put the barbarian Khan in an awkward position. He panted heavily and the veins on his hand that was holding the machete bulged. He did not care about anything else and directly cut down the Tang emissary. In the end, the barbarian Khan's fear of the Tang dynasty stopped him from cutting down with his machete. Good. Since Assistant Minister Tang is not afraid of death, I will fulfill your wish. I will show you how I defeat the Tang dynasty. Men, gather all the troops and I will personally lead the troops to battle. Assistant Minister Tang, you will go with me. The barbarian Khan finally put away his machete, but he did not plan to let Tang Songling go. Tang Songling shrugged indifferently. He did not care about the barbarian Khan's anger. He was just curious about what the Qin King Li Wangyu had done. Why did he feel like he had pierced through the sky of the northern desert grassland? It was not a secret that Shui Yintuo had a total of 200,000 soldiers. It was unbelievable that the barbarian Khan had gathered all of Shui Yintuo's soldiers just to deal with Li Wangyu's 10,000 soldiers. Could it be? Could it be that Shui Yintuo's 50,000 soldiers were annihilated by the Qin king? This sudden thought shocked Tang Songling himself, but he also felt that it was too unrealistic. Tang Songling naturally did not expect that although his guess was not correct, it was not far from the truth. After Li Wangyu defeated Xieli Luo's army of 50,000, he pursued relentlessly. Xieli only had 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers and he was already scared out of his wits. He did not dare to go against the Tang army and could only escape to the north. However, when Shui Yintuo's army was defeated, most of the horses were seized by the Tang army during the chaos. This caused Shui Yintuo's army to not have enough horses. At least half of Shui Yintuo's cavalry only had one man and one horse. Under such circumstances, how could they outrun the Tang army on the grassland? Therefore, after more than 10 days of pursuit, Xieli's 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers were left with less than 20,000 soldiers. The rest of the cavalry were left behind due to the lack of horses. They were either captured by the Tang army or killed by the blades of the Tang army. Li Wangyu led 9,000 cavalry and pursued all the way. They were about to reach Shui Yintuo's palace, Overseer Mountain. At this time, the remaining 150,000 soldiers of Shui Yintuo had already gathered at Overseer Mountain. They had already set up camp and were waiting for the Tang army to arrive. Chapter 1044. Pai Lupi ordered the Tang army stationed along the Great Wall to leave the pass and enter the desert to meet the king of Qin. Naturally, the generals did not dare to delay. After receiving the order, the Tang army stationed at several passes left the pass and entered the Maobei grassland. The Tang dynasty did not attach importance to the Great Wall. Unlike the Qin and Han dynasties, the Tang dynasty did not rely on the Great Wall to defend the grassland tribes. If the nomads from the north came to invade, the Tang dynasty would just mount their horses and charge into the grassland, killing the nomads until their faces turned pale. Therefore, the Tang army stationed at several passes along the Great Wall did not have many soldiers. Their main task was to patrol and warn, not to defend. The Tang army stationed at several passes totaled only 5,000 to 6,000 men. Compared to Shui Yintuo's army of 200,000, it was just a drop in the ocean. However, the Tang army did not take Shui Yintuo's threat seriously. After receiving Pai Lupi's order, the 5,000 to 6,000 Tang cavalry immediately charged into the grassland. It was not that the Tang army was muddle-headed and thought that they were supermen who could fight 100 men. It was because they were like Tang Songling, who had the solid support of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, they did not take Shui Yintuo seriously. Unlike the 10,000 Tang cavalry led by Li Wangyu, they were attacking Shui Yintuo privately under the order of Li Wangyu. However, the several thousand Tang army stationed at the Great Wall came out under the order of the emperor. The meaning was different, so was the morale. They did not believe that Shui Yintuo dared to fight with them. The Tang flag in their hands was the embodiment of Pai Lupi's will in the Maobei grassland. The boundary between the Tang dynasty and Shui Yintuo was the Great Wall. In addition to the Tang army stationed by the Tang dynasty, Shui Yintuo also had several thousand cavalry stationed here. When the Tang army swarmed out of the pass, Shui Yintuo's people were shocked. They quickly formed a formation to stop the Tang army from entering the grassland. However, the 5,000 to 6,000 Tang army did not care about the Shui Intuo cavalry stationed outside the Great Wall. They rode their horses directly into the grassland and headed north. Shui Intuo's cavalry looked at each other, but they did not dare to wave their swords and spears at the Tang army. A few of Shui Intuo's kiliarchs discussed for a while and did not know how to deal with it. They could only lead their subordinates to catch up with the Tang army and follow behind them from a distance. At the same time, they sent someone to send a message and ask for countermeasures. The 5,000 to 6,000 Tang soldiers did not even bother to pay attention to Shui Intuo's men who were following them. They just went north to look for King of Qin. However, they did not expect that a few days later, they would encounter the 1,000 men that Li Wangyu had ordered to escort the captives and spoils of war. After a brief communication, the two sides figured out what had happened. The Tang army that was ordered to come out of the pass to receive the King of Qin was surprised, happy, and envious. He was shocked because Qin Wang was so bold. With only 9,000 men, he dared to go straight to Overseer Mountain and cause trouble for Shui Intuo's people. They were happy that they had the exact whereabouts of the Duke of Qin, Li Wangyu. At least they didn't have to wander around the grasslands. As for the envy, it was naturally because of the thousands of prisoners and the many spoils of war in front of him. As for the Shui Intuo's cavalry that was following the Tang army from afar, they naturally saw this scene and were both shocked and angry. How could they not be angry when they saw that thousands of their fellow soldiers were captured by the Tang army? Moreover, the Tang army's purpose of escorting them south was self-evident. Naturally, they were preparing to escort them back to the Tang dynasty. How could these Shui Intuo's cavalry let this happen? Now that things had come to this, even if these Shui Intuo's cavalry were unwilling to have a conflict with the Tang army, they could not bear it anymore. If they really watched as the Tang army escorted their fellow soldiers back to the Tang dynasty, then they would not be able to stay in the North Desert grasslands anymore. They would definitely be beheaded by the furious barbarian Khan. Therefore, a small-scale battle broke out. Thousands of Tang army against the same number of Shui Intuo's cavalry. The prosperity of the Tang dynasty first came from the strength of its military. In a situation of the same scale, the Tang army could be said to be invincible. Therefore, the outcome of this small-scale battle was self-evident. 2 hours later, the defeated Shui Intuo's cavalry fled north, battered and exhausted, while the Tang army's troops heading south gained another few hundred captives. After defeating the Shui Intuo's cavalry, they did not dare to delay any longer. After handing over the captive Shui Intuo's cavalry to the Tang army's cavalry heading south, they galloped in the direction of the military governor mountain. These Tang army soldiers were ordered to come out of the mountain pass. No matter what, they had to meet up with Li Wangyu. Otherwise, they would not dare to return like this. When they heard that His Highness King of Qin only commanded 9,000 men and horses to head straight to the military governor mountain to challenge Shui Intuo's army of 200,000, these Tang army soldiers felt a chill down their spines. They did not think that the King of Qin could win. Even if they had a few thousand men, compared to Shui Intuo's army of 200,000, it was still a drop in the bucket. Now that they were heading straight to the military governor mountain, they might just be sending themselves to their deaths. However, even if the road ahead was bleak, these Tang army soldiers did not dare to turn their horses around and head south to return to the Great Wall. Whether it was because of Pai Lupi's order or because they wanted to rescue the King of Qin, they could only brace themselves and continue forward. As soldiers, even if there was a mountain of blades and a sea of flames in front of them, they had to give it a try. If they did not succeed, they would die trying. Li Wangyu, who was thousands of miles away, naturally did not know about this small battle that happened on the grassland. At this time, he had already led 9,000 men and horses to chase after the frightened Shili all the way to the military governor mountain. Only then did he stop his footsteps. The scouts in the army reported that Shui Intuo's army's camp was located 20 miles ahead. According to the banners on the camp, it was certain that Shui Intuo's barbarian Khan had personally set out to battle and was currently in that camp. Li Wangyu was not so arrogant as to directly go head-to-head with Shui Yintuo's army of 100,000. After ordering people to set up camp, he led me Tuo and a group of silk pants up a small hill nearby, preparing to personally observe the situation of the enemy. However, when they climbed up the hill and used binoculars to look at Shui Yintuo's camp under the protection of his personal guards and troops, their faces became quite ugly. Even if Li Wangyu knew how stupid Shui Yintuo's dismounted cavalry formation was and where its fatal weakness was, when he saw Shui Yintuo's camp not far away, he could not help but feel his heart tighten. With an army of 100,000, its camp area stretched for several miles. As far as the eye could see, Shui Yintuo's banners were fluttering in the wind and countless cavalry were galloping around the camp as a warning. In Shui Yintuo's camp, there were even more people moving about and the neighing of horses could be heard incessantly. Even if Li Wangyu's psychological quality was not bad, when he saw this camp of 100,000 people, he still felt shocked. In fact, Li Wangyu was not unaware of what a camp of 100,000 soldiers looked like. The army he had led to the west previously had 150,000 people, which was not inferior to Shui Yintuo's army in front of him at all, or even better. However, he had never looked at the camp of the Tang army from a high place. Being in the camp, he did not realize that looking at the camp of 100,000 soldiers would be so shocking. Qing Chumo and the others also had ugly expressions at this moment. Chai Lingwu could not help but swallow his saliva. Zio, are we really going to throw a few thousand people to attack Shui Yintuo's army? Shouldn't we reconsider? Mi Tuo also quickly advised, Your Highness, you have already taught Shui Yintuo's people a lesson. Why don't we immediately go south and return to the Tang dynasty? I think that if we travel light, Shui Yintuo's army will not be able to catch up with us even if they want to. The group of foppish young masters also began to persuade him, and even Ague had the same attitude. Although he wanted to avenge the Hurut tribe, it was simply crazy to use a few thousand people to attack 100,000 people. Li Wangyu was persuaded by the crowd, but his heart was beating like a drum. Could this battle really be won? F***CK, don't tell me you're talking nonsense in the history books. Could Li Ji really defeat tens of thousands of Shui Yintuo's cavalry with just 6,000 people? Li Wangyu's face could not help but turn pale. He felt that he had really made a fatal mistake. Chapter 1045. After seeing the camp that stretched for miles, Li Wangyu suddenly realized that he seemed to have made a big mistake, which was to ignore the numerical advantage of Shui Yintuo's army. Although he knew the fatal weakness of Shui Yintuo's dismounted cavalry, in the face of an absolute advantage, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to break this weakness. The barbarian Khan had hundreds of thousands of troops. It was impossible for him to send all of his troops to fight him. Thus, even if he defeated tens of thousands of Shui Yintuo's army, it would be meaningless. The barbarian Khan still had hundreds of thousands of troops in his hands. He would not give him a second chance to send out cavalry to attack the cavalry at the rear. Even if the barbarian Khan was extremely stupid and ordered all of his troops to dismount and fight the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu would not stand a chance. Shui Yintuo's army had 5 people in a team. During the battle, 4 people would dismount and 1 person would guard the horses at the rear. Among the hundreds of thousands of troops, there were nearly 30,000 people guarding the horses at the rear. On the other hand, Li Wangyu only had 2,000 cavalrymen. Unless he could conjure up a few thousand more cavalry, it would be impossible for him to defeat 30,000 people with only 2,000 cavalry. Another way to defeat Shui Yintuo's army was to use the composite steel crossbows to shoot in 3 stages. Li Wangyu believed that as long as he had enough crossbows, he would not be afraid even if there were thousands of soldiers and horses on the opposite side. However, the problem was that the 2,000 crossbowmen had a limited number of arrows in their quiver. This was not a real-time strategy game where as long as there were soldiers, there would be an endless stream of arrows to shoot out. The standard configuration of the Tang army was that each crossbowman carried 75 arrows, the same as the Mongolian cavalry in the future. This was because the Tang dynasty did not lack horses and could provide enough horses for the crossbowmen to carry supplies and other supplies. Otherwise, they would not have been able to carry so many arrows. European longbowmen in the Middle Ages usually carried only 50 arrows with them when fully loaded. As for the 2,000 crossbowmen under Li Wangyu, they had used up some of the arrows in their quiver during the chase. Now, each of them only had 50 to 60 arrows left. It was wishful thinking to rely on these crossbow bolts to defeat the 100,000-strong Xianxia cavalry. Without the crossbows, the composite steel crossbows in the hands of the 2,000 archers were no different from firearms without bullets. They were even worse than fire sticks. If the barbarian male Khan did not care, and the 100,000 soldiers surrounded him from all sides, then even if he, Li Wangyu, had great ability, he would not be able to escape even if he grew wings. After understanding all this, Li Wangyu's back couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Although Li Wangyu was unwilling to accept the persuasion of the foppish young masters and Mido, he could only nod silently. All right. Let's withdraw. Maldorf ***, Nan and Xieli Luo, those two bastards, got lucky. Li Wangyu spat angrily towards the foot of the hill, then turned around and ordered everyone to descend the hill, preparing for a full retreat. Li Wangyu admitted defeat and prepared to run, but the barbarian Khan would not let him go. After Li Wangyu made the decision, the Tang army immediately abandoned the camp that they had just set up, and the rear became the front, retreating towards the south. However, the army had only run for a few dozen miles when the scouts at the back of the army quickly reported that the Xianxia army had also left camp, and the Super Tang army was chasing after them. Li Wangyu cursed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He could only order the army to speed up and retreat towards the south. The current situation was completely reversed from a few days ago. Previously, Li Wangyu led the Tang army to chase after Xieli Luo, but now, it was the barbarian Khan who led his son Xieli Luo to chase after Li Wangyu. Luckily, the 9,000 Tang cavalry led by Li Wangyu did not lack horses. Each person rode 3 horses, and with a small group moving forward, they did not have to worry about being caught by the Xianxia army for a while. However, the sudden change in the situation caused the morale of the 9,000 Tang cavalry to drop to the bottom. A second ago, they were still arrogant victors, and the next moment, they were chased by the Xianxia army like dogs. This was a huge blow to their morale. The Tang army retreated all the way south, but the Xianxia army did not give up and chased after them. Who asked Li Wangyu to kill the son of the barbarian Khan, Bashuo, and lead the Tang army to defeat Xieli Luo's 50,000 cavalry? He even chased them all the way to where the Xianxia palace was. If the barbarian Khan swallowed this humiliation and did not take revenge, then his Khan position would not be stable. After all, Xianxia had just established the Khanate not long ago, and the people of the various tribes in the Khanate were not stable. If Li Wangyu was allowed to leave after slapping the face of the Xianxia Khanate, it would not be long before the Xianxia Khanate was divided. To stop the Tang cavalry from escaping south, the barbarian Khan sent out his 10,000 most elite wolf cavalry. These 10,000 wolf cavalry used the speed of their horses to cause a lot of trouble for Li Wangyu's Tang cavalry. Luckily, with the steel crossbows in their hands, they were able to suppress the arrogance of the wolf cavalry. After leaving behind hundreds of corpses, the wolf cavalry did not dare to force their way into the Tang army. They could only follow behind the Tang cavalry and harass their speed day and night. Facing this, the Tang army could not help but feel bitter. However, as their horses were not as fast as the enemy, they could not chase them away. Li Wangyu did not have any good ideas and could only ignore them. Just like this, one chased and one fled, and 10 days passed in a flash. During this period of time, the 9,000 Tang cavalry lost close to 100 men due to the harassment of the wolf cavalry. Of course, the Xianxia wolf cavalry did not have it easy either. To delay the Tang army's retreat, they left behind close to 1,000 corpses. However, even so, the Tang army was in a tough spot. The North Desert was simply too huge. From the military governor mountain to the Great Wall, it was 2,000 miles. The Tang army traveled light and could only travel 100 miles in a day. To return to the Tang dynasty, they had to cross the Great Wall, and they were only halfway there. However, after being chased by the Xianxia army for 10 days and being harassed by the wolf cavalry, the men were tired and the horses were tired. On this day, before the sun set, the Tang army charged into a river valley. Li Wangyu immediately ordered the army to set up camp here. Although the North Desert was a grassland, it still had mountains and rivers. The river valley that they were in had mountains on both sides and trees on the mountains. At the bottom of the valley was a meandering river that was a few meters wide. The entire river valley was less than 100 steps wide, easy to defend and hard to attack. It was a rare place for the Tang army to rest. At least they did not have to worry about being attacked by the wolf cavalry in the middle of the night. As long as they blocked the entrance of the river valley, they would not have to worry about the harassment of the wolf cavalry. The tired Tang army got off their horses. Without resting, they led their equally tired horses to the river to wash them. These horses were the most trustworthy companions of the Tang army. Therefore, taking care of the horses was the most important task of every Tang army. After Li Wangyu and the wastrels handed their horses over to their personal guards to take care of, they didn't stay idle. They led a few of their personal guards up the hill and prepared to observe the situation of the enemy. Looking at the wolf cavalry army that had set up camp a few miles away, Li Wangyu could not help but curse in his heart. Fang Yi immediately cursed out, "Damn bastards, these damn wolf riders are really like ghosts that won't go away. Zio, what should we do now? If we continue to run like this, our horses might not be able to last much longer. I'm afraid we won't be able to outrun those wolf cubs that grew up on the grassland." Li Wangyu nodded silently. Everyone knew what Fang Yi said, but they did not have a way to break out of this situation. For a moment, everyone was silent. After a long time, Mituo suddenly said, "Your Highness, old slave dares to say that this place is easy to defend and hard to attack. Why don't your Highness hand over the army to the old slave? Your Highness should not care about this matter and quickly return to Chang'an. His Majesty is still waiting for your Highness in Taiji Palace." Mituo's words stunned Li Wangyu and the others. They immediately reacted and understood what Mituo meant. Obviously, Mituo intended to lead the rest of the Tang army to defend this river valley to give Li Wangyu and the other wastrels time to escape. With the ability of the Tang army, even if the barbarian Khan arrived with more than 100,000 troops, they might not be able to break through the defense of the Tang army in a short time. As long as they could delay for a few days, Li Wangyu and the others could easily escape from the pursuit of Xianxua's army. Mituo's words made the wastrels look at each other and did not know how to respond. If they said that they did not want to live, it would be a lie. But if they were asked to abandon the Tang army and escape on their own, Qing Chumo and the others would definitely not agree. Everyone was speechless for a moment. They all looked at Li Wangyu, waiting to see how he would answer. Li Wangyu laughed and patted Mituo's shoulder. "Haha, Mituo, I am still alive and you want to snatch my military power. Get lost. Don't forget, as long as His Majesty does not give an order, I am still the chief of the Western Expedition Army. Your Highness." Mituo was anxious and wanted to persuade him again. But Gue, who was beside Li Wangyu, suddenly spoke. "Oh no, there is smoke and dust on the south side of the river valley. There is cavalry." Gui's words shocked everyone and they all turned to look. Chapter 1046. Not only did Atai notice the appearance of cavalry in the south of the valley, the scouts and the army had also issued a warning. Horns were blown in the valley, and all the Tang soldiers did not hesitate. They quickly gathered under the orders of the captains and were ready to face the enemy. The faces of Li Wangyu and the other wastrels had turned ugly. The valley they were in was still in the hinterland of the Shui into Khanate, so there was no doubt about the identity of the cavalry in the south. Li Wangyu did not expect Shui into men to be so fast. They had already bypassed the valley and appeared in the south. As a result, the 9,000 Tang soldiers were in a desperate situation. It was true that the valley was easy to defend, but if both sides of the valley were blocked by Shui Intuo's army, the Tang army would be trapped in a cage. Even if Li Wangyu had great abilities, he would not be able to escape. After being stunned, Qing Chumo spat on the ground, "Bastard. They came so fast." Atai was very experienced, and he could roughly estimate the enemy's strength just by looking at the dust. He observed carefully and was relieved. It's not a big problem, only 5,000 to 6,000 cavalry. Li Wangyu and the others were relieved when they heard this. 5,000 to 6,000 Shui Intuo cavalry was not a big problem. Since Li Wangyu led the Tang army to defeat the 50,000 Shui Intuo cavalry, the few thousand cavalry were not taken seriously by the others. Such a small force was not enough to stop the Tang army from leaving. Not to mention 5,000 to 6,000 cavalry, even if it was 10,000 Shui Intuo cavalry, the Tang army would not be afraid. It was only because of the threat of Shui Intuo's 100,000 strong army that they did not dare to tangle with the Shui Intuo cavalry. Li Wangyu did not dare to delay, and he ordered everyone to go down the mountain. Just as he was about to break out, he heard the sound of a gong coming from the camp of the Tang army. Sun Zi, discussion of troops, enter when hearing the sound of the drum, retreat when hearing the sound of the gong. Since ancient times, China would beat the gong to retreat. The sound of the gong meant that the troops were retreating, and the Tang dynasty was the same. The sound of the gong meant that the battle alarm was lifted. Li Wangyu and the debauches couldn't help but be stupefied. Could it be that the cavalry that appeared at the southern end of the valley wasn't Shui Intuo's men, but an ally? However, why would there be allies in Shui Intuo's territory? No one dared to tarry and hurriedly descended the mountain. Only when they arrived at the valley did they find out the reason. It turned out that the cavalry that appeared at the southern end of the valley was the Tang army that was ordered by Pai Lupi to go out of the Great Wall and enter the northern desert grassland to support Li Wangyu. They went all the way north, but happened to encounter the Tang army going south in this valley. After the scouts ascertained their identities, they sent back a message and removed the battle alarm of the Tang army. When the 5,000 to 6,000 Tang cavalry that had come to support met up with the Tang army led by Li Wangyu, it naturally caused waves of cheers. Although the threat of Shui Intuo's army had not been eliminated, to be able to receive reinforcements at this time was a good thing to boost the morale of the army. When Li Wangyu went down to the valley, the 5,000 to 6,000 Tang cavalry had already entered the valley. The valley was bustling with joy. A few Tang cavalry officers that were ordered to come to support immediately knelt down on one knee when they saw Li Wangyu and greeted him. "I am Shueli, the Zhaowu commandant of Zhichong Mansion in Daizhou of Hedong Province. I am following His Majesty's order to come out of seclusion to support His Highness Duke of Qin. Greetings to His Majesty. I am Zhenwei commandant of Zhichong Mansion in Shizhou of Hedong Province." Li Wangyu was in a good mood and hurriedly went forward to help the young commandants up. I was just worried that I didn't have enough troops. You all appeared just in time. Don't be so polite, please rise." Li Wangyu had been conferred the title of Queen by Pai Lupi, so he should change his title to I or I. To this, Li Wangyu was not used to it. However, under the repeated requests of Mitua, the minister of imperial household, he was slowly getting used to it. The commandants of the Tang army called Li Wangyu His Majesty, which was the official title of prince in the Tang dynasty. Although Li Wangyu always felt that this title sounded like a bandit leader, he could do nothing about it. As for Qing Chumo and the rest, although they usually called Li Wangyu by his courtesy name, when it came to formal occasions, they still had to call him His Majesty. Li Wangyu praised the commandants of the Tang army and invited them to sit down and chat. At the same time, he ordered people to prepare wine and food. He wanted to reward these commandants. In the Tang army, there were a total of 9 ranks and 16 grades. These commandants were only secondary rank 6 and primary rank 6 commandants. They were low-level officers in the army and were far from Li Wangyu's status. Seeing Li Wangyu, the famous king of Qin, treating them so kindly, the commandants couldn't help but blush with excitement and straighten their backs. Li Wangyu chatted with the commandants for a while and suddenly remembered their self-introduction. He turned to the commandant named Xueli and asked, "Commandant Xue, are you from Hedongdao?" "Yes, I am from Longmen County in Jiangzhou of Hedongdao. My ancestors are from the Xue clan's southern ancestral house." "What?" Li Wangyu suddenly stood up, which startled everyone. Li Wangyu ignored everyone's surprise and stared at Xueli and asked, "Do you have your courtesy name?" "Your Majesty, my courtesy name is Rengue." "Xueli. Xue Rengue." Li Wangyu couldn't help but be in a daze. This young commandant in front of him was the famous Xue Rengue from the beginning of the Tang dynasty. The Xue Rengue who defeated the 9 surnames Tai Lu, subdued Goguryeo, and defeated the Turks. He had outstanding achievements: 3 arrows set the heavenly mountain, divine bravery conquering Liaodong, and taking off his hat and repelling 10,000 enemies. Li Wangyu had asked the question because he felt that Xueli's name was somewhat familiar, which was why he had asked. Xueli, courtesy name Rengue, was from Longmen County in Jiangzhou of Hedongdao. He was from the Xue clan's southern ancestral house, a famous general from the beginning of the Tang dynasty. In history, Xue Rengue joined the army at the end of the Zhenguan era. He followed Goguryeo and was promoted by Pai Lupi. When Li Wangyu thought of this, he couldn't help but be surprised. The timing didn't match. Xue Rengue joined the army when he was nearly 30 years old. At that time, it was already the 17th year of the Zhenguan era. Previously, Xue Rengue had always been farming at home. It wasn't until Pai Lupi went to Liaodong and recruited soldiers that Xue Rengue joined the army under the persuasion of his wife. However, now that it was the 7th year of the Zhenguan era, why was Xue Rengue in the army? Was this Xue Rengue really that famous general in history? Li Wangyu was a little confused. His excitement from before calmed down a little. "Commandant Xue, when did you join the army?" Li Wangyu asked again. "I joined the army in the 5th year of the Zhenguan era." "Oh. Since Commandant Xue is from the Xue family's southern ancestral house, you are also the descendant of a famous person. Why did you join the army?" Xue Rengue's face turned slightly red. He looked up at Li Wangyu and replied embarrassedly, "Your Majesty, although I am from the Xue family's southern ancestral house, my family has been poor since childhood. Although I have practiced martial arts since childhood, I have never thought of joining the army. The reason I joined the army, apart from my wife's persuasion, was mainly because of your Majesty." "Because of me?" Li Wangyu couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't understand what Xue Rengue meant. "I won't hide it from your Majesty. After I read your Majesty's Romance of the Three Kingdoms, I felt that men should be like Guan Yu, Guan Yunchang, Zhang Fei, Zhang Ida, and Zhao Zilong of Changshan. They should rely on their own abilities to assist the king and support the country. Only then would they not have wasted their time in this world. I also have some martial arts skills, so I chose to join the army. I want to make some achievements and bring glory to my ancestors. I want to bring glory to the Xue family." Xue Rengue's words made Li Wangyu's teeth ache. He felt that plagiarizing the Romance of the Three Kingdoms could make the butterfly wings of history flutter like this. Even Xue Rengue's life had been changed. He really didn't know how to evaluate this. However, when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that not only Xue Rengue, but also Li Qingqian, Li Tai, Wu Meinyang, and the others' lives had changed because he and Su Chongqing had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. When Li Wangyu thought about these things, he couldn't help but feel happy. It wasn't a bad thing. Regardless of whether Shui Rengue had joined the army more than 10 years in advance, now that he was in trouble, the heavens sent Shui Rengue to him. It was really interesting. Qing Chumo and the others didn't know that Li Wangyu's heart was full of twists and turns. Seeing that reinforcements had arrived, they were also happy. Fang Yai raised his head and drank a cup of wine. He shouted, "Zio, it's naturally a good thing that Officer Shui and the others have come to help. Today, we will rest and reorganize for the night. Tomorrow, we will continue to march and return to the pass as soon as possible." The dandy and Mituo nodded. Although the 5,000 to 6,000 soldiers brought by Shui Rengue wouldn't be of much use, they could raise the morale of the army. With this motivation, the soldiers could continue to hold on. If they held on for another 10 days, as long as there were no accidents, they would be able to return to the Great Wall. When Li Wangyu heard this, his eyes flashed. He shook his head and smiled. Chapter 1047. Run my ass. I'm not running anymore. I've been chased by that bastard for thousands of miles. I've had enough. Since we have reinforcements now, let's have a showdown with Xieli and Barbarian here. Li Wangyu was indeed being chased by Shui Yintuo's army led by Barbarian Khan. He was so frustrated that he directly cursed. Qing Chumo was stunned, not understanding Li Wangyu's meaning. "Zio, what do you mean? Do you want to have a showdown with Barbarian Khan? That's close to 200,000 troops." Shui Yintuo Khanate had 200,000 armored soldiers. Even if Xieli had lost 20 to 30,000 men, there were still 170 to 80,000 soldiers chasing after them. They were only a day's journey away. He didn't understand what Li Wangyu wanted to do. Even if reinforcements arrived, there were only 5,000 to 6,000 cavalry. Did Li Wangyu want to start a war with Shui Yintuo's people with only 10,000 men? Wasn't that crazy? Including those officers who were ordered to support Li Wangyu, after hearing Li Wangyu's words, they were all thunderstruck. Only Shui Rengue's eyes were shining, as if he didn't feel that Li Wangyu's words were inappropriate. "Your Highness, don't use force. Shui Yintuo is coming menacingly, it's better to avoid them for now," Mi Tuo hurriedly advised. Li Wangyu waved his hand. "Actually, Shui Yintuo's people are not that powerful. Xieli's 50,000 cavalry were also beaten to the point of fleeing. Even if Barbarian Khan has more troops now, so what? Can they still break through the crossbowman's 3-stage shooting?" He then pointed to the hills on both sides. "Brothers, this valley is easy to defend and hard to attack. The valley entrance is only 100 steps wide. Even if Shui Yintuo has more troops, how many can he send? Previously, we didn't have enough crossbow arrows and could only retreat. But Officer Shui and the others brought a lot of armor-piercing arrows, enough to teach that bastard Barbarian Khan a lesson." Li Wangyu's words were not without reason. Shui Rengue's 5,000 to 6,000 cavalry were all lightly armored, unlike the infantry and cavalry under Li Wangyu's command. In addition to being equipped with armor and weapons, the light cavalry soldiers were also equipped with horned bows. Every soldier carried 50 arrows in their quiver. 5,000 to 6,000 cavalrymen, that meant they had brought close to 300,000 bows and arrows. Including the arrows that Li Wangyu's archers still had, they had a total of 400,000 to 500,000 arrows. With enough ammunition, Li Wangyu had enough confidence to say what he had just said. His explanation made Qing Chumo and the others' eyes light up, feeling that it was reasonable. The power of the Atlas crossbow, as well as the 3-stage shooting method that Li Wangyu came up with, had already proven its valiant lethality. Qing Chumo was confident that no army could withstand such a dense and powerful rain of arrows. Not to mention Shui Yintuo, even the Tang army could not do it. Even the most elite cavalry of the Tang dynasty, the black armored army, could not do it. The valley they were in now was an excellent place to fight. They did not need to worry about Shui Yintuo's army surrounding them from all sides. As long as they could withstand the attacks of Shui Yintuo's army, they would be invincible. Qing Chumo and the others were actually the same as Li Wangyu. These days, they had been chased by Shui Yintuo's army until they were frustrated. Being harassed by those damn wolf cavalry day and night made them even angrier. After hearing Li Wangyu's plan, they did not hesitate and were all rubbing their hands together in excitement. Ziyu's words make sense. F*ck his mother. Bastard, after chasing us for so long, it's time to let that bastard barbarian Khan have a taste of our power. That's right, damn it, being chased for thousands of miles, I've had enough. F*ck his mother. That's right, now that we have tens of thousands of soldiers, let's fight that old barbarian Khan. Shui Rengue did not hesitate and bowed, my king, if you trust this general is willing to lead my soldiers as the vanguard and serve my king. Willing to serve my king. Although the rest of the captains felt that Li Wangyu and the others were crazy, they could not say anything at this time and could only follow Shui Rengue's lead and ask to fight. Li Wangyu raised his head and laughed, ha, of course, I dare to fight the barbarian Khan here because of Lieutenant Shui's help. Whether we can win this battle or not, it all depends on Lieutenant Shui. Shui Rengue was a rare fierce general in the early Tang dynasty. He joined the army in the 17th year of Xinguan and followed Pai Lupi to Liaodong, achieving great merit in his first battle. According to the history books, Shui Rengue was dressed in white, with a halberd and spear in his hands and 2 bows at his waist. He was invincible and defeated the Goguryeo army. If the 30-year-old Shui Rengue was so brave, how could the 20-year-old Shui Rengue not do the same? To defeat Shui Yintuo's army, the key was to attack the cavalry behind the dismounted cavalry formation. As long as he defeated Shui Yintuo's cavalry and turned them into cripples, Li Wangyu would not be afraid even if he fought with fewer people. Previously, he only had 2,000 cavalry under him and did not have a fierce general to lead them. It was difficult for him to attack Shui Yintuo's cavalry. Who would have thought that the little wings of history would flap? And because of a romance of the 3 kingdoms, Shui Rengue joined the army 10 years earlier and led the Tang army to reinforce him. This naturally gave Li Wangyu a lot of confidence. He was prepared to hand over his 2,000 cavalry and the 5,000 to 6,000 cavalry to Shui Rengue. When the 2 sides were fighting, Shui Rengue would lead his troops to attack Shui Yintuo's cavalry. As long as he succeeded, needless to say, the 100,000 Shui Yintuo's army would be no more than chickens and dogs. Li Wangyu kept his smile and said solemnly, Shui Rengue, listen to my orders. Present. I order you to be the commander of the cavalry, and all the cavalry will be under your command. Do you have the confidence to lead the cavalry to defeat Shui Yintuo's army? Li Wangyu's words shocked everyone. The rich kids and Mituo looked at each other, not understanding what Li Wangyu meant. This young officer named Shui Rengue was merely a Zhaowu chaplain of the upper 6th rank. A lieutenant only led 1,000 men, and his position was similar to a colonel in the future. Under Li Wangyu's command were the Xianwei general of the lower 4th rank, the Dingyuan general of the upper 5th rank, and the Qi general of the lower 5th rank. Their positions were similar to the major generals or brigadier generals of the future. To let a colonel command a group of major generals and brigadier generals, this matter was weird no matter how one looked at it. More importantly, Li Wangyu and Shui Rengue had only met for the first time, so why would he give him such an important task? To hand over all 6,000 to 7,000 horse soldiers to a 20-year-old lieutenant commander. The rich kids naturally did not know about Shui Rengue's outstanding military achievements in history, and they did not understand why Li Wangyu valued this young lieutenant so much. However, although everyone was astonished, no one said anything to refute him. After all, Li Wangyu had too many mysterious abilities, and they were most familiar with Li Wangyu, so they knew that he would not speak without thinking. Since he thought highly of this young lieutenant, there must be a reason for it. When the Qin king gave the order, the rich kids did not say anything. Even if the generals in the army cursed in their hearts, they did not dare to say anything. Shui Rengui was also surprised, as he did not expect the Qin king to give him such a heavy task. He opened his mouth, wanting to refuse, but in the end, the ambition in his heart made him hold his head high and punch his chest heavily. This general obeys. If I do not win, this general will bring my head to see the king. What do I want your head for? I want the heads of the barbarian man and Shili Fu. Li Wangyu was in a good mood, and he patted Shui Rengui's shoulder with a smile. All the soldiers in the army congratulated Shui Rengui, which made Shui Rengui's face turn red. Obviously, he was very excited about Li Wangyu's important task. After everyone chatted and laughed, Li Wangyu called everyone to sit down again, and they began to discuss the matters of the war. Chapter 1048. In Shui Yintuo's camp, the barbarian Khan held a golden cup and sat on the Khan's seat. A few young and beautiful women served him carefully. He drank the wine in the cup and looked at Shili Fu. Is the news true? The Tang army has no reason to continue running. They are staying in that valley. Shili Fu's face was ferocious. Father, this is the news from the wolf cavalry. It must be true. Humph, they have been chased by my army for more than 10 days. With the wolf cavalry attacking them at any time, I'm afraid they are tired and have no strength to continue. I'm afraid they can't run even if they want to, so they can only stop. They want to use the geographical advantage to fight against my army. The barbarian Khan looked up and laughed. What a joke. They are only thousands of men. So what if they have the geographical advantage? When father arrives with the army tomorrow, I will crush them into powder. To vent my anger. Father, I'm afraid that the Qin king is as timid as a mouse and purposely let the Tang army stay behind to delay the attack so that he can take the opportunity to escape. If we can't catch the Qin king and let him escape back to the Tang dynasty, I will not be satisfied. The barbarian Khan's eyes flashed and he nodded slightly. Yes, that's most likely the case. But even if we can't catch the Qin king, those Tang army must be annihilated in the northern desert grassland. None of them can escape. Humph, the Tang dynasty is powerful, but I, Shui Yintuo, can't come and go as I please. We have to teach them a lesson they will never forget. He thought for a while and continued, after the Tang army is annihilated, cut off all their heads and let the Tang dynasty's envoy bring them back. I want to see what the heavenly Khan of the Tang dynasty has to say. Shili Fu nodded. Father is wise. The father and son looked at each other, then both of them raised their heads and laughed loudly. The army led by the barbarian Khan rushed to the valley where the Tang army was stationed the next day. They set up camp outside the valley and surrounded the entrance of the valley. Shui Yintuo's army rested for a day. On the morning of the third day, they beat the war drums. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers of Shui Yintuo's army, clad in armor and carrying blades, lined up in neat rows as they poured out of the camp. The black mass of people densely covered the grassland outside the valley. Their momentum was astonishing, and a murderous aura filled the air. Even the soaring eagles in the sky seemed to be shocked by this soaring momentum, and did not dare to approach the battlefield at all. The Tang army was naturally prepared. Following the beating of the war drums, they swarmed out and blocked the narrow entrance to the valley. There were still 2,000 jumping soldiers holding shields at the front of the battle formation. Behind them were 1,000 Mo sabers wearing Mingguang armor and wielding Imo sabers. Behind them were 2,000 archers. What was different from before was that there were nearly 100 arrows piled up in front of each archer. The fine steel arrowheads shone with a dazzling cold light under the morning sun. If they were ordinary archers of the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu would never equip them with so many arrows. The reason was simple. No archer could draw the bowstring more than 100 times. For the ordinary bows of the Tang dynasty, even if it was a one-pickle bow, the soldiers could only draw the bowstring 20 to 30 times in a row before their arms were almost exhausted, and it was impossible for them to continue drawing the bowstring. This was the limitation of the human body's physiological structure. No matter how brave and reasonable a general was, he would not be that strong. One of the reasons why firearms would replace bows was because firearms would replace bows. However, the composite crossbow that Li Wangyu had designed was designed with Yan Liben's help. In order to save energy and satisfy the needs of a small body like himself, Li Wangyu had designed a booster for the composite crossbow. With the booster to help him draw the bowstring, it would naturally save energy. Moreover, in order to prevent the archers from exhausting their strength, Li Wangyu also gathered the auxiliary soldiers in the army. Once the archers were unable to draw the bowstring, the auxiliary soldiers would be able to replace them. The biggest advantage of a crossbow was that after the bowstring was drawn, it would be in a state of accumulating energy and waiting to be fired. Therefore, the most exhausting part of drawing the bowstring could be handed over to others. 2,000 archers, 400,000 to 500,000 arrows, this was where Li Wangyu's confidence in winning lied. The strength of the Tang army archers was something that Xili Luo had suffered a lot. This was something that Shui Yintuo's men were naturally clear about. Hence, to counter the archers of the Tang army, the barbarian man Khan thought of many ways. The barbarian man Khan had 160,000 to 170,000 troops in his hands. Apart from the auxiliary soldiers and the soldiers guarding the horses, the number of troops he could throw in was 100,000, 10 times that of the Tang army. Hence, just the vanguard forces alone, the barbarian man Khan sent out 30,000 troops at once. However, the entrance of the valley that the Tang army was defending was only 100 steps wide. A single line of soldiers could at most line up to 1,000 men. Hence, even if Shui Yintuo had 30,000 men at the front, he could only send 5,000 men into the battlefield in batches. In the hands of these vanguard soldiers were pretty much all the shields of the Shui Yintuo army. Their goal was obvious, which was to defend against the arrows of the Tang army. To prevent the vanguard forces from collapsing like the previous time and charging into the middle troops, the barbarian man Khan sent out all the 10,000 wolf cavalry to act as military judges to supervise the orders. Anyone who retreated or ran would be killed without mercy. In the eyes of the barbarian man Khan and Xili Luo, even if the 30,000 vanguard forces died, as long as the Tang army could fight to the death, it would be a victory. Under the beating of Shui Yintuo's war drums, the 30,000 vanguard troops started to move. Like a flood, they pressed towards the entrance of the valley that the Tang army was defending. The 30,000 vanguard troops, 5,000 men in a group, 100 meters apart in the middle, there were hundreds of wolf cavalry holding sharp blades patrolling on their horses. The moment Shui Yintuo's cavalry wanted to retreat, the weapons in the hands of the wolf cavalry would mercilessly slash at them. Under such strict orders, the Shui Yintuo soldiers knew that they had no way to retreat and could only fight to the death against the Tang army. After all, based on Shui Yintuo's military law, if they died on the battlefield, their families could still receive compensation. Although it was not much, it was enough for their families to rely on. And if they were killed by the wolf cavalry, not only would they not receive compensation, they would also be labeled as cowards, making their families unable to raise their heads in the tribe. It was also because of this that when Shui Yintuo's vanguard troops pressed forward, that kind of fearless momentum was noticed by Li Wangyu and the other wastrels on the watchtower carriage behind the Tang army. Ziyu, this is not good. Shui Yintuo's wolf cubs, why do they look like they have been injected with wolf blood? Fang Yai could not help but feel nervous. Qing Chumo held the binoculars and looked for a while before replying, "Look at the wolf cavalry behind Shui Yintuo's men. I'm afraid that the barbarian man Khan gave a death order to prevent Shui Yintuo's soldiers from retreating. Damn it, they are going to fight to the death. Ziyu, looks like after you killed Kishuo, the barbarian man hates you to the bone." Li Wangyu also smiled bitterly, knowing that Qing Chimo was right. Now it was too late to say anything. It all depended on whether the Tang army could withstand the pressure and resist the crazy attack of Shui Yintuo's army. Shui Yintuo's war drums became more and more urgent, and the footsteps of Shui Yintuo's vanguard troops became faster and faster. They slowly trotted and rushed toward the Tang army's battle formation. The war had begun. This time, the Tang army's 2,000 archers did not let Shui Yintuo's men get close. When Shui Yintuo's dismounted cavalry stepped into the shooting range, the 2,000 archers began to shoot under the command of the lieutenant. A sky full of arrows rained down from the sky, directly toward Shui Yintuo's army hundreds of meters away. All of Shui Yintuo's cavalry immediately raised the shields in their hands, vainly trying to block the arrows. But the arrowheads of the Tang army were all made of fine steel and were extremely sharp. In addition, the composite steel crossbows were pushed by the four-pickle bowstring, making them even sharper. When the arrows rained down, they instantly penetrated the shields of Shui Yintuo's men. They penetrated the shields, cut through the armor, and pierced through the human body. Author's note, being nagged every day, this old man is ashamed. But this book is about to end, please bear with it for a while. Chapter 1049. As the arrows rained down, Shui Yintuo's vanguard immediately suffered a fatal blow. Just one round of arrows took away the lives of hundreds of soldiers, and the number of injured was uncountable. Miserable cries and blood splattered everywhere, and it was comparable to the Azura hell. If it was in the past, the remaining soldiers would have been defeated by such a heavy blow. The casualty ratio was almost more than 10%. But the formation of Shui Yintuo's soldiers, after a moment of chaos, continued to raise their shields and charge forward under the scolding of the centurions and chiliarchs. They knew that the shields in their hands could not block the arrows of the Tang army. Perhaps the next person to be hit by the arrows would be themselves. The first wave of 5,000 soldiers could not retreat, and they did not dare to retreat. Forward was death, and backward was also death. Only by risking their lives, they might be able to break through the defense of the Tang army. This was the only thought in the minds of Shui Yintuo's vanguard. Since they were chosen to be the vanguard and lead the charge, their fate had been determined. The composite arrows of the Tang dynasty could shoot a distance of 400 steps. It would take at least a minute to put on armor and run this distance of 400 meters. And within a minute, the 2,000 archers of the Tang army had already shot 3 rounds of arrows, shooting out nearly 6,000 arrows. Before the first wave of 5,000 soldiers of Shui Yintuo's vanguard could reach the front of the Tang army, they had already been shot by the arrows. The path of the charge was full of corpses, and blood had already soaked the grassland. Presumably, this grassland would grow abnormally dense in the coming year. When the remaining soldiers of Shui Yintuo were within 100 meters, the arrows that filled the sky suddenly disappeared. It was not that the archers of the Tang army were merciful, but the second wave of 5,000 soldiers of Shui Yintuo's vanguard had started to charge again. Under the command of the lieutenant, they gave up on the remaining soldiers, adjusted the angle of the Atlas crossbows in their hands, and started to shoot arrows of death at the charging enemy. The battle formation of the Tang army also moved at this time. At the front of the battle formation, the jumping soldiers holding shields to defend against the enemy's arrows suddenly retreated, and 1,000 Mo swordsmen wearing heavy Mingguang armor stepped forward and stood at the front. In the Tang army, those who could be chosen as the Mo saber wielders were all strong and healthy people. To be able to wear the thick and heavy Mingguang armor and wield a Mo sword that was 9 feet long and weighed 15 kilograms, one would definitely not be able to do it without extraordinary arm strength and strength. These 1,000 Mo swordsmen stood at the front of the formation like unmoving reefs since ancient times, ready to face the assault of the tide at any moment. As Shui Yintuo's soldiers got closer and closer, the commander of the Mo sabers shouted out an order. 1,000 Mo sabers that were shining with cold light were raised high up in the air. Then, they slashed down as fast as lightning. The light of the blade flashed, and everything under its edge was crushed into powder. Under the mo blade, be it the shields in the hands of the Shui Intuo soldiers or the armor on their bodies, they were no different from paper. With a single slash of the saber, it was cut into two halves. As for the flesh and blood of Shui Intuo soldiers, there was no need to talk about it. After the cold light, countless severed limbs flew all over the sky, blood splattered everywhere, and miserable screams almost shattered the clouds in the sky. This was the Mo swordsmen of the Tang dynasty, the strongest infantry in the era of cold weapons. Like a wall, men and horses were crushed. Shui Intuo's first wave of 5,000 men and horses, most of them were shot to death by the crossbowmen. The rest of them luckily escaped and tried their best to rush to the front of the Tang army formation. However, they were just sending their heads 1,000 miles away. The 1,000 Mo swordsmen slashed twice, and the corpses of the enemy chiefs in front of them were piled up like a mountain. And the only damage they caused to the Tang army's Mo swordsmen was only a few scratches of varying depths on the Mingguang armor. This scene also fell into the eyes of the barbarian Khan and his son Xiali Mi. Even though he was a hero of the grassland, the barbarian Khan's eyelids couldn't help but tremble a few times. Xiali Mi's back was soaked with sweat. They naturally knew about the bravery of the Tang army, but witnessing it with their own eyes gave them a different feeling. Father, the Tang army's Mo swordsmen are really amazing. The barbarian Khan's face was gloomy as he nodded silently. They are indeed amazing, but so what? The Tang dynasty's Mo sabers weigh 30 pounds. How many times can these Mo swordsmen slash? When they are exhausted, it will be the time of the Tang army's destruction. Father is wise. It was obvious that this father and son pair did not place the lives of Shui Intuo soldiers in their eyes. To use tens of thousands of people to exhaust the Tang army would be a victory. As for how many people would die, the barbarian Khan did not care at all. The barbarian Khan's calculations were not wrong at all. Even a well-trained and carefully selected Mo swordsman would not be able to wield a Mo sword that weighed 30 jin without limit. There was a limit to one's strength, and this was a law of nature that could not be broken. Once the Mo swordsmen were exhausted, it would be tough for them to maintain the Tang army's defensive line. With such a plan in mind, the barbarian Khan sent the wolf cavalry out to supervise the military order, chasing Shui Intuo's soldiers to their deaths one by one, pushing them into the meat grinder to exhaust the strength of the Tang army. After all, Shui Intuo's army had 100,000 people. Even if the Tang army killed 30 to 40,000, so what? Furthermore, with thousands of Tang soldiers, no matter how valiant they were, how many people could they truly kill? Just as the barbarian Khan had predicted, Shui Intuo's front army of 30,000 people was formed into groups of 5,000 people. Like moths to a flame, they charged towards the Tang army. 2 waves of Shui Intuo's army had already been buried in the grassland. The Mo swordsmen were getting more and more dismembered. Even the strong Mo swordsmen started to suffer casualties under the desperate attacks of Shui Intuo's soldiers. On the carriage, Li Wangyu and the other rich kids looked at each other and nodded silently. Whether their plan would succeed or not depended on this. Li Wangyu signaled to Niu Wu, who immediately took off his robe. His upper body was bare, and his muscles bulged like fists, shining under the sunlight. Niu Wu pulled aside the soldiers beside the war drum and spat on his palm. Then, he grabbed the drumstick and hit it with force. The Tang army's war drum sounded, and the Tang army heard the drum and moved. The 1,000 Mo swordsmen coldly kept their Mo swordsmen and gathered their strength. At the same time, all of them stepped forward. The uniform footsteps gave off a sound like that of a drum, matching the sound of the Tang army's war drum. The 5,000 Tang army started to push forward. The Tang army actually did not guard the entrance of the valley, but directly pushed out. This change caused the Shui Intuo's army to stagnate. The barbarian Khan suddenly stood up from the stirrups, his eyes filled with shock. How dare they? How dare they charge out